Since there are no hidden treasures here, let's go. Since there were no hidden treasures in the 6th level of the secret storage, and all the ripe spirit fruit had been plucked, there was no longer any place left in this spatial zone. Chu Zhongtian turned around and left the 6th level of the secret storage. After exiting the cave, he used the method that Elder Huang had given him to seal the entrance to the 6th floor of the secret storage. Then, he followed the stairs and left the royal family's secret storage layer by layer. When Chu Zhongtian walked out of the bronze door of the secret storage, he unexpectedly found the Yan country's lord, Yim Yunhua, standing alone in front of the secret storage, deep in thought. The sound of footsteps woke Yim Yunhua, who was deep in thought. He raised his head and looked at the bronze door of the secret storage. When he saw Chu Zhongtian, he quickly went up to greet him. "Young Master Chu, you have already chosen the treasure? And the Yan country is indeed a powerful kingdom. The treasures in the secret storage are indeed amazing." First, he praised the other party. Then Chu Zhongtian asked, "May I know what else does the king have?" "Young Master Chu, according to your instructions, compensate the Chu family with spirit stones and medicinal pills. I have already arranged for the guards to transport them to the Chu family. Here are 5,500 intermediate spirit stones. I followed young hero's instructions and specially left them for you." Huang Yunhua pointed to a box behind him and said respectfully, "Many thanks to the king." With a wave of his hand, he placed the box on the ground into his storage bag. Immediately following that, Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and said his farewells. "King, today's matter has offended you greatly. Zhongtian will take his leave." He activated the vital spirit and unleashed the movement technique that was about to break through to the profound grade low rank. Before Yim Yunhua could react, Chu Zhongtian disappeared from the palace like a bolt of lightning. Looking at Chu Zhongtian leaving like a bolt of lightning, the words of Yim Yunhua had already reached the tip of his tongue. He shook his head in disappointment, then looked at Undersurn willingly. After realizing that he couldn't see Chu Zhongtian anymore, Yim Yunhua turned around and left the secret storage while cursing. After ending the trip to the secret storage, Chu Zhongtian's plan was to leave the Yan country immediately. The reason why he did that was because he wanted to use the movement technique which was close to the profound grade low rank. It was because he realized that Yim Yunhua probably wanted to ask for his help. As the ruler of a country, he was waiting for him outside the secret storage door, and his attitude towards him was respectful. In that case, his request might have something to do with the position of the ruler. He had stormed into the palace with his blade in hand, killed the strongest expert of the Yan country's royal family, Hai Yanlong, and a Qi transforming period elder, Yan Yunjia. He had already offended the entire Yan country royal family. If he interfered in the national affairs of the Yan country, he was afraid that he would keep his mouth shut, and might even incite the resistance of the direct descendants of the royal family. That was why he had used his strongest movement technique to leave the Yan country, in order to avoid giving Huang Yunhua a chance to speak. After leaving the capital of the Yan country, Yan City, Chu Zhongtian started to slow down. Finally, with the speed of the beginner movement technique, he started to move towards the direction of the floating cloud sect. Qingmei Town. It was located at the border of the state of Zheng, the state of Jin, and the state of Liang. Due to the state of Liang being the strongest and the most domineering of the three countries, Qingmei Town officially belonged to the state of Liang. However, the state of Zheng and the state of Jin didn't want to give up the territory of the Qingmei Town, but they didn't dare to openly interfere. They could only use secret methods to take over part of the benefits and territory of the Qingmei Town. A mere town made the three powerful nations unwilling to let go of it. In the end, it was because in a mountain less than 50 miles away from Qingmei Town, there was a level 8 spirit stone mine. Moreover, there was an astonishing amount of spirit stones stored in this vein. It had been over 30 years since the spirit stone mine was mined. The number of spirit stones mined was close to 100 billion. Even though most of the spirit stones mined were level 10 and 9th grade low-rank spirit stones, the amount was still shocking. Moreover, according to Essence Gathering Stage top experts' estimation, 30 years of continuous mining was only a tenth of the initial amount. It was reasonable for the three kingdoms to refuse to let go of such an attractive spirit stone vein. After leaving the Yen country, Chu Zhongtian used the beginner-level movement technique to travel during the day. At night, he found a quiet place to meditate and rest. In 10 days, he had traveled nearly 50,000 miles. After passing through 3 kingdoms, he finally arrived at the Qingmei town. Although the Qingmei town was called a town, it was still a small town. But the area, the size of the buildings and the population had long surpassed ordinary towns. It was fine to call it a city, but since it was located at the border of the 3 countries, it was safer to call it a town. Therefore, after so many years had passed, the Qingmei town had never changed its name. Walking into the Qingmei town, Chu Zhongtian began to search for more luxurious inns. He traveled during the day and meditated at night. He was not very tired after working and resting. The reason he chose to stay in the Qingmei town was because his cultivation base had reached the edge of breaking through, and he had to find a safe place to break through. Friendship Inn. Chu Zhongtian searched for 5 or 6 inns at the same time, but he did not find an inn suitable for him to break through. Just as he was about to buy a house in disappointment and let Elder Huang use spirit stones and semi-spirit tool to set up a defensive formation, he unexpectedly found a friendly inn. If one didn't look at the signboard of the inn and just relied on words alone, it was very easy to confuse the people of the inn with the existence of an inn. The reason why the inn attracted Chu Zhongtian's attention wasn't because of the good conditions of the inn, but because of a memory from before he transmigrated. It made him subconsciously want to go in and take a look. Customer, are you the tip or are you staying at the inn? Chu Zhongtian had just walked to the entrance of the inn when a waiter who was about 20 years old and had a 9th level of Qi refining stage peak cultivation base walked up to him with a flattering face. A 9th level of Qi refining stage peak was around 20 years old. If he was in the Chu family, a disciple with such cultivation and talent would definitely be an elite disciple that had been carefully nurtured. And in an ordinary inn like Qingmei town, there was only a waiter standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. This made Chu Zhongtian sigh with admiration at the importance of a geographical location. How's the environment of your inn? Can it ensure the safety of the guests? Since they had already entered the inn, Chu Zhongtian habitually told them his purpose. Customer, in the Qingmei town, let alone saying that we don't dare to speak carelessly, in terms of safety, it is definitely the safest inn in the Qingmei town. The waiter praised himself. Chu Zhongtian did not comment on the waiter's boast. Instead, he planned to use his own eyes to observe. After following the waiter into the inn, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that the Friendship Inn wasn't a simple inn. Instead, it was a comprehensive inn that consisted of taverns, meals, and accommodations. At this moment, there were already 3 tables of customers in the small living room on the first floor. At the same time, the entire living room was filled with an intoxicating fragrance of wine. Yojia Tavern. Sir, other than the safest guest rooms in our inn, and the town's most famous plum wine, would you like some? Seeing Chu Zhongtian walk into the inn, who was interested in the wine fragrance in the living room, the waiter suggested enthusiastically. Wine was both a cute and hateful treasure to Chu Zhongtian. Before he transmigrated, he was a person who liked to drink and was a little greedy. He would go out for a drink for at least 6 days a week. Fortunately, his willpower was not bad. He had a basic restraint on alcohol tolerance, so he had never made a mistake because of alcohol. However, on his 28th birthday, he drank a few more cups because he was happy. Under the disturbance of a few bad friends. Every time he entered a colorful club, his life, for the first time in her life, the young lady who had ordered a special service was arrested for the first time in her life. For the first time in her life, she was detained in the police station. For the first time, she was slapped hard by her girlfriend. Because of that incident, he was arrested and sent to the police station, causing his reputation to be completely tarnished on the streets. Walking in the neighborhood where he lived, not only did the neighbors point fingers at him, even his girlfriend also packed her luggage and broke up with him. If it wasn't because his programming skills were very high, perhaps the unit would have directly fired him, so from then on, he basically restrained himself from drinking. Even if he couldn't avoid it, the number of drinks he drank was less than 1/10 of what he used to drink. Now that he had transmigrated to this unfamiliar world, without the constraints of the law and morality, Chu Zhongtian suddenly wanted to drink a few glasses. So, he ordered the waiter, "Prepare a few good dishes and a pot of green plum wine." "Okay. Please wait a moment, sir." The waiter shouted and eagerly went to prepare the dishes. "Chu, I have known you for a long time. This is the first time I have seen you covet something in a cup." Seeing Chu Zhongtian take the initiative to ask for the green plum wine, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, was very surprised. Including the few days left by the peerless experts of Purgatory City and Cavern, he had been in contact with Chu Zhongtian for quite a long time. He had never seen ____ drink in a cup before. Therefore, in Elder Huang's imagination, Chu Zhongtian should be a person with a clear heart and a lack of desire. Now that he saw him take the initiative to ask for the item in the cup, Elder Huang felt that this was the frivolous and carefree life that a 16 or 17-year-old youth should have. Good wine. Perhaps it was because he was prepared, or perhaps it was because there were few guests in the inn. Just as Chu Zhongtian sat down, the waiter served the prepared wine. He poured a cup of wine that emitted a fragrance of green plum and took a sip. Chu Zhongtian praised from the bottom of his heart. From 17 to 28 years old, he was 11 years old, which gave him a certain understanding of the quality of the wine. He could taste it to determine the quality of the wine. The plum blossom wine was definitely the best of the best. "Chu, this inn is not simple." After Chu Zhongtian drank the wine in one go, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him in his mind. Using the small magic to transmit his voice, Chu Zhongtian quickly asked, "Elder Huang, what did you discover?" "Family." It was an ordinary inn, and the inn was filled with ordinary guests and waiters. Chu Zhongtian did not feel that there was anything special about this inn. Otherwise, he would not have asked for the green plum wine to satisfy his desire to talk. "Chu, pretend to be observing the environment and look at the skinny old man standing behind the counter." Elder Huang did not directly say the reason why it was not simple, but let Chu Zhongtian observe first. First, he looked at the customers who were talking, then at the customers who were drinking as the starting point. Chu Zhongtian tasted the green plum wine in his hand and pretended to be very interested as he looked at the layout of the living room. When his eyes moved to the counter, he found a human head on the counter. Such a strange decoration shocked him. However, when he raised his attention to look, he found that there was not a human head on the counter. Instead, behind the counter stood a little old man about 1.4 meters tall. Secretly relieved, Chu Zhongtian pretended as if nothing had happened and shifted his gaze away from the thin old man. "Elder Huang, everything is normal. There is nothing unusual about it." Through the previous round of observation, Chu Zhongtian found that everything in the living room was very ordinary. It was not as simple as what Elder Huang had mentioned just now. "Chu, it seems that you need to learn more about the experience of going out to refine." Seeing that Chu Zhong still did not find anything strange, Elder Huang finally understood a little bit of Chu Zhongtian's shortcomings. That was because he had too little experience and too little knowledge. "Chu, the old man standing behind the counter isn't an ordinary person, but a peerless expert who has reached the peak of the divine soul period and has already stepped into the longevity period." The wine cup that was about to be brought to his mouth suddenly stopped when it heard Elder Huang's words. The mind shouted with a shocked voice, "The existence of a half-step longevity period. That's right. This old man has already reached the half-step longevity period and has a lifespan of 999 years. As long as he can break through the 1-year limit of 1,000 years of life, he will be able to stay in the longevity period for a long time." This Elder Huang's confirmation and even more detailed explanation made Chu Zhongtian doubt the reason why scrawny Elder, who was standing behind the counter, had appeared in Qingmei town. Liang country, in terms of geographical location, was more than a dozen times stronger than Qi country, but in the end, it still belonged to the southernmost tip of Eternal Continent, which was a relatively remote kingdom. Due to the geographical limitation, the strongest person in Liang country was only an essence gathering stage advanced top expert, and not even a half-step divine soul period peerless expert existed. In the state of Liang's Qingmei town, where the Qi Si did not appear and the divine soul was gone. There was a half-step longevity period expert living there. When anyone knew about this, the first thought that came to his mind was to doubt his purpose in the Qingmei town. Elder Huang, should I leave this in immediately? If there was a half-step longevity period in this then it would be very dangerous for him to break through to the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian put down his wineglass and planned to leave the inn. No need. Just as he put down his wineglass and was about to leave, Elder Huang stopped him. Chu, the waiter didn't lie to you. This inn is probably the safest inn in the entire Qingmei town. I just used the power of the divine soul to check this inn and found the guest room of this inn. It was actually Su Tai, who had used 1,000 years of age to block off all energy fluctuations. So, you can peacefully stay in the guest room and cultivate. All right. After going through the unparalleled experts of the Purgatory City, Cavern, and the recent contact, Chu Zhongtian had a deep understanding of how powerful Elder Huang's power of the divine soul was. Since he said that this inn was suitable for breaking through to the next realm, then it was definitely suitable for breaking through to the stage. Therefore, after Chu Zhongtian stabilized his emotions, he continued to pour and drink. Yojia Tavern. Brother Zhu, have you heard? There's a strange thing that happened in the Spirit Stone Mine 50 miles away from the Qingmei town recently. While Chu Zhongtian was drinking the green plum wine alone, a middle-aged man with a pale face and a slightly drunk expression was sitting at a table not far away. He whispered to his companion, Brother Zhu, have you heard? There is a Spirit Stone Mine 50 miles away from the Skinny Monkey. I went out a while ago because I had something to do. I just returned to Qingmei town last night. I've never heard of anything strange happening in the Spirit Stone Mine. Seeing the mysterious actions of his skinny companion, another slightly stronger middle-aged man put down his cup. With a puzzled expression, he said, Brother Zhu, you also know that my second brother is a miner in the Spirit Stone Mine. According to what he said after he came back from the mine, people often mysteriously disappeared in the Spirit Stone Mine. The next day, the corpse would appear at the mine entrance, and the corpse would appear at the mine entrance. They were so pale that there wasn't a trace of blood on their faces, but there was a satisfied smile on their faces. The skinny monkey drank quite a bit of the green plum wine. Although he deliberately lowered his voice, he couldn't help but control his tongue, causing his voice to be so loud that everyone in the hall could hear him clearly. What the skinny monkey said just now was right. A good brother of mine died in such a strange way the day before yesterday. I saw his corpse with my own eyes. Among the other 3 guests at the skinny monkey's table, a brawny man dressed in coarse linen clothes pretended to join the Tao. The poor thing is that there was a pair of orphans and widows left at home who did not take care of them. Ma Laosan, the widow of my husband, died. That's exactly what you want. He teased Ma Laosan's companion lewdly. Ha! Ma Laosan's companion teased him lewdly. The guests in the hall couldn't help but laugh. The originally sad and deep atmosphere instantly fell into laughter and curses. The strange incident that the thin monkey mentioned just now did not arouse much interest from Chu Zhongtian. Ever since he transmigrated and reincarnated in this world, Chu Zhongtian had seen the powerful blood devil of a warrior, the creature of blood lake that devoured a warrior's corpse, and supreme expert who tore apart the void. The corpse that had lost its blood and had a smile on its face was not very unusual. Therefore, after listening to a few words, he continued to pour and drink the green plum wine. However, Chu Zhongtian did not realize that when Skinny Monkey said that there was not a trace of blood on the corpse, and when he revealed a satisfied smile, Elder Huang's face in his mind revealed a trace of seriousness. At the same time, the power of the divine soul quietly enveloped the skinny old man behind the counter. A pot of green plum wine was about 1 jin. Although the degree of the green plum wine was not high, about 20 degrees, Chu Zhongtian had strong self-control. After drinking the wine in the pot, he got up and started to book a guest room. Customer, our inn is different from other inns. We can use gold coins to pay for the food and drinks in our inn. But to book a guest room requires spirit stones. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had eaten his fill and was planning to book a room, the waiter enthusiastically reminded him. Sure, what's the price? The innkeeper of the inn was a half-step longevity period expert. Not only did Chu Zhongtian not find it strange to use spirit stones to pay for the guest room, but he also felt that it was reasonable. Customer. Our guest room has a total of 3 grades. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's natural manner, the waiter immediately knew that he had met a big customer. He hurriedly promoted the guest rooms of different grades. The first grade is the cheapest type of room in this inn. 1 day and 1 night, it only costs 10 class 10 lower rank spirit stone. The second tier is the middle tier guest room of this inn. 1 day and 1 night, you need to pay 10 ninth grade low rank spirit stones. The third tier is the most luxurious, safest, and most comfortable guest room in this inn, and it costs 59th grade low-rank spirit stones a day and a night. The lower-tier guest room required 10 class 10 lower-rank spirit stone, and the middle-tier guest room required 10 ninth grade low-rank spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian thought that the high-tier guest room would require 10 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, but he didn't expect that it would still require level 9 spirit stones. The purpose of this trip to the inn was to break through to the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period, and it required an absolutely safe environment. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to reserve the highest tier of customers. The only thing that made him feel somewhat awkward was that he didn't have any 9th grade low-rank spirit stones on him. In the Chu family, in order to better understand the characteristics of the vital spirit and increase his own accumulation, he used the 9th grade low-rank spirit stones to recover the scattered vital spirit, causing the remaining 9th grade low-rank spirit stones in the storage bag to be completely used up. At this moment, the spirit stones in his storage bag were basically all level 7 and 6th grade intermediate spirit stones. The number of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone was very small. Although he could also take out level 7 grade spirit stones of higher quality, or 6th grade middle rank spirit stones to pay for the rooms, he understood one thing, and that was to not expose his wealth. Not to mention, the skinny old man standing behind the counter was a half-step longevity period warrior. No one could guarantee that he would not take a fancy to the wealth on his body. Waiter, can you use the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to pay for the room fee? It was precisely because of his misgivings that Chu Zhongtian pretended to be cautious. After considering for a long time, he took out an 8th grade low-rank spirit stone and asked with a slightly unwilling tone. The higher the quality, the more valuable the spirit stones were. As for Chu Zhongtian being willing to use the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to pay for the room fee, how could the waiter refuse? Customer, what kind of guest room are you planning to reserve? And how many days are you planning to reserve? The waiter stretched out his hand to snatch the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone from Chu Zhongtian's hand and asked with a smile. According to the market price, 1 8th grade low-rank spirit stone could be exchanged for 110 9th grade low-rank spirit stones. As for the most high-end guest room, it cost 59th grade low-rank spirit stones per day and night. Therefore, the waiter needed to know the time that Chu Zhongtian had reserved in order to help him exchange for spirit stones. This time, he had only broken through to the minor stage, so he didn't need to spend a lot of time. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian only planned to book 1 day and 1 night's time, but Elder Huang asked him to book an extra day's time. 1 day and 1 night was no more than 59th grade low-rank spirit stones. With Chu Zhongtian's current status, these spirit stones were nothing in his eyes. Therefore, he listened to Elder Huang's instructions and booked 2 days and 2 nights, the most high-end guest room. Customer, in Qingmei Town, the exchange rate of spirit stones is different from outside. Here, the exchange rate of spirit stones of different grades is 1 to 100. In other words, this 8th grade low-rank spirit stone can be used to pay for 2 days and 2 nights. The heartache on Chu Zhongtian's face just now, as well as the method to control his power. He had suppressed his cultivation base to the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period, and made the waiter think that Chu Zhongtian might have accidentally obtained the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. Furthermore, he had come here to pretend to be rich, so he changed his flattering expression. He said in a somewhat rascally tone, "All right," Chu Zhongtian said helplessly in the face of the waiter's shameless way of doing things. If it wasn't for the skinny old man behind the counter, who was a half-step longevity period warrior, Chu Zhongtian would have slapped the waiter away. Seeing Chu Zhongtian helplessly accept the reality, the waiter felt a burst of joy in his heart. His footsteps became much lighter when he went to get the room key. After Chu Zhongtian followed the waiter to the second floor, scrawny elder, who had been standing behind the counter without any expression, looked at Chu Zhongtian with a puzzled look. However, after observing Chu Zhongtian from head to toe with the divine senses power, and discovering that Chu Zhongtian was just a small 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period figure, scrawny elder retracted the divine senses power and continued to stand behind the counter in deep thought. After scrawny elder withdrew the power of the divine sense, a mocking smile appeared on Elder Huang's face in Chu Zhongtian's mind. The most luxurious, most comfortable and safest guest room. This was the description the waiter had used to introduce the third guest room. However, when Chu Zhongtian walked into the guest room, a feeling of being deceived welled up in his heart. Because the guest room in front of him was described perfectly by the waiter. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Because there was only one bed in the room that was less than 20 square meters. There was an 8 immortal table and 4 chairs. There was nothing extra. Such an environment and conditions could also be called the most high-end guest room. Wasn't this a scam? Chu, the description of the waiter just now might be exaggerated. But this room is indeed the safest room in the entire inn. Seeing the dark face of Chu Zhongtian, who was clenching his fists tightly, Elder Huang, who had already used the divine senses power to check the room, advised him. AI, forget it. Elder Huang's persuasion made Chu Zhongtian give up on pursuing the waiter. As a basement that was a few square meters in his previous life, the environment was dark and damp. Chu Zhongtian did not have many requirements for living in the basement, but what he hated the most was being cheated. The waiter had pointed at him and said that it was a blatant lie. Chu, I remember you once said that you have level 9 and 8th grade blood demon blood crystal in your hands. After Chu Zhongtian closed the door, he took out level 5 and 6th grade middle rank spirit stone ____. When he was about to arrange the simplified spirit gathering formation, he hurriedly stopped him and asked, I still have less than 1,000 level 9 and level 8 blood crystal in my hands. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian truthfully told him the number of blood crystal he had. Give me 16 8th grade blood crystal and 65 level 9 blood crystal. I will help you set up a formation that can be used to defend and confuse others. Elder Huang instructed. Chu Zhongtian could use the blood crystal that he temporarily could not use to set up the formation, which could be used to defend and confuse others, to further ensure his own safety. How could he not agree to such a generous offer? Therefore, he hurriedly took out 81 blood crystal from the storage ring's finger. Chu, after the soul nourishing pill and divine spirit pills treatment, I can now use the power of the divine soul to set up the formation. Therefore, not only will I help you set up the 9-9 united formation, I will also help you set up the complete version of the spirit gathering formation. Seeing Chu Zhongtian take out 81 blood crystal, Elder Huang indicated for him to place them behind the 8 immortals table. He said in a deliberate tone, Elder Huang, regarding the soul nourishing pill and the divine spirit pill, it's my fault. This brat will once again apologize to you. If the power of the divine soul could arrange the formation, then you can just do it. Chu Zhongtian knew that he was still complaining about the fact that he was the 4th layer warrior in the royal family of the Yan country. As for the distribution of the pills, he was complaining in his heart about how narrow-minded he was. However, he quickly apologized on the surface. At least you know what's good for you, kid. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian understood what he was thinking, Elder Huang nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he started to use his power of the divine soul to start setting up the 9-9 convergence array, as well as the complete version of the spirit gathering formation. As Chu Zhongtian, who had mastered the basic formation of Yi Yuan, he hurriedly observed Elder Huang's method of setting up the formation. The more he observed, the more attracted his mind was to Elder Huang's method of setting up the formation. After Elder Huang finished setting up the 9 convergence array and the spirit gathering formation, Chu Zhongtian found that his formation had improved a lot, and he had a deeper understanding of the basic formation of the 4 dimensions formation. Chu, the effect of the complete version of the spirit gathering formation is absolutely beyond your imagination. I hope you can use this to raise your cultivation base to the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. Using the power of the Divine Soul to set up 2 sets of formation, Elder Huang's Divine Soul had been damaged. Therefore, after he told Chu Zhongtian to focus on his cultivation, he remained silent for the time being. According to his understanding of the formation, Chu Zhongtian walked into the complete version of the spirit-gathering formation. After that, he was surprised to find that within the complete version of the spirit-gathering formation, the concentration had completely vaporized. In the center of the formation, there was even a portion of the spiritual qi that was close to liquefying. With such an abundant amount of spiritual qi, Chu Zhongtian was confident that he could raise his cultivation base to the 8th layer of the qi transforming period peak within a day, and also increase all of his potential to the limit. Chu Zhongtian took out a black attribute stone from the storage bag, as well as some pills that could increase his potential. Then, he started to break through to the 8th layer of the qi transforming period with all his strength. According to his understanding of the profound mysteries of the vital spirit, he was almost at the edge of breaking through. During the 10 days of traveling, nearly 100 bright heart fruit had subtly improved his constitution. It made his control of his own strength even more precise. At this moment, there was another attribute stone that could assist him in comprehending the mysteries of the attributes. Chu Zhongtian, who was silent in his cultivation, only spent less than 20 minutes. The profound mysteries of the vital spirit had broken through the bottleneck of the 8th layer of the qi transforming period, allowing his cultivation to smoothly enter the new stage. After breaking through to the 8th layer of the qi transforming period, Chu Zhongtian only used less than 1/5 of the attribute stone in his hand. Therefore, he didn't stop cultivating. He absorbed all the spiritual qi in the complete spirit-gathering formation. He increased the vital spirit within the dantian, and continued to borrow the special energy within the dantian. He continued to comprehend the profound mysteries of the vital spirit's attributes. While Chu Zhongtian was trying his best to increase his cultivation base, in the living room on the 1st floor of the Friendship Inn, scrawny elder, who was standing behind the counter, suddenly put down the account book in his hand. He told the waiter, who had already gotten some free time, "Liu, look at the shop. I have something to do. I need to go out for a while." "Okay, manager, you can go ahead. I am in the inn." Hearing that manager had something to do, the waiter secretly agreed. After a simple tidying up, scrawny elder quickly left the inn. After confirming that manager had really left, the waiter took out the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone that Chu Zhongtian paid him from his sleeve and happily said to himself, "I earned 10 9th grade low-rank spirit stones for nothing. Liu, will be able to break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the qi refining period soon. I'm not far from the body refining stage." When the waiter left the inn, a slightly illusory figure appeared in the living room. Looking at scrawny elder who had left, the illusory figure muttered to himself, "Looks like the longevity fruit is about to be born. Chu's opportunity has come." The complete version of the spiritual qi had been completely vaporized. It was an attribute stone that aided in comprehending the abstruse attributes of the vital spirit. With the combination of these 2 top treasures, Chu Zhongtian only spent less than 3 hours. His cultivation had advanced from the 8th layer of the qi transforming period to the 8th layer of the qi transforming period peak. If he continued to use the attribute stone to comprehend the mysteries of the vital spirit, and continued to absorb the complete version of the spiritual qi, Chu Zhongtian was confident that he could break through to the 9th layer of the qi transforming period within an hour. However, he wasn't in a hurry to break through. Instead, he planned to increase his potential to the limit. After settling down for a period of time, he would choose to break through to the 9th layer of the qi transforming period. The medicinal pill used to increase his potential had already been prepared. Chu Zhongtian closed his eyes and once again returned to his cultivation. Just as Chu Zhongtian used the medicinal pill to increase his potential, 50 miles away from the inn he was staying at, in the sky above a mountain range that had been dug by someone, 7 experts who could fly suddenly appeared. The 7 experts who could fly in the sky were mostly white-haired old men. One of them was a middle-aged man with a slightly younger appearance. He was emitting aura from his body. It looked very messy, as if he had suffered a serious injury. "Oldly, is the information you obtained accurate? Is there really a 1,000-year-old spirit fruit in thee or mine?" Among the 7 people, there was an old man in a gray robe who looked like an old farmer. He asked the manager of the Yu family in The Skinny Old Man. "Fellow brothers, I wasn't very sure if there was a 1,000-year-old spirit fruit here, but recently the miners in the ore mine, they were often inexplicably devoured by the essence blood, and it was as if they had encountered a wonderful thing before their death. It makes them smile with satisfaction after their death. This is very similar to the information recorded in the jade slip we obtained back then." Scrawny Elder didn't hide anything from Elder Farmer's interrogation. He told him everything that he had seen. According to Junior Brother Lee's description of the deceased, there is a high possibility that the legendary 1,000-year spirit fruit really exists in the ore mine. A man in his 50s stood on a flying beast. However, the middle-aged man who spoke weakly said. After that, he said with an excited expression, "Junior Brother Lee, if we can really find a 1,000-year-old spirit fruit that can help us break through to the longevity period, then the Qingmei town's hard work this year will be worth it. Everything is for the sake of living." Regarding the gratitude of the weak middle-aged man, Scrawny Elder, who was called Junior Disciple Lee, didn't have any change in his expression. However, his tone was filled with anticipation, a trace of unwillingness, and a trace of hatred. "All right, there are many guesses. It's useless if you don't really obtain the 1,000-year spirit fruit. Therefore, what we need to do now is to enter the inner area of the mine. We need to find the 1,000-year spirit fruit." Because of Scrawny Elder's sigh, 5 people fell into deep thought. The only one who wasn't affected was an old man with a fiery temperament. He interrupted everyone's thoughts and suggested entering the mine. "All right, all 7 of us are half-step longevity period warriors. Even if we encounter danger in the ore mine, it's enough to deal with it. I agree to enter the ore mine now." Elder Farmer, who had just talked to Scrawny Elder, nodded and agreed. Everyone's goal was to find the legendary 1,000-year spirit fruit to help them break through to the longevity period and obtain a long lifespan of 10,000 years. Now that the 1,000-year spirit fruit had a rough outline, everyone would naturally cooperate with each other. Therefore, under Scrawny Elder's lead, the 6 experts who had reached the half-step longevity period, 10 minutes after the 7 half-step longevity period experts entered the mine, another 5 experts flew over from the sky above the mine. Compared to the 7 old men just now, the 5 experts that flew over not only looked younger, but also had a more majestic aura. Moreover, their majestic aura was mixed with thick killing intent. At the same time, the 5 experts wearing the same clothes were flying in the air. Obviously, they came from the same force. According to the young master's speculation, the longevity fruit that could assist in breaking through to the longevity period. Follow me into the inner area of this or mine to search for the longevity fruit. Anyone who dares to obstruct our path will be killed without mercy. Among the 5 of them, the middle-aged man with the strongest aura and the thickest killing intent. "Kill." "Yes, sir," the other 4 experts replied at the same time. 2 hours after the 5 powerful experts entered the mine, more than 30 batches of experts, more than 100 experts who could fly in the air, arrived. These people chatted with each other for a while before entering the mine directly. At the Friendship Inn in a top-class guest room, looking at the dozen or so empty pill bottle placed in front of him, Chu Zhongtian could not help but shake his head and sigh. As his cultivation base continued to increase, pills that could aid in increasing his potential, the grade of the pills became lower and lower, and it was already somewhat unable to keep up with the speed at which one's cultivation base was rising. The medicinal pill that he had prepared in advance only allowed him to increase his own potential to the 9th level. He was still 1 level away from the true limit. Although there were still many pills in the storage bag that could increase one's potential, Chu Zhongtian did not want to continue consuming them. He planned to let himself settle down first and make use of his own efforts to make up for the missing level of potential. Otherwise, after breaking through to the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak, he would have to push his potential to the limit. He would need to consume at least 3 times the amount of pills. This was related to his current condition. Both of these pills consumed a tremendous amount of spirit stones. After putting away the dozen or so empty pill bottle, Chu Zhongtian examined the spiritual qi inside his spirit-gathering formation. After that, he was surprised to find that even though he desperately absorbed the spiritual qi to increase his cultivation base, the amount of spiritual qi he consumed did not reduce the number of spiritual qi inside the spirit-gathering formation in the slightest. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh at the power of the complete spirit-gathering formation. He also couldn't help but feel sorry for the loss of spirit stones when he had used the simplified version of the spirit-gathering formation in the past. Although he couldn't arrange the complete version of the spirit-gathering formation for the time being, with his understanding of the basic formation, it was still possible to remove the spirit-gathering formation without any damage. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't bother Elder Huang in his mind. Instead, he relied on his own understanding of the formation. He easily removed the spirit-gathering formation and put away the spirit stones that hadn't been used up yet. Elder Huang. His understanding of the basic formation allowed him to completely remove the complete spirit-gathering formation, but he was helpless against the defensive and hallucinatory 9-9 return formation. Friendship in Top Guest Room. After learning the formation, Chu Zhongtian's understanding of the basic formation had improved. It allowed him to completely rely on his own ability to remove the complete spirit-gathering formation. However, he was helpless when it came to defense and illusion. At the same time, his cultivation base broke through to the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak smoothly. In the following journey, he continued to increase his accumulation while using the bright heart fruit to improve his physique. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian called Elder Huang, who was in his mind, and reminded him that he was about to leave the inn and continue his journey to the floating cloud sect, so as to not delay the opening of the Heaven-Baron secret realm. Chu, there's no rush. I have something very important to tell you. Putting away the 9 returning to 1 formation on the ground, he signaled Chu Zhongtian to put away the blood crystal that had not completely consumed its energy. Elder Huang said in a solemn tone. Elder Huang, please speak. Every time Elder Huang's tone became solemn, it meant that something big had happened. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly put away his thoughts of leaving and sat down on the chair to listen carefully to Elder Huang's narration. Chu, as one of the 9 overlords, an official disciple of the floating cloud sect, you, who possesses the monster-level heavenly talent, want to break through to the divine soul stage and longevity period. How long will it take for each of you to break through? Elder Huang didn't immediately explain the reason why he was staying, and instead, he shifted the topic to cultivation. Regarding this, not only did Chu Zhongtian not find it strange, his heart was filled with endless anticipation. This was because according to past experiences, every time Elder Huang used this method to change the topic, it indicated that there would be unimaginable opportunities in the future. This time, the topic of changing was about breaking through to the stage and his cultivation base. It was highly possible that this unexpected opportunity could help him break through to the stage in a short period of time. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. According to his own condition, he said in a very humble manner, it has the attribute stone of the supplementary vital spirit, as well as the complete version of the spirit-gathering formation. I have the confidence to raise my cultivation base to the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period peak within a month. Furthermore, I have the enlightenment left behind by 2 top essence gathering stage warriors. Within 3 months, I have the confidence to break through to the essence gathering stage. After saying that, Chu Zhongtian stood up and continued. According to my teacher, the desolate Qi in Heaven-Baron's secret realm, if it can allow an essence gathering stage warrior to be reborn, then within a year, I have the confidence to raise my cultivation base to the peak essence gathering stage. But, for a divine soul stage warrior? At this point, Chu Zhongtian shook his head and said without any confidence, Elder Huang, I have never truly understood the stage of a divine soul stage. I don't know what this stage requires me to cultivate, so I can't predict how long it will take me. Only then can I smoothly break through to the divine soul stage. As for the longevity period, when mentioning the longevity period, Chu Zhongtian didn't say anything. He just chuckled a few times. Chu, if I am confident that I can help you break through to the divine soul stage within 2 years, I wonder what you can do for me by breaking through to the longevity period within 5 years. Chu Zhongtian's lack of confidence in breaking through to the divine soul stage and longevity period didn't disappoint Elder Huang. He asked with the same indifferent tone. Elder Huang, tell me the truth. I don't know what I can do for you. He heard Elder Huang say that he had a way to break through to the divine soul stage within 2 years. Breaking through to the longevity period within 5 years. Chu Zhongtian's heart was filled with anticipation. However, he was sure that he wouldn't give any assurance to Elder Huang's request. The reason why he didn't give any guarantee was because after this period of contact, Chu Zhongtian had discovered that Elder Huang's origin was very mysterious. The era that he had experienced might have been a very long time ago. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to interfere too much in the matters of that era. Chu, agree to one of my requests. I will help you fulfill your wish to break through to the divine soul stage in 2 years and break through to the longevity period in 5 years. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't give him the guarantee he expected, Elder Huang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he knew very well in his heart that although Chu Zhongtian was sometimes very cunning, he was a person who knew when to stop and when to keep his word. Therefore, Elder Huang could only use goading to achieve his goal. Unfortunately, goading was useless to Chu Zhongtian. Elder Huang, when you were planning to teach me the knowledge of formation, I told you clearly that I, Chu Zhongtian, am not a person who casually swore an oath in order to achieve my goal. What I can promise you is that I will do my best to help you do what I can, but it is something beyond my ability. Elder Huang, I'm sorry. It is something beyond my ability. Please forgive me for not being able to do anything. Chu Zhongtian still did not agree to Elder Huang's request. Instead, he followed his own heart and gave his promise as much as he could. Within 2 years, he would break through to the divine soul stage, and within 5 years, he would be able to break through to the divine soul stage. The temptation of breaking through to the longevity period was indeed very attractive. But to Chu Zhongtian, this temptation was not enough to make him make an oath that went against his conscience. Furthermore, even without Elder Huang's help, Chu Zhongtian was confident that he could break through to the longevity period within 5 years with his own efforts. This was because his wish was to reach the stage that could tear apart the void and travel the universe within 30 years, so that he could return to Earth and visit his parents. You brat! Elder Huang could only shake his head and smile bitterly when he saw that Chu Zhongtian would rather not have the opportunity to break through to the longevity period in 5 years. However, not only was Elder Huang not disappointed that Chu Zhongtian followed his principles, but he also valued him more. This was because only by sticking to the principles of the bottom line and following his own heart could he have a chance to break through to the final stage. Perhaps his final wish could be realized by Chu Zhongtian. Chu, do you still remember the owner of this inn? After shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Elder Huang put away the complicated thoughts in his heart. He no longer forced Chu Zhongtian to agree to his request and returned to the main topic. Of course I remember. Elder Huang, you said that he is a half-step longevity period warrior. Chu Zhongtian had a very deep impression of the owner of the inn. Chu, a half-step longevity period warrior, opened an inn in a remote town. Don't you find it strange? Elder Huang continued to use his method to guide Chu Zhongtian to discover the secret behind the whole thing. Of course it's strange. When Elder Huang reminded him that Scrawny Elder was still a half-step longevity period warrior, Chu Zhongtian suspected that Scrawny Elder must have some unspeakable secret in Qingmei Town. However, he was only a Qi transforming period warrior, so he did not have the ability to participate in the secret of a half-step longevity period warrior. That was why he gave up the idea of finding out. Chu, actually, when you were raising your cultivation base, I had been using the power of the divine soul to keep an eye on that old man. Furthermore, found some of his movements. At the same time, after the conversations of the guests at the inn, I finally guessed the old man's goal, and the secret hidden in Qingmei Town. Elder Huang, what secret is it? Chu Zhongtian had already guessed it when he heard that Elder Huang knew about this secret. Perhaps there was a key that could help him break through to the divine soul stage and longevity period in a short period of time, so he quickly asked. Facing Chu Zhongtian's question, Elder Huang said with an excited tone, my guess is that in your vein 50 miles away from Qingmei Town, the longevity fruit that can help a divine soul stage warrior break through is very likely to be born soon. Longevity fruit. Recalling the book Zhao Enjuan gave him about the secrets of the continent, Chu Zhongtian quickly found the records regarding the longevity fruit. The longevity fruit's attribute was Yin, and it grew in dark and damp caves. It could help divine soul period stage warriors break through to the longevity period. The grade of the longevity fruit was uncertain. According to the color of the spirit fruit, the grade would go from low to high. The grade of the red longevity fruit was upper rank 7th grade, and it could increase the chances of breaking through to the first level of the longevity period. The orange longevity fruit was low rank 6th grade, and it could increase the chances of breaking through to the second level of the longevity period. The yellow longevity fruit was intermediate 6th grade. It could increase the chance of breaking through to the longevity period 3rd layer. The green longevity fruit was a high-grade 6th grade, and it could increase the chances of breaking through to the longevity period 4th layer. The green longevity fruit was a low-grade level 5, and it could increase the chances of breaking through to the 5th level longevity period. The blue longevity fruit was an intermediate level 5, and it could increase the chances of breaking through to the 6th level of the longevity period. The purple longevity fruit was an upper level 5, and it could increase the chances of breaking through to the 7th level longevity period. At the same time, every time the longevity fruit appeared, according to the color and color of the longevity fruit, the number of spirit fruit that appeared would also be different. Out of the 7 types of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple longevity fruit, the lowest grade was the red longevity fruit. There were 64 of them. The highest grade was the purple longevity fruit, and the number was the lowest. There was only one. Chu Zhongtian's thoughts withdrew from the secrets of the longevity fruit. He asked with some doubt, Elder Huang, every time the longevity fruit appears in the Eternal Continent's southern domain, however, we have been in the Qingmei town for almost half a day. Apart from the shopkeeper of this inn, who is also a peak half-step longevity period peak expert, this doesn't seem to be related to the birth of the longevity fruit. The chance to break through to the longevity period was a treasure that every peak of the divine soul period expert, as well as every peak half-step longevity period peak expert longed for. After all, breaking through to the longevity period represented the continuation of one's life. Therefore, every time the longevity fruit appeared, it would draw the foul wind bloody rain of the southern domain. Every time the longevity fruit appeared, it represented the reshuffling of some forces in the southern domain. I'm also very curious about this. In the era where my physical body was still intact, every time the longevity fruit was born, it represents a large-scale rebellion. Elder Huang also felt that something was wrong with Chu Zhongtian's question. From the beginning, he judged that the birth of the longevity fruit was due to the casual chat of the customers, as well as scrawny elder's strange actions. Then, combined with his experience before his body was injured, he did not consider the commotion caused by the birth of the longevity fruit. At this moment, under Chu Zhongtian's reminder, he gradually began to doubt whether his speculation just now had been wrong. Elder Huang, with the power of the divine soul that you can use now, what kind of stage can you deal with? Elder Huang's hesitant tone let Chu Zhongtian know that his speculation was too arbitrary at the beginning. The treasure that might appear in the ore vein might not be the longevity fruit. However, this treasure that was about to be born might have some connection with the longevity fruit. Or perhaps, it was a spirit fruit with 10 different classifications. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian, who originally did not want to interfere, felt a trace of uncertainty in his heart. However, before deciding whether he should interfere or not, Chu Zhongtian had to determine the strongest method Elder Huang could use to determine whether he should intervene or not, as well as the extent of his interference. Using the power of the divine soul that I can use can allow me to unleash the strength of a peak of the divine soul period. Exhausting a level of the power of the divine soul can allow me to unleash the strength of a half-step longevity period. If I overdraw the strength of a 3rd layer power of the divine soul, I can barely unleash the strength of a longevity period. Elder Huang made some calculations and gave out the true strength he could unleash. In a situation where he didn't need to overdraw a power of the divine soul, he could use the strength of a peak of the divine soul period warrior. The combat strength that Elder Huang gave Chu Zhongtian made Chu Zhongtian decide to take the risk of getting involved in the ore mine and fight for the treasure. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian said, Elder Huang. Let's go. He pushed open the door and left the guest room. He followed the stairs to the living room on the first floor. At this time, there was no one in the living room. The waiter was sleeping on the wall in the corner of the living room. Originally, Chu Zhongtian, who was a little unhappy because of the waiter's lie, wanted to teach him a lesson and let him know that some people could not be deceived. However, when he saw the waiter's hard work and remembered how hard it was for him to be a programmer, the unhappiness in his heart disappeared completely. Chu Zhongtian took out an 8th grade low-rank spirit stone from the storage bag and used the vital spirit to give it to the waiter. After that, he walked out of the Friendship Inn. The reason he gave the waiter an 8th grade low-rank spirit stone was because he noticed that the spiritual qi in the waiter's body was slightly unstable. It was obvious that his cultivation level had reached a breakthrough. He conveniently helped him because he recalled the embarrassing situation when he first discovered the duplication and adhesion program. He kindly helped him out once. The Orvane was only about 50 miles away from Qingmei town. Chu Zhongtian, who was close to using the profound grade low-rank movement technique, arrived at the edge of the Orvane in less than 10 minutes. After getting close to the edge of the Orvane, Chu Zhongtian first circled the entire Orvane before slowing down. When he finally entered the range of the Orvane, he had already returned to his normal speed. Stop right there. This place is still the forbidden zone of Qingmei town. No idle ginseng people are allowed to approach it. Just as Chu Zhongtian arrived at the entrance of the mine, a 7th layer peak of the body refining period warrior shouted with a stern expression. Sir, I have a relative who works in the ore mine. I am here to see him. Chu Zhongtian, whose cultivation base was suppressed to the 10th layer great perfection of the qi refining period, pretended to be afraid. Originally, with his cultivation base and speed, he could have barged into the ore mine by force. However, the casual chat of the guests in the inn had let Chu Zhongtian know that something unusual was happening inside the ore vein. He wanted to know more about the situation before entering the mine. The people who were familiar with and understood the vein were the miners who usually mined. That was why he wanted to enter the vein through proper means. Kid, didn't you ask about the rules of the mine before you came here? As a mine that produces spirit stones, no one is allowed to enter. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed without mercy. Unless the 7th layer peak of the body refining period guards threatened him fiercely. Then, their tone changed, and their thumbs and middle fingers rubbed back and forth. A look of understanding appeared on his face. Before transmigrating, Chu Zhongtian had dealt with different departments, different levels of people, and had dealt with them countless times. How could he not understand the purpose of the guards rubbing their hands just now? They were asking him for the toll. Therefore, he pretended to take out 30 gold coins from the storage bag and handed them over with a charming smile on his face. Get lost. The guard's face changed when he saw the gold coins Chu Zhongtian handed over to him were for ordinary people. At the same time, he stretched out his leg and intended to kick Chu Zhongtian away. Master, please show mercy. When the guard's thigh was less than 20 centimeters away from Chu Zhongtian, he gritted his teeth and took out an 8th grade low-rank spirit stone from his bosom. He begged with a crying voice. Master, my mother's brother has been in the mine for more than half a year. He has not returned home. My parents are worried that he has encountered an accident. That's why I came to visit him. This is the only spirit stone I've accumulated from hunting exotic beasts for more than a year. I hope you can let me in. Brat, why didn't you take it out earlier? Seeing the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone in Chu Zhongtian's hand, the guard snatched it and said with a smile. After that, he made way for Chu Zhongtian and said, All right, you can go in. He did not question his name and origin, nor did he ask who he was looking for. He let him in now. Chu Zhongtian felt the guards of the ermine. It wasn't as tight as he had imagined. There was a high possibility that the management of the ermine was going to be. It wasn't as strict as he had imagined. If he knew that the management of the ermine was so lax, he wouldn't have needed to pretend to be a grandson to curry favor with the guards just now. He would have let this monster-level genius disciple of Floating Cloud sect, young patriarch of the Chu family, suffer such humiliation. However, since he had successfully entered the mine by pretending to be a grandson. Regarding the guards who had humiliated him just now, Chu Zhongtian temporarily suppressed the rising killing intent in his heart. He planned to wait until the matter of the ermine was over, and if he was able to meet him by chance, he would definitely take something from him. Chu Zhongtian followed the path that the guards had cleared and entered the mine. After passing through a tunnel that was about 600 meters long, Chu Zhongtian saw the potholes of the mine that had been dug out in front of him. Outside the holes that had been dug out, there were people coming in and out from time to time. "Young man, are you a new miner? Or are you looking for your family?" He saw Chu Zhongtian, who was standing by the mines and looking around. He looked like an old man in his 80s. He asked enthusiastically, "Grandpa, I am here to find my family." The longer he lived, the more he knew the warm-hearted old man in front of him. It was perfect for him to find out about the situation of the mineral vein. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian quickly changed his attitude. He replied respectfully, "Oh, I'm here to find my family." The longer he lived, the wider his horizons became. The old man looked at Chu Zhongtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. Although Chu Zhongtian used his control to suppress his own cultivation, he forgot to change the decoration on his body. With his silk blue robe that was worth more than 1,000 gold coins, the old man could tell that he was not an ordinary person with just a glance. Therefore, the old man didn't believe that he was here to find his family. He was afraid that he was here for the secret of the mine, just like those divine immortal experts he had seen not long ago. According to the old man's cautious personality, he would never talk too much to outsiders. However, Chu Zhongtian's young and inexperienced appearance made him look like his grandson. After thinking for a while, he decided to persuade Chu Zhongtian. "Young man, leave now. The ermine is too dangerous. A child of your age shouldn't have gone inside." Seeing that the old man had already guessed his purpose, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to continue lying. He first looked around and found that no one had noticed this place. Chu Zhongtian took out 2 bright heart fruits from his bag of holding and ate one himself. He handed one to the old man. "Grandpa, this is a kind of fruit with a good taste. Have a taste." Although the bright heart fruit was a low-rank 9th-grade spirit fruit, its function was only to improve a martial artist's physique. The energy contained within the spirit fruit was very gentle. Whether it was a martial artist with a high cultivation or an ordinary person, they could directly consume it. Looking at the fruit handed by Chu Zhongtian, the old man was slightly stunned at first. But when he saw Chu Zhongtian eat one first, he immediately smiled and took it over, slowly savoring it bit by bit. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry. "Not bad. The taste of the fruit is very good." As a low-rank 9th-grade bright heart fruit, its size was similar to the yellow apricot from before he transmigrated. The old man ate the entire bright heart fruit in 3 or 4 bites. It was refreshing and delicious. He couldn't help but praise it from the bottom of his heart. Immediately following that, a wave of energy that could improve his constitution began to nourish his body. It made his originally aged face seem a few years younger. "Young man, this is too wasteful." Although he was only a miner digging a mountain to retrieve rocks, the old man was not an ordinary person. He was a 3rd layer of the Qi refining period warrior, and he had a deep impression of the effects of the fruit. At the same time, he secretly blamed himself. If he had known that the fruit he ate just now could improve a warrior's physique, he would have stayed. When it was time for a break, he would have gone home and given it to his talented grandson. "Grandpa, I don't think it's a waste. I only want to know if I'm willing or not." Chu Zhongtian could guess some of the old man's thoughts, so he smiled and advised him. "Young man, after getting such a great benefit from you, I have nothing else to repay you. I can only tell you what I know." The old man knew Chu Zhongtian's purpose of gifting a spirit fruit that could improve one's physique. Therefore, he didn't try to persuade Chu Zhongtian to leave. Instead, he told Chu Zhongtian everything he knew. After listening to the old man's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian and Elder Huang in his mind had solemn expressions on their faces. According to the old man, this spirit stone mine in front of him didn't only produce level 10 and 9th-grade low-rank spirit stones. It also contained a lot of 8th-grade low-rank spirit stone and even level 7 spirit stones. Of course, the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone and 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone hadn't appeared for long. From the time they discovered the first 8th grade low-rank spirit stone until now, it had only been 10 days. It was also because of the short period of time that the royal family of the Liang country, who truly controlled the vein, didn't know that a higher grade spirit stone had appeared in the vein. In the mine, sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chu Zhongtian listened to the old man with a solemn expression and explained the strange events that happened in the ore mine in detail. The miners had disappeared for no reason. They had disappeared after discovering the first 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. The missing miner was the first one to discover the _____, and he was the one who had personally mined level 8 spirit stones. In the following period of time, all the miners who had gone missing for no reason, they were all either found or mined by 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone miners. This led to the remaining miners, even after discovering level 8 and level 7 spirit stones. They pretended not to see them, afraid that they would suffer the same fate. But even so, it didn't work. As long as they saw the level 8 and level 7 spirit stones miners at first glance, they would also disappear for no reason, and the next day, they would find the bodies of the missing people at the mine entrance. "Young man, you have to know, we found the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone head in the mine. And after the 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone, the manager responsible for excavating the mine. He personally arranged more than 30 body refining stage warriors, and a few of them were 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period warriors who entered the mine. As a result, they went missing for no reason. Similarly, they found their corpses at the entrance of the mine the next day. When he recalled the hundreds of corpses he had seen in the past 10 days, even though he had seen through the old man's life and death, a trace of fear still emerged on his face. To be able to make people disappear for no reason and absorb all the essence blood in a martial artist's body. Moreover, it was able to make a person reveal a satisfied smile before death, as well as all kinds of methods. Chu Zhongtian could not help but suspect that there was a special creature he had seen before, the Blood Devil. Chu Zhongtian, who had experienced the Blood Demon's secret realm's refinement, had seen the means of the Blood Devil more than once. He had seen the speed at which the Blood Devil absorbed blood, and the ability to create illusions. The only difference was that the Blood Devil had a violent temperament. After absorbing the blood in a martial artist's body, it was used to tearing a martial artist's corpse apart, leaving no intact corpse behind. Moreover, according to the records left behind by a senior of the Floating Cloud sect, a creature like the Blood Devil could only be born in a special environment like the Blood Demon's secret realm. It was impossible for the Blood Devil to appear in the spirit stone mine in front of them. However, Chu Zhongtian's guess about the Blood Devil only flashed across his mind once. After that, he kept the mind and continued listening to the old man tell him the secrets he knew. The subordinates who were mining level 8 and level 7 spirit stones had the same accident as the other miners. After the supervisor in charge of mining realized that there might be a change in the ore vein, he immediately used various methods to invite more than 20 half-step chi transforming period over. Alright. At the same time, they used a special channel to report the strange events that happened in the ore vein to the Liang royal family. Currently, more than 20 experts had been in the ore vein for nearly a day, and no one had come out yet. This made people wonder if there were also accidents that happened to the 20-plus experts who had entered the ore vein. When the old man finished telling everything he knew, Chu Zhongtian's expression became serious. Because through the old man's explanation, he found that he still didn't know much about the situation in the mine. "Young man, after 30 years of continuous mining, there are now countless passageways of different sizes in the ore vein. If it wasn't for the fact that the miners who are familiar with the situation inside the vein are easily lost after entering it." Speaking up to this point, the old man took out a slightly shabby map from his pocket and handed it to Chu Zhongtian. "Ever since this vein was discovered, I have started mining. It has been 30 years since then. My old partner who was mining with me back then either left or died. Now, the children in my family have all grown great completion. Also, an accident has happened in the mine recently, so I have decided to leave the mine. I will return home and enjoy the Lunar New Year." When it came to enjoying the new year, a kind smile appeared on the old man's face. "Young man, this map is the route map that I recorded when I started mining. You take it. Maybe it can help you." He reached out to take the map that the old man handed over and looked at the densely packed map. "Use it." Chu Zhongtian felt a warmth in his heart when he saw the lines drawn by a type of black powder. At the same time, he looked at the white-haired old man and thought for a long time. Finally, he made a decision. "Grandpa, although I don't know what happened in the depths of the mine, I'm afraid that there will be a drastic change in the mine through all the signs. Since you already have the intention to leave, you might as well leave this place now." After listening to the old man's narration, although Chu Zhongtian wasn't sure what was happening inside the vein, however, as more and more people died, the grade of the spirit stones became higher and higher. Chu Zhongtian had a premonition that a tremendous change was about to happen in the mountain range. That was why he urged the kind-hearted old man to leave immediately. "Young man, you are right. My eyelids have been twitching lately. Looks like I'll go pack my things now and then leave here." Chu Zhongtian's reminder made the experienced elder feel that something was wrong. He originally wanted to continue working for a few days, but he decided to leave immediately. "Grandpa, wait a moment." Although he was almost 80 years old, the old man was still energetic. After he decided to leave immediately, he immediately turned around to pack his things. Chu Zhongtian, who wanted to repay him, quickly stopped him. First, he observed his surroundings. After discovering that there was no one around, Chu Zhongtian was a little worried. He let Elder Huang use the divine senses power to look around, then took out a storage bag from the storage ring's finger. When he had gifted his clan his harvest of more than half a year, Chu Zhongtian considered that he still needed the storage bag to cover up the storage ring finger at this stage. At the same time, when he went out to temper himself, if he met someone who had a good relationship with him, friends with poor conditions also had suitable gifts for him. That was why he had specially left behind a dozen or so storage bag of different sizes. The storage bag that he had just taken out had an area of about 30 cubic meters. Then, he took out 30 fruits from the storage bag that was specifically used to store bright heart fruit and placed them into the storage bag that he had just taken out. "Grandpa, thank you for your help just now, as well as the map that you gave me. This is a storage bag. Within the storage bag are 30 fruits that you just ate. Consider this as a token of my appreciation to you." Chu Zhongtian stuffed the storage bag into the old man's arms, then turned around and prepared to leave. "Young man, wait a moment." Looking at the storage bag that was forcefully stuffed into his arms, he raised his head to look at Chu Zhongtian, who was about to leave. The old man gritted his teeth and finally called out to Chu Zhongtian. "Grandpa, is there something else?" Turning his head, Chu Zhongtian asked. "In the mine." He stuffed Chu Zhongtian into the storage bag and covered it up with his undergarments. The old man explained that the reason why he accepted the storage bag was not because he was greedy. "Young man, we just met not long ago. Logically speaking, I can't accept a top spatial treasure like the storage bag. But my grandson is already 17 years old, and his cultivation base has already entered the Qi refining level 7. I need a treasure like the storage bag when I go out to refine, so I shamelessly accepted it." After that, he walked closer to Chu Zhongtian and said carefully, "Young man, I'm telling you a secret. Just 5 hours ago, there were many experts who could fly in the air and enter the mine. I secretly counted them. There were more than 200 people." After telling Chu Zhongtian this secret, the old man turned around and left. Looking at the background of the old man's departure, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, there was a famous saying that was very well said. That famous saying was, "True heart is exchanged for true heart." He was grateful to the old man for selflessly giving him the route map, the storage bag, and the spirit fruit. And he was grateful to the storage bag and spirit fruit that he had given him. He had taken the risk of telling him secrets related to the strong. This was exactly what he had said when he was sincere in exchange for sincerity. "Kid, that old man just now was just a small third layer of the Qi refining period figure. You gave him the storage bag and bright heart fruit, not to help him. Actually, it was to harm him." When Chu Zhongtian turned around and was about to enter the mine, Elder Huang scolded him in his mind. Elder Huang, your family must be very powerful, and your talent must be very outstanding when you become an adult. Am I right? Facing Elder Huang's reproach, Chu Zhongtian did not get angry, nor did he immediately refute. Instead, he used his usual method of changing topics to explain why he had given out the storage bag. That's right. My family was still a third-grade family. When I became an adult and accepted the talent test, it was a high-grade third-grade cultivation talent. Chu Zhongtian's method of changing the topic prevented Elder Huang from pursuing his good intentions for the time being. He might have done something wrong. Elder Huang, a powerful background and outstanding talent. You have never lived at the bottom of society, and you don't understand the people who live at the bottom of society. The means you have mastered in order to survive. Turning his head to look at the steady pace of the old man, who didn't seem to be surprised at all after obtaining the treasure, Chu Zhongtian continued. As an old man who has lived in the mine for more than 30 years, his ability to hide treasures, I'm afraid it has exceeded your imagination. Although I don't know if his ability to hide treasures or whether he can hide from you, who possesses the power of the divine soul, however, anyone below the divine soul stage will never be able to discover the existence of the storage bag. When Chu Zhongtian turned his head to look at the old man, Elder Huang also subconsciously looked at him. After observing him, he was surprised to find out that if it wasn't because he knew that the old man had obtained the storage bag in advance, with his current emotions and reaction, it was impossible for him to suspect that there was a treasure on the old man's body. At this moment, he had no choice but to choose what to say to Chu Zhongtian. Seeing Elder Huang, who was no longer speaking, Chu Zhongtian knew that what he said just now had convinced him. Therefore, he took out the route map that the old man had just given him, selected a passage and entered the mine. Perhaps it was because the mine had many tunnels dug out, or perhaps it was because of the special structure of the mine. After entering the vein, Chu Zhongtian found the light inside the vein. It was not as dark as he had imagined, and the air was quite fresh. According to the route map that the old man had given him, Chu Zhongtian chose another path and continued to enter the vein. A tunnel. 2 tunnels. 3 passageways. After passing through the passageways dug out by 9 people in a row, Chu Zhongtian could not help but sigh at the kindness he had done before entering the mine. After crossing over, apart from having a program that could copy and paste everything, Chu Zhongtian's memory had been enhanced by a lot, and had basically reached the level of photographic memory. In front of thousands or tens of thousands of tunnels that had been dug, the photographic memory had also started to become muddle-headed. If it wasn't for the route map that the old man had given him, he would probably have lost his way by now. Chu, you must not lose the map in your hand. If something unexpected happens to your vein, this is a way to escape. The complex and ever-changing or vein tunnel not only caused Chu Zhongtian's photographic memory to lose its effect. Even Elder Huang, who possessed the power of the divine soul, used the power of the divine sense to record the route. He began to slowly consume the energy. At this moment, he could not help but sigh at Chu Zhongtian's foresight. Elder Huang, don't worry. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian looked at the map in his hand again. After choosing a path that could be entered, he put the map into his storage ring finger. Half an hour later, after passing through a dozen or so winding paths, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to stop and catch his breath. Traveling normally was not tiring. What was tiring was the messy passageway, and what was tiring was the oppressive atmosphere inside the vein. After taking a few breaths and waiting for the mind to relax a little, Chu Zhongtian took out the route map and planned to continue deeper into the vein. However, as he examined the map, a miserable scream caught his attention. He looked up and soon found the tunnel, which was filled with miserable screams. Although this tunnel did not lead directly to the depths of the vein, Chu Zhongtian, who was holding the map, did not worry at all as he dashed into it. At the same time, just as Chu Zhongtian entered the tunnel that was emitting shrill screams, Elder Huang in his mind also hurriedly moved the power of the divine soul to prevent any accidents from happening to Chu Zhongtian. The tunnel inside the vein was different in length. The short tunnel was only a dozen meters long, and the long tunnel was more than a kilometer long. The tunnel where the screams came from was the tunnel that was more than 1,000 meters long. Since Chu Zhongtian didn't know what had happened inside the tunnel, he didn't dare take too much risk and barge in. Therefore, he only used the beginner movement technique. Even so, it only took him less than 2 seconds to enter the tunnel that was over 1,000 meters long. However, when he passed through the 1,000-meter tunnel and arrived at the place where the miserable screams came from, he found that only a corpse with no wounds was left in the south. Chu, be careful. Seeing the corpse without any injuries in front of him, Chu Zhongtian wanted to go forward and check it out. At this moment, Elder Huang in his mind warned him in a serious tone. Got it. Chu Zhongtian responded and took out the natal spirit blade. He placed the vital spirit into the defensive spirit tool and cautiously approached the corpse lying on the ground. Half of his energy was used to guard the surroundings to prevent any danger. The other half was used to observe the corpse lying on the ground. The dead martial artist was wearing a gray tight suit. There was a ferocious spider at the corner of the top of the tight suit. One look and one could tell that this person came from a certain force. The dead man was holding a semi-spirit tool-grade treasure sword in his right hand, and a 6th-grade middle-rank spirit stone sword in his left hand. Judging from the weapon he used and the remaining aura on his body, this man was a half-step chi transforming period warrior. In the mines, as the head of the deceased was turned towards the depths of the mineral vein, Chu Zhongtian did not observe the facial expression of the deceased at first. But when he reached out and turned the head of the deceased over, he was so shocked that he took a step back. Because the deceased had a very satisfied smile on his face at this moment. It was exactly the same as the miners who had recently died in the mine. However, he had clearly rushed over because he heard the miserable screams. So why would the deceased have a satisfied smile on his face? However, the deceased lying on the ground was slightly different from the miners who had recently died in the mines. That was, the blood in the deceased's body still existed. The blood in the dead person's body still existed. When Chu Zhongtian thought of this problem, he suddenly felt that something was not right. Since the blood in the victim's body still existed, then the murderer who killed the victim did not have the time to absorb the blood from the corpse, which meant that the murderer might very well be hiding in the surroundings. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian immediately stood up and stirred the vital spirit in his dantian. He looked around vigilantly. The place where the corpse was found was a place with a large amount of spirit stones stored. Therefore, the miners dug out a space with a diameter of about 30 meters. Chu Zhongtian, who was on high alert, he looked back and forth a few times, but he did not find any clues. Chu, relax. That monster has left. Just as Chu Zhongtian continued to observe unwillingly, Elder Huang reminded him in his mind. Elder Huang, could it be that you have already found out about that monster's aura? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise. Monsters were not scary. What was truly scary was the unknown. If Elder Huang had already found out about the aura of the monster, then when the next time the monster appeared, Elder Huang's power of the divine soul would be discovered in advance. This would be beneficial for him to defend himself or to prepare for a counterattack. Elder Huang nodded and admitted that he had found the aura of the monster. However, he fell into silence after that, which confused Chu Zhongtian. According to Elder Huang's personality, since he had found the aura, he should briefly explain the basic situation of the monster so that he could be prepared. Elder Huang, what's wrong? If there were any questions, ask them. This was Chu Zhongtian's advantage. Furthermore, with his relationship with Elder Huang, he wasn't afraid that Elder Huang would get angry if he interrogated him directly. Chu Tian, first of all, I have to apologize to you, because the treasure that is about to be born in this mine isn't the legendary longevity fruit. Facing Chu Zhongtian's questioning, the silent Elder Huang finally spoke. But the first thing he said was to apologize to Chu Zhongtian. Elder Huang, in fact, before we entered the mine, we didn't suspect the treasure in the mine. It might not be a longevity fruit, so you don't have to apologize to me. It was rare for Elder Huang to take the initiative to apologize. Chu Zhongtian should be happy about it. However, Chu Zhongtian felt that there was something wrong with his apology tone. Chu, next I have to apologize to you, Because of my wrong judgment, you are in danger. Sure enough, Elder Huang's second apology had left an impression on Chu Zhongtian. However, it wasn't the first or second time that he had been in danger ever since he started cultivating, so he didn't take it to heart. Elder Huang, no matter if it's the cavern left behind by the peerless experts of Purgatory City, the changes that happened during the refinement in Blood Demon's secret realm, or the fact that I was being hunted by monsters in the secret vault of Azura, I have experienced a lot of dangers. You don't have to do this. Ignoring Chu Zhongtian's understanding, Elder Huang took a deep breath and apologized. Chu, I am sorry for the last time, because we are going to fight with our lives on the line. Fight with our lives on the line. Cultivation and experience were the same. They were both fighting with their lives on the line. Chu Zhongtian wasn't afraid of fighting with his life on the line. However, being able to make Elder Huang, an expert of the stage, say the word fight with all his might, meant that the danger in the Orvane had exceeded the control of Elder Huang, an expert of the stage. This made Chu Zhongtian feel a little nervous. At the same time, he was eager to know what Elder Huang had found in the Orvane that made him so nervous. Elder Huang, even if you die, you will understand. Can you tell me more about it in detail? Even if Chu Zhongtian didn't take the initiative to interrogate him, Elder Huang would tell Chu Zhongtian what he knew. So he began to explain the origin of the treasure in the Orvane. Chu, the treasure that appeared in the Orvane this time is called the Millennium Fruit. It blooms once every 1,000 years, and bears fruit every 1,000 years. It ripens every 1,000 years. In terms of value, not only is the Millennium Fruit not inferior to the Longevity Fruit, it is even slightly stronger than the purple Longevity Fruit when it comes to breaking through to the stage. Oh, no wonder the owner of the Yu family opened an inn in the Qingmei town. It seems like his target is most likely the Millennium Fruit in the Orvane. The effect of assisting in breaking through to the stage was stronger than the strongest purple Longevity Fruit in the Longevity Fruit. This made Chu Zhongtian finally understand why a half-step longevity period scrawny elder would appear in the Qingmei town. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was able to think of manager in the inn, Elder Huang sighed in admiration. At the same time, he continued to explain the details of the Millennium Fruit. Chu, the spiritual tree that can produce Millennium Fruit, is called the Blood Divine Tree. It is a kind of magic tree that grows by devouring the essence blood of a martial artist and spiritual force. Its quality is not as good as the 10 great spirit trees, but among the thousands of trees, ranked 68th. Blood Divine Tree. Devour a martial artist's essence blood and spiritual force. Elder Huang, if that's the case, then this Blood Divine Tree isn't too different from the Soul Devouring Tree. Elder Huang's following explanation made Chu Zhongtian involuntarily think of the Soul Devouring Tree root found in the Yan country royal family's secret storage. According to Elder Huang's description at that time, the Soul Devouring Tree relies on the spirit, qi and energy of the warriors to make a living, so it was not much different from the Blood Divine Tree in the vein. No, the Soul Devouring Tree is ranked 7th among the thousands of spirit trees because it eats the spirit, qi and energy of warriors. It relies on its own strength and means. As for the Blood Divine Tree devouring the blood and mind power of a martial artist, it relies on its accompanying strange beast. Blood Divine Beast. Seeing Chu Zhongtian comparing the Soul Devouring Tree to the Blood Divine Tree, Elder Huang knew that his explanation wasn't detailed enough. Therefore, according to the ranking of the two types of spirit trees, as well as their hunting abilities and methods, he made a more detailed introduction. Blood Divine Beast. Chu Zhongtian subconsciously muttered. According to the secret book of the continent that Jiawenjuan had gifted him, accompanying exotic beasts were the world's top spirit herbs, spirit trees, and spirit flowers. Before they matured, they were specially used to protect their growth and advancement. Companion exotic beasts were somewhat different from ordinary exotic beasts. Ordinary exotic beasts strengthened their strength through devouring spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and increased their grade through the evolution of their bloodline. As for companion beasts, they grew together according to the spirit object they protected. The two complemented each other. The unique spirit object of the world was a symbiotic beast that grew according to the spirit object it protected. The two of them complemented each other. Companion beasts usually protected the spirit object's growth. Every time the spirit object increased a grade, its companion beast would automatically increase a grade. If the spirit object it protected was destroyed, then the companion beasts would similarly be scared out of their wits. Chew, that's right. The accompanying exotic beast of the Blood Divine tree is a Blood Divine beast that can devour a martial artist's blood and mental strength. Elder Huang, I wonder how high the grade of the accompanying exotic beast's Blood Divine beast is? How strong is it? The spirit object that could produce a companion beast was an extremely rare spirit object in this world. The grades of these spirit objects varied from high to low. The higher the grade, the higher the grade. It was possible for them to reach first grade. A low-grade spirit object could only be at the level 10. Hence, if one wanted to deal with a Blood Divine tree's companion beast Blood Divine beast, one had to be at least at the level 10. One had to know the true grade and strength of the Blood Divine beast. Judging from the aura just now, the Blood Divine beast that appeared in the vein, the grade has reached low rank 6th grade. He carefully recalled the aura that he had found using the power of the Divine Soul. Elder Huang gave him the grade of the Blood Divine beast. Low rank 6th grade. According to the comparison between the grade of a strange beast and the grade of a martial artist. A low rank 6th grade beast, its strength is equivalent to a peerless Divine Soul stage beginner warrior. Elder Huang's judgment of the grade of the Blood Divine beast made Chu Zhongtian consciously start to compare it. The result of comparison made his originally nervous mood gradually relax. This was because in his mind, Elder Huang's strength had already reached the Divine Soul stage peak without overdrawing his power of the Divine Soul. Dealing with a Divine Soul stage beginner Blood Divine beast was a piece of cake. A piece of cake. Chu. It's not as simple as you think. After seeing how Chu Zhongtian was gradually relaxing after comparing his strength, Elder Huang couldn't help but remind him. Blood Divine beast is different from ordinary exotic beasts. Its shape is similar to monkey-type exotic beasts. However, it doesn't have the defensive power of monkey-type exotic beasts, but it has the offensive power to ignore all defenses. It can enter your body and attack your internal organs directly. At the same time, it can also create an illusion that will make you unable to extricate yourself from it. Elder Huang's explanation of the Blood Divine beast's ability caused Chu Zhongtian's relaxed state of mind to become nervous again. Elder Huang, did you just say that you can ignore defense? Is it a defense without any sense of sight or strength? If the Blood Divine beast did not have a sense of sight defense, then he would have to use the profound mysteries of the vital spirit's attribute to transform into a defensive armor. If the Blood Divine beast could ignore the defensive strength, then he would have to use the vital spirit to activate the defensive spirit tool on his body from time to time. However, Elder Huang's following explanation made Chu Zhongtian fall into a dilemma that he didn't know what to do. Chu, whether it's a physical defense or a strength defense, it doesn't matter. Besides, the Blood Divine beast also has a special ability. It can absorb all the blood in a creature's body in a very short period of time. This is also the reason why those miners who have lost all their blood have no injuries on their bodies. Elder Huang, since the Blood Divine beast is so difficult to deal with, why don't we withdraw from the mine now? Chu Zhongtian suggested. They couldn't fight, but they couldn't escape. He had the route map that the old man had given him, and the distance between them and the vein wasn't too long. As long as he withdrew from the vein and left the Qingmei town, the Blood Divine beast wouldn't be able to keep chasing him. If we didn't see this corpse or the spirit stones in the corpse's hand, it's still possible for us to retreat now, but we have already seen the spirit stones just now. The Blood Divine beast has recorded down our aura through the spirit stones. It will never let us leave the mine alive. Elder Huang immediately rejected the proposal to withdraw from the mine. It seems that we can't just fight with our lives on the line. We must find a way to find the weakness of the Blood Divine beast. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will really die here. There was nowhere to retreat. Facing the Blood Divine beast that ignored all defenses, Chu Zhongtian abandoned all distracting thoughts. He began to think of a way to deal with this. Chu, if there are any flaws in the Blood Divine beast, then its defense is very weak. It is even weaker than an ordinary Qi refining stage warrior, so as long as we can find a way to attack it, Then it'll be easy to get rid of it. When Chu Zhongtian found out that there was no way to retreat, he abandoned all impurities and began to think of a way to deal with the blood divine beast. Elder Huang gradually realized some of his thoughts. The effects of the rumors before his physical body was damaged were too great. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and used the rumors he had heard in his previous life. He began to look for a way to destroy the blood divine beast. Elder Huang's idea just now was not bad, but if he wanted to find a way to attack the blood divine beast, he needed to have enough powerhouses to experiment with his own life. Although the old man had said before he left that there were at least 200 experts who could fly in the sky, after entering the Urbane, he didn't know any of these experts. It was also impossible to convince them to use their lives to test out the means to attack the blood divine beast. Therefore, the method Elder Huang had thought of could only be used as the second solution. Therefore, he had to find a more convenient, direct, and safer way to get rid of the blood divine beast. When he saw the half-spirit grade sword in the corpse's hand, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Syndicate exotic beasts were born together with the spirit object, grew together, and died together. If he destroyed the blood divine tree protected by the blood divine beast, wouldn't the blood divine beast automatically perish? After that, Chu Zhongtian told Elder Huang his idea. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's idea, Elder Huang also felt that this method was the easiest and most direct way to destroy the blood divine beast. The only thing that puzzled Elder Huang was why in the era where his physical body was not damaged, those experts who encountered the blood divine tree and the blood divine beast did not think of this method. Since the method just now was feasible, then the next priority was to find the blood divine tree. According to the rumors Elder Huang had heard in the past, as well as the habits of the blood divine beast, Chu Zhongtian finally determined that the location of the blood divine tree was in the deepest part of the vein. Therefore, he took out the route map that the old man had given him and chose the route that would allow him to reach the deepest part of the vein as soon as possible. Elder Huang, I will do my best to travel. I will leave the task of guarding to you. Since he had already been targeted by the blood divine beast, he had to be constantly on guard against the blood divine beast's sneak attack during the rest of the journey. The only one who could detect the blood divine beast's approach in advance was Elder Huang, who possessed the body of the divine soul. Therefore, his own safety could only be entrusted to him for the time being. Chu, don't worry. If the blood divine beast enters your body, the first person to die will not be you, but me, who possesses a powerful mental energy. Actually, there was no need for Chu Zhongtian to specifically instruct Elder Huang. Elder Huang would always pay attention to his surroundings. This was because apart from the divine soul and will, the most important part of the body of the divine soul was its enormous mental strength. Mental strength was the blood divine beast's favorite food, and it was also the foundation of the blood divine tree's rapid advancement. Therefore, for the sake of his own life, he had to constantly be on guard against the blood divine beast's sneak attack. In order to reach the deepest part of the Urvain as soon as possible and destroy the blood divine tree that the blood divine beast relied on to survive, after Chu Zhongtian decided on the most time-saving route, he directly used the movement technique that was close to the profound grade low rank. He went deep into the Urvain at lightning speed. While Chu Zhongtian was using the movement technique to go deeper into the Urvain, the Divine Soul Stage and half-step longevity period warriors who were searching for the longevity fruit gradually realized that something was wrong. In the beginning, in order to find the longevity fruit as soon as possible, they chose to spread out in all directions when faced with the messy passageways inside the Urvain. Then, they used the sound transmission jade slip to search for the longevity fruit in the depths of the Urvain. However, as they went deeper into the Urvain, they could still use the sound transmission jade slip. After confirming that their companions were safe, they lost their voices one after another. When they found their companions who had lost their speed, they discovered that they had lost their blood. A satisfied smile on his face. Such a strange scene caused many experts to consciously gather together and enter the depths of the mine. Chu Zhongtian had only spent less than 20 minutes to go through the tunnels dug by more than 70 people and enter the depths of the mine. Although using the movement technique, which was close to the profound grade low rank, consumed a lot of vital spirit, but after breaking through to the Qi transforming period, his dantian had expanded to the size of a small stream. Therefore, the movement technique that consumed a lot of vital spirit was still within his limit. However, after passing through the tunnel that the 70th person had dug, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to stop in his tracks. This was because within the hundreds of square meters of space in front of him, there were 5 powerful experts emitting powerful aura, and 2 corpses with satisfied smiles on their faces. So it's you. Chu Zhongtian had just passed through the passageway and entered the empty space in front of him. Among the 5 experts there was a skinny old man. A trace of surprise flashed across his face when he saw Chu Zhongtian suddenly barge in. So it's the owner of the Yu family inn. Junior greets senior. Scrawny elder saw Chu Zhongtian, and Chu Zhongtian, who was passing through the passageway, also saw Scrawny elder standing in front of him. Regardless of whether they were friends or enemies, Chu Zhongtian still greeted Scrawny elder according to his cultivation base and seniority. After carefully observing Chu Zhongtian, Scrawny elder's face revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. He said, "As I expected at that time, I felt that you weren't an ordinary person. But you hid it too well, so I didn't notice. I never thought that you would be an 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak at such a young age. It seems like you must be a disciple of one of the 9 major powers." In order to get to the depths of the mine as soon as possible, Chu Zhongtian had to use all of his strength to hide his cultivation base. Elder Huang had also forgotten to use the power of the divine soul to cover up the blood divine beast that could ambush him at any time. Therefore, Scrawny elder, who had reached the half-step longevity period, could tell Chu Zhongtian's true cultivation level with just a glance. At the age of 16 or 17, his cultivation base had already reached the 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak. Apart from the disciples of the top geniuses of the 9 major powers, ordinary powers couldn't cultivate such a genius disciple. Disciple of the floating cloud sect's inner sect. Greetings, seniors. Since the other party had already discovered him, Chu Zhongtian didn't try to hide it anymore. He openly admitted his identity. "So you are a genius disciple of the floating cloud sect." Seeing Chu Zhongtian openly admitting his identity, the hostility in the eyes of the few people who were originally hostile towards Chu Zhongtian instantly weakened. "Young man, although your talent is extraordinary, you have already reached the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak at such a young age. However, the depths of the mine isn't suitable for you, a disciple of the stage. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible." An old man with the demeanor of an old farmer reminded him kindly. "I also want to leave this damn mine, but there is something that I cannot leave." Perhaps these 5 experts were not as overbearing as he had imagined. Chu Zhongtian felt that he might be able to temporarily pull them into his battle camp and deal with the elusive blood divine beast together. "Young man, what did you mean just now?" Chu Zhongtian had just said that there was something stopping him from leaving the mine. Among the 5 of them, the only one who was weak was a middle-aged man. He asked excitedly, "Seniors, before I answer your questions, I have something that I want to verify with you seniors." Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and said, although he wanted to temporarily pull them into the combat camp to fight against the blood divine beast, he had to know the degree of understanding these 5 experts had towards the blood divine tree and the blood divine beast. At the same time, what Chu Zhongtian wanted to know more was what kind of means they used to know that there were longevity fruit and blood divine tree in the depths of the Irvane. Because according to what Elder Huang said, because of the blood divine trees accompanying strange beast, the blood divine beast, as a result, very few people knew about the millennium fruit and blood divine tree. Even in the era where his physical body was not damaged and he was twice as strong, very few people knew about the existence of the millennium fruit and the blood divine tree. And these 5 half-step longevity period warriors in front of him, from their clothes and the impurity that radiated from their bodies, it was obvious that they did not belong to the 9 major powers. It was very likely that they belonged to the Southern Domain's rogue cultivator. As a lone wolf, it was very difficult to find out about the existence of the millennium fruit and the blood divine tree, and it was even more impossible to know the exact location of the longevity fruit and the blood divine tree. "Young man, speak." Among the 5 of them, the one with the friendliest temperament, an old man who was like a farmer, said, "What is your purpose in entering the mine?" Time was of the essence, so Chu Zhongtian didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. This? Elder Farmer hesitated, not knowing if he should answer Chu Zhongtian's question. Because Scrawny Elder had been bitterly guarding Qingmei Town for a year, in order to find the whereabouts of the Millennium Fruit, he finally got the news of the Millennium Fruit. He was afraid that there would be experts from other forces competing with them, so he had been keeping it a secret. Young man, the reason why we entered the mine doesn't seem to have anything to do with what you just said. After thinking about it again and again, Elder Farmer decided not to reveal the secret of them entering the Urvain for the time being. Senior, perhaps you think that only the 5 of you know about the treasures inside the mine. In fact, after you entered the mine, there were at least 200 experts who could fly in the air. I'm afraid that your objective is the same as yours. Inside the mine. Seeing that the 5 of them were still hiding their true secrets, Chu Zhongtian couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. He pointed out their purpose of entering the mine. Impossible! Hearing Chu Zhongtian say that there were more than 200 experts who could fly in the sky and had already entered the mine, Scrawny Elder retorted in shock. Back then, when he found out about the Millennium Fruit that could assist in breaking through to the stage, only the 7 of them knew about it. In order to prevent anyone from revealing the secrets of the heavens, all 7 of them swore a poisonous oath to each other, which meant that no one would leak the news of the birth of the Millennium Fruit. Now, Chu Zhongtian had told him that not only had the news of the birth of the Millennium Fruit leaked out, it was also widely spread. How could Scrawny Elder, who had always been keeping a secret, believe it? 5 seniors, in fact, our goal in entering the ore mine is the same. We are all looking for the treasure that can help us break through to the stage. However, we might have different understanding about the specific situation of that treasure. Therefore, I need to know what the seniors know about it. After that, we will compare it with the information I have. Hopefully, we can find a way to deal with that thing. Scrawny Elder's surprised expression allowed Chu Zhongtian to confirm their true secret. Since he already knew their goal, he could use this information. He wanted them to help him, or perhaps, he wanted them to attract the Blood Divine Beast's attention. He wanted to give himself sufficient time to destroy the Blood Divine Tree that the Blood Divine Beast relied on to survive. Young man, if you want to know the purpose of our trip, you can, but you have to tell us what you know. The meaning of Chu Zhongtian's words just now, although it had already indicated that he knew the purpose of their trip. However, they did not say it out loud. The 5 of them still wanted to get the information that Chu Zhongtian had. There is a low-rank 6th grade spiritual tree in the depths of the mine. The fruit on the tree can aid Divine Soul Period stage warriors in breaking through to the longevity period. It seemed like if he didn't reveal some information in advance, these 5 cunning old men would never reveal his trump card so easily. Helpless, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to reveal some of the information he had. Seniors, may I know if the treasure I am looking for is the same as the treasure you are looking for? The spirit fruit that could help a divine soul stage warrior break through to the longevity period, the information Chu Zhongtian revealed. He wanted to let the 5 of them know that their target was the same. Therefore, they didn't continue to hide the information. Scrawny Elder would tell Chu Zhongtian about how they knew about the Millennium Fruit, as well as the fact that there was a hidden Millennium Fruit in the depths of the vein. Listening to Scrawny Elder's narration, Chu Zhongtian's expression gradually became serious. His right hand, which was holding the natal spirit blade, began to clench slightly. According to Scrawny Elder's narration, the 5 of them, as well as the 2 dead bodies, were closely related to the rogue cultivator. They often went out together to refine and explore. As the 7 of them were all half-step longevity period, and they often went out to temper themselves, they had a very high reputation in Southern Domain. 3 years ago, the 7 of them accepted the invitation of one of the 9 major powers in the Southern Domain, the Chu family. They followed the experts of the Chu family to develop a secret realm that had never been opened before. The secret realm that had never been opened before might be dangerous, but it was also accompanied by shocking rewards. They were used to taking risks, so they gladly accepted the invitation of the experts of the Chu family. They used all their strength to open the secret realm that had never been opened before. Scrawny Elder. After that, they found out that in the secret realm, Other than the cavern left by a longevity period warrior, there was another place. There were only 3 spiritual veins that contained level 8 and level 9 spirit stones. For half-step longevity period warriors, level 9 and level 8 spirit stones were basically trash that had no use at all. Therefore, they went straight to the cavern that was left behind by a longevity period warrior. In the cavern left behind by a longevity period warrior, besides the 3 jade slip, there was not a single spirit stone found in the entire cavern. It was not like the secret realm that had never been opened before. Because this secret realm was discovered by a powerful warrior from the Chu family, and the method to open the secret realm was also provided by a powerful warrior from the Chu family. They had only used up some vital spirit, so when they were distributing the 3 jade slip, Scrawny Elder and the others were only given 1 jade slip. Although they didn't get a bountiful harvest, they didn't encounter any danger either. Therefore, they didn't bother with the Chu family after getting 1 jade slip. They directly left Secret Realm with the jade slip. After leaving Secret Realm, the 7 of them used the divine sense to look at the information inside the jade slip. They found out that the information recorded in the jade slip was actually about the millennium fruit that could help one break through to the longevity period. Their disappointed state of mind immediately became excited. According to the information recorded in the jade slip, the millennium fruit would bloom every 1,000 years, bear fruit every 1,000 years, and mature every 1,000 years. After maturing, the millennium fruit could increase the chances of a divine soul stage warrior breaking through to the 7th level of the longevity period. For these few peak half-step to 10,000 years old experts, the chances of breaking through to the 7th level could basically guarantee their success in breaking through to the longevity period. At the same time, the jade slip also described the formation and appearance of the millennium fruit. It was through the information left in the jade slip that Scrawny Elder and the others had spent nearly 2 years searching for it. Finally, they found the ore vein 50 miles away from the Qingmei town, which was very compatible with the condition of the millennium fruit being born. That was why Scrawny Elder opened an inn in the Qingmei town. His goal was to make it easier for them to find the millennium fruit. After listening to Scrawny Elder's explanation, Chu Zhongtian vaguely discovered that behind the whole incident, there was a hint of a conspiracy behind the aura. The source of the conspiracy was most likely the Chu family. However, if he wanted to confirm whether it was a conspiracy set up by the Chu family, he still needed to know from other experts who had entered the Irvane how they found out about the millennium fruit, and how they found out about the hidden millennium fruit in the Irvane. Seniors, the millennium fruit you are looking for is actually called the blood god fruit. It is the fruit of the low-rank 6th grade spirit tree blood divine tree. Since the other party had already told them everything he knew, Chu Zhongtian couldn't continue hiding it. Therefore, he told him everything he knew in detail. Blood god fruit. Blood god divine tree. Elder Farmer's face revealed a solemn expression when he heard the other name of the millennium fruit. Although the blood divine tree is a spiritual tree with 6 lower grade spiritual trees, it belongs to a spiritual tree that has no intelligence. Therefore, the blood divine tree doesn't have any danger. The real danger is, it's the blood divine tree's companion beast, the blood divine beast. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian walked up to the 2 corpses that had lost their blood and had satisfied smiles on their faces. Inside the mine, he pointed at the 2 corpses that had lost all their blood and had satisfied smiles on their faces. Chu Zhongtian said, 5 seniors, as a companion beast of the blood divine tree, the blood divine beast's grade is only low-rank 6th grade. This is equivalent to a human warrior at the early stage of the divine soul stage. However, the blood divine beast ignores all attacks and defenses, and can instantly create an illusion that no one can resist, allowing its true strength to surpass 6th grade, which is also above longevity period. What's more terrifying is that the blood divine beast ignores all defenses. It can enter your body without being detected. After entering your body, the blood divine beast can not only attack your internal organs, but also your internal organs. It can also absorb all the blood in your body in a very short period of time. Therefore, the appearance of the blood divine beast represents the arrival of death. Young man, you just said that there's something that doesn't allow you to leave the mine. Could it be the blood divine beast? Scrawny Elder asked with a solemn expression. Chu Zhongtian's detailed introduction of the Blood Divine Beast caused the 5 half-step longevity period experts to feel a trace of fear in their hearts. Ignore attacks. In other words, even if he used his final trump card, he would not be able to harm the Blood Divine Beast. He could only waste his final trump card. Ignore defense. In other words, even if he used the top-grade defensive spirit tool, he wouldn't be able to block the attack of the Blood Divine Beast. He could only watch helplessly. Facing such an abnormal beast, the 5 top half-step Qi transforming period experts felt that it was extremely troublesome. Furthermore, the 2 corpses that were placed under their feet had suddenly lost their lives before they could investigate. When they found their companions as fast as they could, what they saw was the loss of all their blood. The corpses had satisfied smiles on their faces, so they wanted to leave the mine for the time being. They wanted to know more information, and then decide whether to enter or not. However, when they recalled what Chu Zhongtian had said when they first met, they knew that it wouldn't be easy for them to leave. Seniors, don't think about how to leave the mine. Instead, think about how to deal with the Blood Divine Beast. Because the prey that was bitten by the Blood Divine Beast will never let these prey leave. Otherwise, a mere Qi transforming period martial artist, I will continue to stay in the mine after learning of the existence of the Blood Divine Beast. Facing the threat of an unknown creature, he temporarily moved aside. His first reaction to the 5 experts in front of him was, Chu Zhongtian understood very well. However, the reason why he wasted so much time and wasted his breath, he wanted to further exaggerate the power of the Blood Divine Beast so that these 5 half-step longevity period warriors would be able to reach the half-step longevity period. How could he allow them to leave so easily? Chu Zhongtian used himself as an example to make the 5 warriors believe that the Blood Divine Beast would not let them leave so easily. Therefore, the rogue cultivator, who had experienced countless life and death situations, was the same as Chu Zhongtian. They began to consider how to deal with the threat of the Blood Divine Beast. Among the 5 of them, Elder Farmer, who had the most experience and the fastest reaction speed, he quickly thought of some of Chu Zhongtian's abnormalities, so he asked directly, Young man, just now I saw your speed of entering this space, and the direction you were heading in seemed to be towards the depths of the mineral vein. May I know the reason why you are doing this? It wasn't that Chu Zhongtian didn't have any thoughts about the Millennium Fruit on the Blood Divine Tree. However, compared to the threat of the Blood Divine Beast in front of him, the temptation of the Millennium Fruit wasn't as strong. In order to eliminate the Blood Divine Beast, he could give the Millennium Fruit to the 5 experts in front of him. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't hide his thoughts, and told them about the relationship between the Blood Divine Tree and the Blood Divine Beast. He also told them all about how he was going to get rid of the accompanying exotic beast. Young man, I can finally understand why you're so young. You are able to break through to the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak at such a young age. I think, besides the support from the sect behind you, it has something to do with your determination to fight with your life on the line. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's motive for entering the mine, Elder Farmer looked at Chu Zhongtian, full of appreciation and admiration. As one of the 9 overlords and a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, he had broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak at such a young age. Furthermore, the aura in his body was very stable, and it was obvious that his foundation was very deep. A young man like this was definitely a top disciple even amongst the 9 major powers. The sect would surely give them a trump card that could save their lives. After learning about the existence of the Blood Divine Beast, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to use his trump card to save his life. Instead, he wanted to destroy the foundation of the Blood Divine Beast's survival with all his might. While Elder Farmer admired him, he also believed that Chu Zhongtian's future would be limitless. Chu Zhongtian was looking forward to getting an answer. If he knew what Elder Farmer was thinking in his heart, he would certainly smile bitterly. After learning about the existence of the Blood Divine Beast from Elder Huang, and knowing that he had nowhere to retreat to, it wasn't that Chu Zhongtian didn't want to use the trump card that Zhao Enjun had given him, or even the trump card that sect leader from the Floating Cloud sect had given him. He even had the thought of using it. However, Elder Huang clearly told him that under the Blood Divine Beast's ability to ignore any kind of defense, There was only one outcome for him to use his trump card, and that was to seek death as soon as possible. Hence, going deep into the ore vein to search for the blood divine tree was actually also Chu Zhongtian's helpless move. Young man, can you stop and tell us all of this? I'm afraid there is a place where the 5 of us are needed, so what do you have in mind? You can say it directly, there's no need to hide it. After praising Chu Zhongtian for his outstanding performance, he looked at his eyes that were filled with anticipation. Elder Farmer knew that he must have his own thoughts, so he said it directly. 5 seniors, you can also tell that my cultivation base is only at the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. Then, when I destroy the blood divine tree that the blood divine beast relies on to survive, I will definitely be attacked by it. Therefore, I hope that you seniors can temporarily protect me. Since Elder Farmer was so straightforward, Chu Zhongtian decided to make his attitude clear. What do the 4 of you think? He would temporarily ensure Chu Zhongtian's safety, and let him destroy the blood divine beast that the blood divine beast relied on to survive. In other words, he would directly face the blood divine beast. After listening to Chu Zhongtian's detailed description of the blood divine beast, as well as the corpses of his 2 good friends lying beneath his feet, Elder Farmer understood that directly facing the blood divine beast represented death. Therefore, he was unable to make the decision for his friends. This scrawny elder and the other 3 showed some hesitation when faced with Elder Farmer's interrogation. The reason they took the risk to enter the mine was to find a millennium fruit that could help them break through to the longevity period. The purpose of breaking through to the longevity period was to hope that they could live longer. Directly facing the blood divine beast was equivalent to facing death. How could they not be afraid? How could they not hesitate? In the mines. Young man, how confident are you in finding the blood divine tree? Elder Farmer understood scrawny elder's hesitant attitude very well. Destroying the blood divine beast to survive by relying on the blood divine tree was equivalent to directly taking the blood divine beast's life. In order to live, it would be strange if the blood divine beast didn't put its life on the line. It had an offensive ability that could ignore any defense, and with the blood divine beast in its desperate state, it would basically die if it touched it. However, riches came from danger. The reason why they took the risk to barge into the mine was not to find a millennium fruit that could help them break through to the longevity period. If they wanted to obtain the millennium fruit, then they had to find the blood divine tree. It meant that they would have to face the blood divine beast sooner or later. The only difference was that it was only a matter of time. Therefore, just as Chu Zhongtian expressed his intention, Elder Farmer had decided to follow Chu Zhongtian deeper into the ore vein. As the strongest person among them, Elder Farmer was also the oldest. Currently, he was already more than 990 years old, less than 5 years away from reaching the limit of 999 years of life for Divine Soul stage. Elder Farmer knew his own talent. If he wanted to break through to the longevity period with his talent alone, the chances of him breaking through to the longevity period would be less than 1 in 10,000. If he didn't have a treasure that could help him break through to the longevity period, it would be impossible for him to break through to the longevity period in his lifetime. It was even more impossible for him to obtain a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. Furthermore, the millennium fruit that could aid one in breaking through to the longevity period had been exposed. He wanted to ensure that he could obtain the millennium fruit. Besides taking the risk of following Chu Zhongtian to destroy the blood divine tree, there was no other way. However, before that, he needed to know how confident Chu Zhongtian was that he could find the blood divine tree in the shortest amount of time. The blood divine tree is fond of yin and hates high temperatures. Therefore, it must be in the deepest part of the vein. At the same time, I have the route map of the entire vein in my hand. I can enter the deepest part of the vein as quickly as possible. Chu Zhongtian replied confidently to Elder Farmer's question. The blood divine tree was fond of yin and hated high temperatures. This was what Elder Huang had said in his mind. Chu Zhongtian had merely repeated the original text. Furthermore, as a companion beast of the blood divine tree, the blood divine beast was connected to the blood divine tree's aura. Elder Huang, who had already figured out the blood divine beast and aura, could accurately and quickly find the blood divine tree with this tiny bit of aura. This was the reason why Chu Zhongtian was so confident. At the same time, in order to make these 5 half-step longevity period experts willing to protect him, Chu Zhongtian enticed them according to Elder Huang's reminder. 5 seniors, according to the records I read in the ancient records of the sect, when a blood divine tree reaches the low-rank 6th grade, 6 millennium fruit will form on the spirit tree. In other words, as long as you destroy the blood divine tree, each and every one of you seniors will obtain 1 millennium fruit. It's true. Scrawny Elder, who had been a little hesitant, immediately cried out in alarm when he heard that there were 6 millennium fruit on the blood divine tree. The reason why he had been hesitating just now was not only because he was afraid of facing the threat of the blood divine beast, but also because he was worried that everyone would destroy the blood divine tree, but they would not be able to obtain the millennium fruit he needed. That's right. The sect's ancient records regarding the blood divine tree and the blood divine beast. It was left behind by a supreme-level expert. Therefore, I believe that the records in the ancient records won't be wrong. He couldn't expose Elder Huang's existence, so Chu Zhongtian could only push everything he said just now onto the ancient records of the sect. Furthermore, he wasn't completely lying just now. This was because before Elder Huang's body was damaged, it could be seen from the friends he made that he was also a supreme-level warrior. All right. Then we will accompany little friend to destroy the blood divine beast that has committed all kinds of evil. The ancient book left behind by supreme-level expert had made Scrawny Elder completely believe what Chu Zhongtian had just said. Therefore, Scrawny Elder decided to take the risk when facing the millennium fruit that he might be able to get his hands on. No problem. All right. I'll give it my all. As Scrawny Elder agreed to protect Chu Zhongtian and destroy the blood divine tree that the blood divine beast relied on to survive, the remaining 3 powerhouses also expressed their attitudes. After finally winning the trust of the 5 half-step longevity period experts, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. If it wasn't because the blood divine beast ignored all defensive attacks, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to rope in the 5 of them. Instead, he went to pick the 6 millennium fruit from the blood divine tree by himself. Chu Zhongtian took out the route map that the old man had given him from the storage ring's finger. After confirming the route, he pointed to the 3rd tunnel on the right and said, "Seniors, please come this way." Although Scrawny Elder had promised to temporarily protect his safety for the sake of the millennium fruit, they had only just met and interacted with each other. Chu Zhongtian couldn't trust them 100%. So he only used the Great Completion Stage movement technique, hiding part of his strength. With the protection of the 5 longevity period top expert, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to worry about the blood divine beast's sneak attack for the time being. After traveling at full speed for more than 10 minutes, the distance between them and the ore mine had already exceeded 1/3 of the distance. At this speed, as long as there were no accidents along the way, it would take at most half an hour for them to reach the depths of the ore vein and successfully find the blood divine tree. With his super powerful memory and the route map that the old man had given him, Chu Zhongtian chose a medium-distance tunnel as the 68th route for them. Not long after they entered the tunnel, Elder Farmer, who was guarding Chu Zhongtian, suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled him. He motioned for everyone to immediately withdraw the aura and change to a walking direction to slowly approach the end of the tunnel. After that, Chu Zhongtian vaguely felt that at the end of the tunnel, there were 4 types of aura that were not weaker than Elder Farmers. After feeling these 4 powerful aura, a bad feeling flashed through Chu Zhongtian's heart, because in the face of the complex and varied ore vein tunnel, those who did not understand the specific situation would easily fall into confusion. The reason why he was able to reach this position so quickly was because of the route map that the old man had given him. He could choose the best route and save a lot of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered Scrawny Elder and the others who entered the mine in the first batch. However, the powerful aura that faintly flashed at the end of the tunnel was ahead of him. Either the tunnel they chose by chance was the one that saved the most time, or they also had the route map of the mine in their hands. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian nodded at Elder Farmer. Then, he used the method of controlling the situation and kept all of his aura. If one didn't use the naked eye to discern his existence, one wouldn't be able to detect his existence at all. Chu Zhongtian's aura suddenly disappeared, causing Elder Farmer and the others who were using their cultivation techniques to conceal their aura. They hurriedly turned their heads to look. When they saw that Chu Zhongtian was standing next to them unharmed. But there was no one in his consciousness. Elder Farmer and the others couldn't help but sigh at the power of being born into a big sect. In the mines. After sensing the unusual changes at the end of the tunnel, they retracted their aura. Elder Farmer, who was the strongest among them, took the lead, and the group slowly approached the end of the tunnel. The tunnel they chose this time was a medium-sized tunnel. It was less than 1,000 meters long, and even walking only took less than 30 seconds. There was a slightly protruding stone wall at the end of the tunnel. Chu Zhongtian and the others, who had walked to the end of the tunnel, temporarily hid behind the protruding stone. Through the faint light in front of them, they observed what was happening in front of them. In the hundreds of square meters of space that they had dug out, there were 4 experts dressed in uniform. They leaned against each other, forming a circular defensive stance. At the same time, the 4 of them released powerful auras. Their auras were mixed with thick killing intent. One look and one could tell that they were experts who had grown up from bloody paths. And 10 meters to the left of the 4 of them, there was a corpse that was wearing the same clothes as the 4 of them, but had already lost its life and had a satisfied smile on its face. Elder Huang, is the blood divine beast around? Seeing the corpse lying on the ground with a satisfied smile on its face, Chu Zhongtian immediately realized that they had been attacked by the blood divine beast. The defense of the remaining 4 people indicated that the blood divine beast might not have left yet. Chu! The blood divine beast has left, Elder Huang said with a strange tone. After checking the power of the divine soul once, his face showed a trace of doubt. This was because with the blood divine beast's ability to ignore all defenses, its previous attacks were elusive and unpredictable. It was simply impossible for the 5 half-step longevity period martial artists present to be its match. Why did it quietly retreat just as they approached? Could it be that there were some people among these people that it was afraid of, or perhaps it could be said that these people had treasures that it was afraid of? Elder Huang did not tell Chu Zhongtian about the doubts in his heart for the time being, because he did not want to interrupt Chu Zhongtian's plan. Little friend, with your cultivation base, you still can't use the power of the divine sense to transmit your voice. So, you just need to listen to me. Just as Chu Zhongtian was vigilantly looking at the 4 men who were defending with all their might, Elder Farmer's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Little friend, the 4 men in front of us are from the famous Level 4 family in Southern Domain. The strongest secret guard of the Du family is responsible for handling some shady business for the Du family. At the same time, the Du family is one of the 9 major powers, the most loyal ally of the Chu family. That's why I suspect that the news about the Millennium Fruit has been leaked. It's very likely that the Chu family is behind all of this. That's because when we found out about the Millennium Fruit and the Jade Slip, there were 2 other Jade Slip in the Longevity Period Warrior Cavern. I think that there might also be information about the Millennium Fruit in those 2 Jade Slip. However, I don't know what their purpose of revealing the Millennium Fruit is. What benefits can they get by doing this? Level 4 family, Du family, 3rd grade family, Chu family. Elder Farmer reminded them. It made Chu Zhongtian even more certain that there must be a shocking conspiracy behind the secret leak of the longevity fruit. However, there was too little information at the moment, and it wasn't enough to guess the purpose of the Chu family. Chu Zhongtian saw that the 4 men who were defending with all their might couldn't leave in a short period of time. He was in a hurry to destroy the blood divine tree, and he didn't want to continue this stalemate. Therefore, he gave a signal to Elder Farmer and the others, and then they left the passageway. Chu Zhongtian and the others did not notice that, on the wall less than 10 meters away from them, the 2 6th-grade middle-rank spirit stone hiding in the wall stared at Chu Zhongtian and the others as if they had a mind of their own. To be more accurate, the people who were being stared at by the 2 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone were... It was Chu Zhongtian, who was surrounded by the crowd. Chu Zhongtian took out the map and reconfirmed the route, then led Elder Farmer deeper into the Ermine. In the following journey, Chu Zhongtian and the others' luck was pretty good. They did not encounter any sneak attacks from the blood divine beast, nor did they encounter any other experts who entered the Orvane to search for treasures. This allowed them to smoothly reach the deepest part of the vein. Looking at the only path in front of them, Chu Zhongtian took out the route map that the old man had given him. After careful comparison, he found that they were already at the end of the route map. In other words, whether or not the next passageway that led to the Blood Divine Tree would depend on their luck. However, before that, he still needed to confirm the distance between them and the Blood Divine Tree. Elder Huang, how far are we from the Blood Divine Tree now? Chu Zhongtian asked. According to the aura on the Blood Divine Beast, the Blood Divine Tree is less than 5 kilometers away from us. Using the power of the Divine Soul to penetrate the only tunnel in front of them, Elder Huang gave a surprising answer. 5 seniors, this tunnel in front of us is very likely to lead to the Blood Divine Tree. We are already close to the Blood Divine Beast's base camp. In other words, we might encounter a sneak attack from the Blood Divine Beast at any time. They were less than 5 kilometers away from the Blood Divine Tree, which meant they were less than 5 kilometers away. With their speed, it only took them a few dozen seconds. This was the only time the Blood Divine Beast could launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, once they got close to the Blood Divine Tree, they would have to rely on the Spirit Tree that didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. It's hard to bear the attacks of others. 5 seniors. Raise your vigilance by 200% to prevent the Blood Divine Beast from ambushing us. After instructing everyone to be on high alert, Elder Farmer walked in front of them. Scrawny Elder walked in the back, while the other 3 experts stood on both sides of Chu Zhongtian. They tightly surrounded him in the middle. At the same time, each of them took out their own vital spirit tool to guard against the Blood Divine Beast's sneak attack. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. When they were halfway there, they did not encounter any sneak attacks from the Blood Divine Beast. This strange phenomenon not only puzzled Elder Farmer and the others, even Chu Zhongtian did not understand what was going on. Although he wanted to ask Elder Huang, they were less than 2,000 meters away from the Blood Divine Tree. Chu Zhongtian temporarily held back his desire to speak and continued following Elder Farmer. 3,500 meters. 4,000 meters. When he was less than 1,000 meters away from the end of the tunnel, and it would only take him 10 seconds to reach the end, Elder Farmer couldn't help but turn his head and look at Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian nodded and motioned for the group to continue moving at their current speed. Not only did he use the Vital Spirit to stimulate the Defensive Spirit tool, but also, using the Vital Spirit's attribute form, another layer of defense was set up on the Defensive Spirit tool. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. At this moment, everyone could vaguely see a trace of light at the end of the tunnel. At the same time, they could also feel a majestic chi and blood aura emitting from the end of the tunnel. In the mines, the chi and blood aura at the end of the tunnel caused Elder Farmer, who was almost at the end of his life, to suddenly feel refreshed. The longevity period bottleneck in front of him seemed to loosen up a little. Just by unintentionally releasing the chi and blood aura, Elder Farmer was able to cause the bottleneck of his cultivation to loosen up. This allowed Elder Farmer to know that at the end of the tunnel, it must be the Blood Divine Tree and the Millennium Fruit nurtured by the Blood Divine Tree. Sensing the temptation of the majestic chi and blood aura, Elder Farmer subconsciously quickened his pace. Not only did Elder Farmer subconsciously increase his pace, the remaining 4 experts also subconsciously increased their pace when they felt the temptation of the boundless chi and blood aura. Chu Zhongtian was only 17 years old this year, and his body was in the midst of rising. There was still an endless amount of time until the end of life and death, so the chi and blood aura emitted from the end of the passage. It had very little effect on him, and it allowed him to maintain a clear consciousness. Seeing the 5 experts who had tightly surrounded him gradually surpass him, Chu Zhongtian felt that there was something wrong with his relationship. The vital spirit penetrated his legs and used the advanced movement technique to grab Elder Farmer, who was walking in front of him, and signaled him to wake up as soon as possible. Be careful. The Blood Divine Beast is here. Just as he pulled Elder Farmer back, Elder Huang reminded him in an urgent tone in his mind. Ah! Just as Elder Huang finished his warning, the only middle-aged man who was standing guard on Chu Zhongtian's left side, suddenly howled with a pair of lifeless eyes. The miserable screams woke scrawny elder, who had been tempted by the blood aura. Immediately after, the four of them had different reactions. Through the four of them reactions, Chu Zhongtian knew who he should trust next. Elder Farmer, who had been woken up by Chu Zhongtian earlier, heard the screams. He subconsciously blocked in front of him. Another white-haired old man, who was wearing a raincoat, looked like a fisherman. He leaned against Chu Zhongtian's back and acted as if he was about to attack. Scrawny elder and the other expert subconsciously reacted. They avoided the screaming middle-aged man and ignored Chu Zhongtian, who was standing beside the middle-aged man. Chu Zhongtian had firmly remembered the instinctive reaction of the four strong men. Then, he turned his attention to the middle-aged man. The miserable howl did not last long. It only lasted for less than 3 seconds. The expression on his face, which was originally due to injuries, turned pale when the howl stopped. In an instant, his face turned completely pale. At the same time, a satisfied smile gradually appeared on his gloomy face. It was as if he had encountered the most wonderful thing in his life. Elder Huang, is the blood divine beast still in that person's body? The changes in the middle-aged man's body caused Chu Zhongtian to swallow a mouthful of saliva. He asked subconsciously, "Chu, the blood divine beast will come out soon. At that time, you will be able to see its true appearance." Elder Huang said with a solemn expression in his mind. At the same time, he secretly split the power of the divine soul into 3 portions. He formed a formation in his mind and planned to wait for the blood divine beast to attack Chu Zhongtian. He would use the formation's power to temporarily trap the blood divine beast, giving him enough time to destroy the blood divine tree. A satisfied smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He, who could still stand, fell to the ground. Then, a majestic blood-red gas slowly rose from his belly button. 5 seconds later, the majestic blood-red gas formed a strange beast about 1 meter tall, shaped like a monkey, but completely red, giving people a strange feeling. "Little friend, this is the blood divine beast you mentioned." Elder Farmer, who was standing in front of Chu Zhongtian, looked at the red beast standing on the corpse and asked with a hint of fear in his voice, "That's right. This is the blood divine tree's companion beast, blood divine beast." Chu Zhongtian nodded. He too felt a trace of fear. As the saying went, it was better to hear than to see. Although Elder Huang described the blood divine beast as very powerful and terrifying at the beginning, it could be said that if a god stood in his way, he would kill the god, and if a Buddha stood in his way, he would kill the Buddha. However, in his heart, he still had a trace of hope, believing that the blood divine beast wasn't as powerful as what Elder Huang had described. Now, the scene that had just happened proved that what Elder Huang had said wasn't false, and it was far more terrifying than what he had heard. The blood divine beast that came out of the corpse swept across the 5 people on the scene with its eyes that were like spirit stones. However, when it saw Chu Zhongtian, a trace of fear flashed across its eyes. After that, it let out a strange cry and jumped up from the corpse. Before anyone could react, it merged into the wall of the passageway. "No, we can't go any deeper. Otherwise, we will all die in the hands of this monster." After the blood divine beast disappeared completely, Scrawny Elder left the corpse. He looked at Chu Zhongtian and Elder Farmer with a terrified expression. "Junior Brother Li, we are now less than 100 meters away from the blood divine tree. We should leave now. You will be willing to give up the millennium fruit that you can easily obtain." Elder Farmer was also afraid of the blood divine beast that had just appeared. But who knows how many times he brushed past death. But he was still able to stabilize his fear. "Senior brother, it's not like you didn't see how terrifying that monster was just now. Say, among us, who can block its sneak attack? I don't want to die in this dark and damp underground." Facing Elder Farmer's persuasion, Scrawny Elder, who had already been scared out of his wits by the blood divine beast, still insisted on going back. Regarding this, Elder Farmer didn't know what to do. He could only look at Chu Zhongtian for help. It was not easy to find a shield that could attract the blood divine beast's fire. Chu Zhongtian would not let them leave so easily. So he began to use words of threat and temptation to force the skinny man to continue going deeper. Senior, actually the blood divine beast is not as scary as you think it is. The reason why that senior was successfully ambushed by the blood divine beast just now was because you were attracted by the chi and blood aura at the end of the tunnel. I subconsciously relaxed my vigilance, allowing the blood divine beast to have a chance to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, as long as Senior can resist the temptation of the chi and blood aura and not let down your guard, it won't be easy for the blood divine beast to launch a sneak attack at you in close combat. After saying that, Chu Zhongtian pointed at the end of the tunnel and continued with an enticing tone. As long as we maintain the defensive formation, we can speed up our pace. In 10 seconds at most, we'll be able to see the blood divine tree. We will have a chance to obtain the millennium fruit produced by the blood divine tree. Senior can also use the millennium fruit to break through to the longevity period. You will enjoy a long lifespan of 10,000 years. Inside the mine in the tunnel. Who? Chu Zhongtian was full of temptation and teasing. Not only did it make scrawny elder's breathing become heavier, even Elder Farmer, who had already made up his mind, couldn't help but turn his head and look at the end of the passageway. His face revealed a look of anticipation. All right, perhaps it was because the temptation of Chu Zhongtian teasing was strong enough, or perhaps it was because he was unwilling to give up the millennium fruit that was so easily obtainable. After Scrawny Elder suppressed the excitement in his heart, he agreed to continue accompanying Chu Zhongtian to destroy the blood divine tree that Chu Zhongtian relied on to survive. As the middle-aged expert was accidentally killed by the blood divine beast's sneak attack, the remaining 4 experts stood at the front, back, and left of Chu Zhongtian, and continued to enter the end of the tunnel in an encirclement manner. 50 meters. Everyone's nervous mood had already reached their hearts. 30 meters. Everyone's nervous mood had already reached their throats. 10 meters. Everyone's nervous mood had already caused their faces to distort. As everyone walked past the end of the passage and entered a spacious space, their extremely nervous mood instantly eased up. Following that, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The spacious space in front of them seemed to be boundless. They could not see the edge of the space at all. Furthermore, the entire space was filled with an unimaginable amount of chi and blood that was close to the gaseous state. The source of the blood and chi was a giant spirit tree that was thousands of meters in front of them. It was about 100 meters tall and more than 10 meters in diameter. The branches and leaves of the giant spirit tree extended and covered an area of several 100,000 square meters. It gave people the impression that it was a giant. Of course, what attracted everyone's attention the most were the 6 yearly spirit fruit hanging on the main trunk of the blood divine tree. Elder Huang, is this spirit tree in front of us the legendary blood divine tree? Is the fruit hanging on the tree a millennium fruit? Chu Zhongtian asked calmly. Perhaps it was because he was still a long way from breaking through to the longevity period, or perhaps it was because he still couldn't feel the threat of his life being depleted. When faced with the temptation of the blood divine tree and millennium fruit, he would be able to wake up very quickly. Furthermore, he would ask Elder Huang in his mind to verify what he was thinking. That's right. The spiritual tree in front of me is indeed the blood divine tree. The fruit hanging on its trunk is also the millennium fruit. Compared to Chu Zhongtian and Elder Farmer's shock, Elder Huang's reaction was very calm. After all, his cultivation base had already surpassed the longevity period by a few great stage. A 6th grade spirit fruit like the millennium fruit was useless to him. Something's not right. It was precisely because Elder Huang didn't have any greed towards the millennium fruit that he was able to observe the blood divine tree. Through the chi and blood energy emitted by the blood divine tree, as well as the outline of the 6th millennium fruit, Elder Huang gradually felt that something was wrong. Elder Huang, what's wrong? After getting confirmation from Elder Huang, the first thing Chu Zhongtian thought about was how to pick the 6th millennium fruit on the blood divine tree. Because the reason Elder Farmer and the others agreed to protect him for the time being was because of the millennium fruit. Only after taking off the millennium fruit could he use all his strength to destroy the blood divine tree in front of him. However, just as he was about to discuss who to pick the millennium fruit with Elder Farmer, Elder Huang cried out in his mind. Something was wrong, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. "Kid, take a closer look at the Millennium Fruit hanging on the Blood Divine tree, and see how many lines of the Millennium Fruit's outline are there," Elder Huang said with a serious tone. "Elder Huang, there are a total of 6 layers of outline on the Millennium Fruit. What's wrong?" Chu Zhongtian asked, puzzled. Although it was thousands of meters away from the Blood Divine tree to Chu Zhongtian, who was at the Qi transforming period stage, he could clearly see a grain of sand 10,000 meters away. Therefore, the outline of the Millennium Fruit on the trunk could be clearly seen. "Chu, take a closer look at the outline of these 6 layers." Without explaining why he was allowed to observe the outline of the Millennium Fruit, Elder Huang allowed him to continue to observe it closely. "Yellow, that's right. There's a fruit hanging on the Blood Divine tree, and on top of it is the outline of the 6 layers. After carefully looking at it again, Chu Zhongtian did not find anything special about the outline of the Millennium Fruit. "Chu, I remember telling you that as a companion beast of the Blood Divine tree, the grade of the Blood Divine beast is the same as the Blood Divine tree." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still did not see anything special about the Millennium Fruit, Elder Huang knew that he could not consider the source of the strangeness for the time being. He began to explain the uniqueness of the Millennium Fruit. "That's right. Back then, Elder Huang said that the grade of the Blood Divine Beast was still at the low-rank 6th grade. The Blood Divine Beast ignored all defensive abilities. It was a sneak attack that came and went like a ghost. It had left a deep impression on Chu Zhongtian. As for the details of the _____, he had always remembered it in his heart. Since the Blood Divine Beast is a low-rank 6th grade, then the Blood Divine tree that it relies on to survive must be a low-rank 6th grade. Speaking up to this point, Elder Huang indicated for Chu Zhongtian to observe the Millennium Fruit on the Blood Divine tree once more. He explained, "According to the grade of the Blood Divine tree, the outline and color of the Millennium Fruit are also different. A Blood Divine tree that has reached the 6th grade low grade, the outline of the 6th layer of the Millennium Fruit has a light green color. Grade: a Tier 6 mid-level Blood Divine tree. The outline of the 6th level of the Millennium Fruit was a middle green color. A Tier 6 top-grade Blood Divine tree. The outline of the 6th level of the Millennium Fruit is a deep green color. Chu, it has been less than an hour since we first discovered the Blood Divine Beast. The grade of the Blood Divine tree has gone from the low-rank 6th grade to the upper-grade 6th grade. Do you think there is something wrong with this?" After Elder Huang's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian gradually realized that something was wrong. Combined with Elder Huang's description of the Blood Divine tree and the Blood Divine Beast, Chu Zhongtian gradually deduced the reason for the rapid advancement of the Blood Divine tree. At the same time, he also vaguely caught the tail of the Chu family's conspiracy. "Elder Huang, the reason why the Blood Divine tree advanced to the upper 6th grade in such a short period of time is probably related to the several hundred Divine Soul Stage experts who entered the mine." "That's right. With the Blood Divine Beast's ability to ignore defense and its unpredictable means, none of the hundreds of warriors who entered the mine were a match for it." Following Chu Zhongtian's speculation just now, Elder Huang also told him what he was thinking. The essence blood of hundreds of Divine Soul Stage and half-step longevity period experts, as well as their enormous mental strength, are enough to allow the Blood Divine tree to advance 2 grades in a short period of less than an hour. "Elder Huang, since the Blood Divine tree doesn't have any defensive or offensive means, let's just take the Millennium Fruit and destroy it. Is this feasible?" Chu Zhongtian asked, because he wasn't sure if the hundreds of martial artists that entered the mine had all died in the hands of the Blood Divine Beast. He didn't know if the Blood Divine Beast had used the remaining warriors to break through to the level 7 in a short period of time. After guessing the reason why the Blood Divine tree had advanced to the upper 6th grade, Chu Zhongtian's first thought was, he would immediately pluck the Millennium Fruit and destroy it with all his might. In the mine, in the mysterious space, you can directly pluck the Millennium Fruit, but don't do it yourself. Elder Huang didn't oppose Chu Zhongtian's suggestion. He just didn't allow Chu Zhongtian to take the risk himself. Elder Huang's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Because Chu Zhongtian did not know whether he would be ambushed by the Blood Divine Beast during the process of picking the Millennium Fruit, he directly awakened Elder Farmer and the others, who were immersed in the temptation of the Millennium Fruit, because he did not know whether they would be attacked by the blood divine beast during the process. Senior, this is a spirit tree that has reached the 6th grade. It is the blood divine tree that the blood divine beast relies on to survive. The fruit hanging on the blood divine tree is the millennium fruit that can help one break through to the longevity period. First, he gave Elder Farmer and the others an accurate answer. After that, he touched the back of his head and said with an embarrassed expression, "Senior, this junior is only at the 8th layer of the chi transforming period. I can't fly with my own strength. Therefore, the responsibility of plucking the millennium fruit can only be entrusted to the 4 seniors." Following Chu Zhongtian's suggestion of picking the millennium fruit, Scrawny Elder and the other 2 looked at him. They looked directly at Elder Farmer, and the meaning in their eyes was very obvious. That was the heavy responsibility of picking the millennium fruit. Only the strongest person like you could do it. Regarding this, Elder Farmer seemed very helpless. As the blood divine tree's companion beast, the blood divine beast, it relied on to survive the blood divine tree. It would definitely pick the millennium fruit on the main trunk of the blood divine tree. Without a doubt, it would directly threaten the safety of the blood divine tree. Then, the blood divine beast that was hidden in the dark must take the opportunity to sneak attack. In other words, picking the millennium fruit would definitely cause a direct confrontation with the blood divine beast. When faced with the blood divine beast's ability to ignore all defenses, as well as its unpredictable attacks, Elder Farmer didn't have much confidence in blocking the blood divine beast's attack. However, facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, he couldn't refuse. After all, he was the strongest expert on the scene. However, even though he was helpless, Elder Farmer still decided to pick the millennium fruit. However, as for Scrawny Elder and the others retreating at the critical moment, there was still a trace of estrangement in Elder Farmer's heart. He stimulated the top-grade defensive spirit tool with all his strength, and used all the vital spirit in the Dantian. Elder Farmer took a deep breath. Then he unleashed the profound grade intermediate movement technique. With a speed that was more than 10 times faster than lightning, he aimed at the 6 millennium fruit on top of the blood divine tree. As for the blood divine tree that didn't have any defensive or offensive abilities, it felt as if it could feel the powerful aura on Elder Farmer's body. The branches and leaves of the blood divine tree trembled violently along with the trunk. Along with the violent shaking of the leaves, there was a rustling sound in the entire spatial zone, causing Chu Zhongtian and the others to feel a strange sense of tension. Elder Farmer, who thought that he would be ambushed by the blood divine beast or intercepted by it, not only did he not encounter any resistance, but he also successfully rushed to the main trunk of the blood divine tree. When he reached out to pick the millennium fruit, he did not see the blood divine beast coming out to block him, allowing him to successfully use 6 millennium fruit. Be careful. Seeing Elder Farmer successfully pick the 6 millennium fruit, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Although the millennium fruit was just a fruit grown on the blood divine tree, it wouldn't have much of an impact on its main body after picking it. However, no matter what, as a half-step longevity period warrior, Elder Farmer was too close to the main trunk of the blood divine tree, so he could directly threaten its safety. Because, according to Elder Farmer's half-step longevity period strength, if he wanted to destroy the blood divine tree, under such circumstances, he only needed a light strike to do so. If the blood divine beast didn't stop him, wasn't it afraid that Elder Farmer would destroy the blood divine tree that it relied on to survive? Perhaps it could be said that a special change had occurred in the blood divine beast, allowing it to break away from the blood divine tree's symbiotic relationship. Just as Chu Zhongtian was feeling puzzled, the purple blood that had transformed into nearly 4th layer blood in his blood vessels suddenly began to boil. The boiling purple blood caused a layer of faint purple light to appear in his eyes. Under the influence of the purple light, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that 3 meters away from Scrawny Elder, there was a red beast that was about 1 meter tall and shaped like a monkey. It was quietly approaching Scrawny Elder. Blood divine beast. Seeing the red exotic beast quietly approaching Scrawny Elder, the name of the blood divine beast immediately flashed in Chu Zhongtian's mind. Although he didn't know why the boiling purple blood in his body would allow him to clearly see the hidden blood divine beast, Scrawny Elder's imminent death still made him subconsciously remind him loudly. Senior, be careful of the Blood Divine Beast's sneak attack, Chu Zhongtian subconsciously reminded loudly, making the hidden Blood Divine Beast that was trying to sneak attack increase the speed of the sneak attack. Scrawny Elder originally thought that the Blood Divine Beast would sneak attack Elder Farmer who was picking the Millennium Fruit, so his vigilance had been reduced to the lowest. He did not even activate his own defensive spirit tool, although Chu Zhongtian's loud warning immediately made him react. Furthermore, he quickly assumed a defensive stance. However, when faced with the increasing speed of the Blood Divine Beast's attack, his reaction was still slightly slower, allowing the Blood Divine Beast to enter his body. Ah! When the Blood Divine Beast completely entered Scrawny Elder's body, a confused look appeared in Scrawny Elder's eyes. Along with the confused look in his eyes was his miserable howl. With the help of the purple light, Chu Zhongtian could still clearly see the Blood Divine Beast entering Scrawny Elder's body. The Blood Divine Beast that entered Scrawny Elder's body released a faint blood-red gas. The blood-red gas passed through his 7 meridians and 8 meridians before finally rushing into Scrawny Elder's mind and affecting his thoughts. After that, it opened its small mouth and sucked at the few important blood vessels in Scrawny Elder's body. Countless amounts of blood were forcefully absorbed into its body. 3 seconds later, Scrawny Elder's screams stopped. He looked like a middle-aged expert who had died in the tunnel, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After Scrawny Elder fell to the ground and died, the Blood Divine Beast appeared from his belly button. However, after seeing the purple light in Chu Zhongtian's eyes, the Blood Divine Beast let out a strange cry in fear. Its entire body quickly merged with the red blood, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Little friend, where's the Blood Divine Beast? When Scrawny Elder let out a miserable cry, it was when Elder Farmer picked the Millennium Fruit. After hearing Scrawny Elder's miserable cry, although he sped up picking the Millennium Fruit and rushed back with all his might, it was already too late. By the time he arrived beside Chu Zhongtian, the Blood Divine Beast had already disappeared. Senior, the Blood Divine Beast has already left. Just as the Blood Divine Beast merged with the Qi and blood in the spatial zone, Chu Zhongtian had already interrogated Elder Huang in his mind. Elder Huang, who had been using the power of the Divine Soul to monitor the Blood Divine Beast, had personally confirmed that the Blood Divine Beast had left the spatial zone. In the mines, in the mysterious space. Sigh! What a pity! Elder Farmer couldn't help but sigh when he saw Scrawny Elder, who had no blood on his body and had a satisfied smile on his face. Although he was a little angry that Scrawny Elder had backed off at the critical moment and pushed himself to the edge of danger, however, the 7 of them had been friends for hundreds of years. When they saw their good friends leave one after another, Elder Farmer couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. Fortunately, as a peak half-step longevity period, Elder Farmer had long gotten used to parting with his friends, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. After that, he took out the 6 Millennium Fruit that he had just picked from the storage bag and handed them to Chu Zhongtian. Little friend, if you hadn't taken the initiative to invite and guide us, we wouldn't have been able to pick the Millennium Fruit. Therefore, the distribution of these 6 Millennium Fruit will be decided by you. Old Fisherman didn't have any objections to what Elder Farmer was doing. This was because he admired Chu Zhongtian very much, and he knew that Chu Zhongtian, who came from the Floating Cloud sect, would be on good terms with him in advance. It would bring him hundreds of benefits and no harm. However, another expert with black spots on his face revealed a trace of displeasure. However, the 6 Millennium Fruit were plucked by Elder Farmer at the risk of his life. The decision was in Elder Farmer's hands, so he could only suppress his displeasure in his heart. Seeing Elder Farmer hand the 6 Millennium Fruit in front of him and let him distribute them, a trace of warmth flashed through Chu Zhongtian's heart. Although he had contributed to the final harvest of the Millennium Fruit, most of the credit had to be attributed to Elder Farmer. If he hadn't agreed to his suggestion first, Scrawny Elder and the others might not have been able to make up their minds to protect him and go deeper into the mine. If Elder Farmer hadn't deliberately protected him along the way, it was very likely that he would have been attacked by the Blood Divine Beast and would have lost his life a long time ago. Therefore, in the face of Elder Farmer's trust, besides feeling a trace of warmth in his heart, Chu Zhongtian also had the same trust in him as Elder Huang. Since Senior believes in Junior, Junior will have the courage to make a decision for once. Reaching out his hand to take the 6th millennium fruit, Chu Zhongtian already had a reasonable plan in his heart. Senior, you have contributed the most to the success of plucking the millennium fruit this time. Therefore, out of the 6 millennium fruit, these 3 belong to you. He took out the 3 millennium fruit that he had just received and placed them back into Elder Farmer's hands. Chu Zhongtian said gratefully, Senior, this millennium fruits grade has already reached the upper 6th grade. It can increase the chances of breaking through to the 7th level of the longevity period. Junior congratulates Senior in advance for breaking through to the longevity period. Enjoy eternal life. Old Fisherman took out a millennium fruit and handed it to Old Fisherman. Chu Zhongtian explained the grade and effects of the millennium fruit in detail. This caused Old Fisherman's hands to tremble as he received the millennium fruit. Senior, this is your millennium fruit. In the tunnel, when faced with the Blood Divine Beast's sneak attack, he subconsciously avoided the corpse. A black spot powerhouse who didn't care about his own life and death. A Chu Zhongtian who clearly loved and hated. He threw the millennium fruit in his hand to ____ without giving him any explanation. He also did not give his sincere blessings. Senior, although I still have a long way to go before I break through to the longevity period, I still have a long way to go. Senior, although there is still a long way to go before I break through to the longevity period. But with my talent, the longevity period won't be able to stop me. Therefore, this millennium fruit belongs to me. After returning to Elder Farmer's side, Chu Zhongtian raised the last millennium fruit in his hand. He said, regarding this, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman had no objections. As Chu Zhongtian, who had guided them to find the Blood Divine Tree and millennium fruit, it was only natural for them to get 1 millennium fruit. Of course, they wouldn't have any objections. However, the black-spotted expert looked at the millennium fruit in Chu Zhongtian's hand with some jealousy and greed. He was different from Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman. Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman's cultivation had already reached the peak of half-step longevity period. Furthermore, both of them had pretty good natural endowments. 1 millennium fruit was enough to ensure that they could break through to the longevity period smoothly. However, to him, his slightly inferior natural endowment and cultivation base had just broken through to the half-step longevity period. 1 millennium fruit made him not have the confidence to break through to the longevity period. Therefore, he already had a greedy heart towards the millennium fruit in Chu Zhongtian's hand. Fortunately, he wasn't blinded by greed. He knew that now wasn't the best time to make a move, so he temporarily hid the greed in his heart. He planned to wait until he left the mine to find an opportunity to eliminate Chu Zhongtian. Snatch it, the millennium fruit in his hand. Chu Zhongtian, who was discussing how to destroy the Blood Divine Tree with Elder Farmer, did not notice the old man's greedy heart. However, Elder Huang, who had been using the power of the Divine Soul to monitor the Blood Divine Beast, could clearly feel the old man looking at Chu Zhongtian. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Regarding this, Elder Huang just sneered. Not to mention that Chu Zhongtian had the life-saving trump card that Supreme-level expert had given him. Even if he didn't overdraw his power of the Divine Soul, he could still easily kill the old man with black spots. If he dared to attack Chu Zhongtian, there would only be one outcome: death. Little friend, do you want me to attack the Blood Divine Tree alone? Or do you want me to attack the Blood Divine Tree together? After listening to Elder Huang's detailed description, Chu Zhongtian knew that he wanted to destroy the Blood Divine Tree in front of him. A fire attribute warrior's attack would have the best effect. Among the 4 people present, only he and Elder Farmer had the physique of a fire attribute warrior. According to Elder Farmer's half-step longevity period strength, he only needed 1 fire attribute martial skill. He could destroy the Blood Divine Tree, but in order to take care of Chu Zhongtian's emotions, he still asked this question. According to what he said, the boiling purple blood allowed him to clearly observe the hidden Blood Divine Beast. It was the best choice for him to monitor the Blood Divine Beast. However, for some reason, Chu Zhongtian had a vague feeling that destroying the Blood Divine Tree would bring him unexpected benefits. Therefore, in the end, Chu Zhongtian decided to destroy the blood divine tree himself. Of course, he had to take care of Elder Farmer's feelings. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian said with a smile, "Senior, it was you who took the risk to pick the Millennium Fruit just now. Junior got a Millennium Fruit for free." He felt a little uneasy in his heart. The task of destroying the blood divine tree should be done by Junior. All right. Elder Farmer did not know what kind of tricks Chu Zhongtian was up to. He thought that Chu Zhongtian really wanted him to attack, so he took a step back and gave Chu Zhongtian the position of attack. Chu Zhongtian used the vital spirit in his dantian to comprehend the mysterious properties of the vital spirit. He flicked his thumb and middle finger back and forth, and a crisp sound echoed in the space. Along with the crisp sound of his finger, a vermilion bird about 2 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long, with its entire body emitting raging flames, appeared above his head. Gee! When the vermilion bird appeared in the void and its body completely solidified, it raised its head and chirped at the blood divine tree. Then, it flapped its wings and charged straight at the blood divine tree. Vital spirit attribute form. Looking at the real vermilion bird, Elder Farmer muttered to himself in shock. When Elder Farmer broke through to the Qi transforming period, he only revealed the talent of a top genius. Therefore, he could only control the power of his attributes, but he couldn't use the attribute form. However, as a powerful half-step longevity period, he was an old man who had lived for more than 900 years. Elder Farmer had seen people using the attribute form more than once. There was no shortage of people from the 9 major powers. A peerless genius who was truly stronger than others. As for those creatures that were created using the attributes of the vital spirit, they had dull intelligence and stiff movements. With just a single glance, they were able to discover the profoundness behind it. However, the vermilion bird that Chu Zhongtian had transformed just now, whether it was its expression, intelligence, or the anger it displayed when facing the blood divine tree, it was no different from a real vermilion bird. If he hadn't seen the vermilion bird with his own eyes, he would probably have thought that the vermilion bird that was flapping its wings and flying towards the blood divine tree was a real vermilion bird that had been nurtured by this heaven and earth. When the vermilion bird flapped its wings and flew towards the blood divine tree, Chu Zhongtian didn't pay it any heed. Instead, he secretly circulated the blood demon great method, causing the purple blood that had just calmed down to boil once again. Furthermore, with the help of the boiling purple blood, his eyes were filled with a purple light. When the purple light filled Chu Zhongtian's eyes, Elder Huang in his mind immediately separated a wisp of power of the divine soul and quietly observed the purple light in Chu Zhongtian's eyes. In fact, when Chu Zhongtian used the purple light for the first time and scared away the blood divine beast, Elder Huang had already noticed the strangeness of the purple light. However, because the blood divine beast retreated too early, the purple light in Chu Zhongtian's eyes disappeared too quickly, so he did not have time to use the power of the divine soul to observe. This time, Chu Zhongtian had initiated the purple light. How could Elder Huang miss this opportunity? The strand of power of the divine soul that was separated from Chu Zhongtian's body followed the meridian in Chu Zhongtian's mind and quietly approached the purple light in his right eye. However, when the power of the divine soul was 1 centimeter away from the purple light, Elder Huang suddenly felt a pair of emotionless eyes in the purple light. The coldness in his eyes made Elder Huang feel the threat of death. He had no choice but to withdraw the separated power of the divine soul. Perhaps it was because the power of the divine soul had no malicious intent, or perhaps it was because Elder Huang had stayed in Chu Zhongtian's mind for a long time. The power of the divine soul had already been contaminated by Chu Zhongtian's aura. He looked at the retreating power of the divine soul. The eyes hidden in the purple light retracted their coldness. My God! What kind of background does Chu have, or what kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique did he cultivate? He can actually form a divine eye like the heavenly might. Looking at the slowly dissipating purple eyes, Elder Huang couldn't help but mutter to himself in fear. Then, he thought of the heavenly might in the purple eyes, and Elder Huang's frightened expression changed, gradually replaced by excitement. Through the boundless sea of consciousness, Elder Huang looked at Chu Zhongtian. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Chu Zhongtian's eyes were filled with purple light, but he didn't know his current condition. The threat of death that he had once brought to Elder Huang had also filled him with endless anticipation. With the help of the special ability of the purple light, he began to observe the surroundings of the spatial zone to see if there were any traces of the blood divine beast. The more he observed, the tighter Chu Zhongtian's frown became. The vermilion bird that was emitting raging flames had already started to destroy the branches and leaves of the blood divine tree. It was gradually approaching its main trunk. As a companion beast, the blood divine beast that coexisted with the blood divine tree to death. Not only did it not come out to block it, it did not even appear. This made Chu Zhongtian vaguely feel that something was amiss, as if something bad was about to happen. Elder Huang, as a companion beast of the blood divine tree, is it possible for the blood divine beast to break free from the restrictions of the blood divine tree and become an independent beast that lives independently from the world? Chu Zhongtian asked with a solemn tone. Elder Farmer picked the millennium fruit. Although the blood divine beast had appeared, but the target of its attack. It wasn't Elder Farmer, who posed a fatal threat to the blood divine tree, but Scrawny Elder, who had the most chi and blood in the group. This meant that it probably didn't care about the destruction of the blood divine tree. Now, facing the blood divine tree that was about to be destroyed, not only did it not come out to stop it, it didn't even show any signs of it. This meant that it was very likely that it was looking forward to destroying the blood divine tree that was restricting it. With doubts in his heart, Chu Zhongtian immediately controlled the vermilion bird through his consciousness. After stopping the destruction of the blood divine tree temporarily, he immediately sought confirmation from Elder Huang in his mind. Impossible. As a companion beast of the spirit tree, the blood divine beast's soul is firmly fused with the blood divine tree. It's impossible to separate it from the undersurface alone. Elder Huang shook his head and rejected Chu Zhongtian's whimsical idea. However, just as he mentioned that the soul could not be separated, he suddenly thought of a rumor. It was a rumor spread between Supreme a million years ago. A rumor that could separate the soul of blood divine beast and blood divine tree. Chu! Hurry up and stop the attack of the spirit object. When he thought of that possibility, Elder Huang's first action was to stop Chu Zhongtian's attack. Fortunately, after Chu Zhongtian realized that something was wrong, he used his consciousness to control the vermilion bird to stop attacking. Therefore, some of the branches and leaves of the blood divine tree were destroyed, and it did not harm its original body. Chu, do you still remember the spell master I mentioned to you before? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had already ordered the vermilion bird to stop, Elder Huang secretly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but praise Chu Zhongtian's foresight. Yes, within his storage ring finger, there were also the runes and jade slip made by the top spell master millions of years ago. How could Chu Zhongtian forget about this? Chu, what I'm going to say next is the rumors. Is the rumors true or not? I want to see the relationship between the blood divine beast and the blood divine tree, as well as your next move. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had a deep impression of the curse master, Elder Huang didn't explain too much about the existence of the curse master. Instead, he explained the rumors he had heard. Through Elder Huang's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian's thoughts couldn't help but pass through time and space, as if he had arrived 100 years ago. A million years ago, when the curse masters were at their peak, 3 top geniuses appeared among them. Among them, the one who created the devouring of a martial artist's spiritual energy was called a ghost. A ghost was eccentric and liked to be alone. The one who was proficient in all kinds of talismans and pushed them to the limit was called a genius. He had a gentle temperament and was good at making friends. He was the god in the hearts of all the talismans in Eternal Continent. At the same time, there was also a genius who integrated alchemy, weapon crafting, formation, prophecies, and the other 9 supplementary cultivation systems. This person was called a genius among spell masters. It was said that a talisman genius who could fuse with the 9 great support cultivation systems didn't have an outstanding talent. Every time he broke through to the great stage, he would need to borrow some top-grade medicinal pills and spirit fruit. It was said that this man's intelligence was extraordinary, and he had deeply grasped the essence of the divination art. He knew how to use a tiny bit of clues to find a treasure that could help him improve his strength and break through to the stage. It was said that when a curse master genius reached the divine soul stage 10th layer grand perfection, he once again fell into a bottleneck that he couldn't break through. Later on, he used some unknown method to find the legendary blood divine tree and millennium fruit that could help him break through. As for how he obtained the millennium fruit, there was no record of it in the legends. However, the last record said that when the prodigy broke through to the longevity period, beside him was a man who had reached the upper rank 7th grade and was as tall as an adult. His appearance was similar to that of a monkey, and his entire body was red in color. Others might not know the origin of the blood divine beast, but for a supreme-level warrior, there were very few things in this world that could be hidden from them. To supreme-level warriors, capturing a blood divine beast that could ignore any kind of defense was a rare treasure. Therefore, 3 supreme-level warriors found the genius spellmaster and asked him how he captured the blood divine beast. It was said that the genius of the curse master had a strange personality, and he did whatever he wanted. Facing the interrogation of the 3 supreme-level expert, not only did he not answer, instead, he blew up the upper-rank 7th grade blood divine beast that was following him, and asked the 3 supreme-level expert who had gone to force him to hand over the secret. All of them had suffered severe injuries of different levels. The 3 severely injured supreme-level expert were furious, but he still managed to capture the genius curse master. As for how he would torture the genius curse master after capturing him, there was no record of it in the legends. They only knew that the genius of the curse had never appeared. However, as a formation master, Elder Huang had made friends all over the world. In the end, he still obtained some information about how the blood divine tree and blood divine beast could be separated from each other from a titled supreme level. It was said that the genius with the talisman used a soul-splitting technique in the incantation. He separated a portion of his divine soul and fused it into the blood divine tree, replacing the incomplete spiritual intelligence in the blood divine tree to establish a symbiotic relationship with the blood divine beast. At the same time, he would use some schemes and formation to attract the powerhouses who wanted to obtain the millennium fruit, allowing them to destroy the blood divine tree. Just as the main body of the blood divine tree was destroyed, the soul that had merged with the blood divine tree used an ocean concealing technique to escape from the main body of the blood divine tree. By doing so, not only would they be able to obtain all the essence blood within the main body of the blood divine tree, but they would also be able to do so. Furthermore, the blood divine tree would allow a huge amount of spiritual energy to flow between the two of them. Forcibly forming a slave contract would allow the blood divine beast to become his beast pet. Elder Huang, do you think there are any more spell masters? The spell master genius that Elder Huang talked about had made Chu Zhongtian very interested in the profession of spell master. Using simple incantations, he could borrow the power of heaven and earth to form a powerful attack. Using simple incantations, he could split his soul and merge it into the bodies of different creatures, stealing the fruits of their painstaking cultivation. The symbols refined using incantations could allow those with low cultivation to display the methods of experts. The various methods of a curse master made him feel a sense of yearning, and he felt great admiration in his heart. If time went back to an hour ago, even if Chu Zhongtian obtained the talisman and jade slip from 1,000,000 years ago, Elder Huang would give him a clear answer. There was absolutely no spell master in this world. As one of the witnesses who witnessed the death of a curse master 1,000,000 years ago, Elder Huang was very clear about the means of the few titled supreme-level experts at that time. He believed that all the curse masters in Eternal Continent would not be able to escape the pursuit of titled supreme-level experts. However, the strange phenomenon between the blood divine beast and the blood divine tree made him suspect that the curse master who was being chased back then might have left his inheritance behind. Chu next used the illusory spirit object to burn the blood divine tree bit by bit. But you cannot destroy its foundation. As he wasn't sure whether the blood divine tree and blood divine beast would be like the rumors said, Elder Huang thought about it for a moment. In the end, he decided to see what would happen next and find out. He would use this to calculate whether the spell master was still alive or not. All right, Elder Huang's suggestion was similar to what Chu Zhongtian had thought. If what Elder Huang had said was true, then Chu Zhongtian would definitely not destroy the Blood Divine Tree so easily. It would be a wedding gift for others, but he couldn't stay here forever. Therefore, if he used the gradual burning method to force the Blood Divine Beast to come out, perhaps the person behind the scene would take the initiative to stand out. The vermilion bird that was formed using the attributes of the vital spirit was similar to his own attack. Therefore, after giving the order to burn it down, he continued to use the purple light to observe the traces of the Blood Divine Beast. At the same time, in his mind, Elder Huang also used 70% of the power of the Divine Soul to cover the entire space, paying attention to the traces of the person behind the scenes at all times. When one broke through to the Qi transforming period, apart from the spiritual power in the Dantian, they could also transform into a vital spirit of a higher grade. The grade of the spiritual power's flame would also increase by a level, reaching the level of the vital spirit's flame. Therefore, under the deliberate burning of the vermilion bird, the branches and leaves that stretched out from the Blood Divine Tree were burned down bit by bit. The Blood Divine Beast that was hidden in the dark, as well as the person behind it, still had no intentions of revealing itself. Controlling the boiling purple blood was also a huge burden to Chu Zhongtian. In order to prevent himself from using too much energy, he deliberately controlled the vermilion bird to speed up the burning process. When the branches and leaves that extended out of the Blood Divine Tree were completely burnt by the vermilion bird and started to burn the main trunk, Elder Huang, who had been using the power of the Divine Soul to monitor, vaguely felt a trace of fluctuation in the void. Chu! Be careful. Someone is approaching, Elder Huang reminded. Roger that. Chu Zhongtian responded in his heart. His eyes were glowing with purple light as he stared at the ground 30 meters below the Blood Divine Tree. When Elder Huang reminded people to get closer, he vaguely saw the figure of the Blood Divine Beast. However, because the Blood Divine Beast was too fast and was good at hiding himself, Chu Zhongtian could only vaguely see a trace of an afterimage. Facing the main trunk of the Blood Divine Tree that was over 100 meters tall, even if the vermilion bird used a very high-grade vital spirit fire, furthermore, during the process of burning, in order to avoid hurting the foundation of the Blood Divine Tree, the process of burning it was even slower. Chu, hurry and call the others. A few half-step longevity period warriors have already arrived at the end of the passageway. While Chu Zhongtian was monitoring the Blood Divine Beast and controlling the vermilion bird to burn the Blood Divine Tree, Elder Huang suddenly reminded in his mind. Senior, be on your guard. A half-step longevity period warrior is approaching. Following Elder Huang's warning, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly called out to Elder Farmer. In the mine in the mysterious space, Elder Farmer, who had been called by Chu Zhongtian, immediately stood to Chu Zhongtian's right and stared at the end of the tunnel with a vigilant expression. Old Fisherman, on the other hand, stood on Chu Zhongtian's left side at the same time. Just like Elder Farmer, he vigilantly observed his surroundings. As for the old man with black spots, he just stood there and thought for a while. Finally, he managed to get behind Chu Zhongtian. However, he did not activate the vital spirit's defense in his Dantian. He didn't pay attention to his surroundings either. He just stared at Chu Zhongtian with a cold expression. He stared at the storage bag hanging on his waist. As Chu Zhongtian had spent most of his energy monitoring the Blood Divine Beast, the rest of his energy was controlling the vermilion bird to burn the Blood Divine Tree. Therefore, he didn't notice the cold look in the eyes of the old man standing behind him. Of course, Elder Huang, who had long noticed the old man's evil intentions, had secretly prepared enough power of the Divine Soul to prevent Chu Zhongtian from being ambushed by the old man. Not long after Elder Huang's reminder, a group of 6 people passed through the end of the tunnel and appeared in the mysterious space. The vital spirit's power burned the Blood Divine Tree, causing it to instinctively withdraw the qi and blood that was being emitted from the space. This caused the originally rich qi and blood aura in the space to disappear completely. This caused the 6 experts who entered the spatial zone to not notice anything unusual. So it's the famous Brother Su, Brother Lin, and Brother Gu. Among the 6 experts who entered the spatial zone, the leader was an expert. When he saw Elder Farmer standing guard to Chu Zhongtian's right, A trace of fear flashed across his face. After that, he greeted ____ with a smile on his face. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Ninth Elder from the Go clan." After recognizing the identities of the 6 experts who had entered the spatial zone, the originally nervous elder farmer revealed a relaxed expression. Old Fisherman, who was on Chu Zhongtian's left, lowered his head and explained the origins of the 6 experts who had entered the spatial zone to him. "Little friend, these 6 people are from the Go clan of Southern Domain. The Go clan is a 5th-grade family, and they have a mighty expert in their clan. Their strength can't be underestimated. At the same time, the Go clan is the same as the Du clan. They are also one of the allies of the Chu family. Senior, how strong are the 6 of them?" Chu Zhongtian wasn't interested in the specific background of the 6 experts who had entered the spatial zone. What really interested him was the true strength of these 6 experts. Could they pose a threat to him and the others? "Little friend, you can rest assured about this. Among the 6 experts before us, except for the leader called Goen, he is a half-step longevity period. The remaining 5 are only divine soul stage advanced. Senior disciple Su alone can easily kill them." Old Fisherman's explanation made Chu Zhongtian nod his head. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was using the vital spirit's power to burn the blood divine tree, forcing the blood divine beast and the person behind it to come out. For the time being, he couldn't divide too much of his energy. If the strength of the 6 experts who entered the spatial zone surpassed Elder Farmer and the others, under the premise of ensuring his own safety, he had to temporarily give up on forcing them. "Brother Su, it seems that you have also encountered the sneak attack of an unknown monster. Brother Li and the others have been killed." After greeting Elder Farmer, Goen saw the corpse lying on the ground not far away and couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, so Brother Go has also encountered the sneak attack of an unknown monster. It caused his side to suffer heavy casualties as well." In response to Goen's sigh, a trace of sadness also appeared on Elder Farmer's face. However, a trace of disdain flashed in the corner of his eyes as he replied. As the top expert in the rogue cultivator, he had rich life experiences. It allowed Elder Farmer to gain insight into people's hearts. Goen seemed to be sighing in his heart just now. In fact, he wanted to use Scrawny Elder's corpse to test if he knew the origin of the monster that attacked him. Before getting Chu Zhongtian's permission, Elder Farmer would never reveal the information about the Blood Divine Tree and the Blood Divine Beast to anyone. Seeing that Goen could not get any useful information from the cunning Elder Farmer, he could only look away helplessly. After that, he noticed the vermilion bird that was casting the vital spirit's flame in the distance, and the Blood Divine Tree that had a third of its main body burned. The Blood Divine Tree that had a third of its main body burned, and only the tree trunk remained. There was nothing unusual about it. So Goen's gaze was placed on the vermilion bird. Could this be the legendary vermilion bird of one of the 4 divine beasts? Pointing at the vermilion bird that displayed the vital spirit's flames, Goen's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. As a divine beast with a bloodline surpassing that of a strange beast, the vermilion bird, divine dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise were called the 4 divine beasts of the Eternal Continent. According to rumors, the 4 divine beasts had always silently protected the peace and quiet of the Eternal Continent, preventing the billions of people of the Eternal Continent from being invaded by external enemies. However, 1,000,000 years ago there was a fierce war in Eternal Continent. That war not only disrupted the force of rule of the Eternal Continent, but also caused the spiritual chi and concentration in the continent to be far inferior to the ones in the past. Even the 4 divine beasts that had been guarding the continent had disappeared. Now, other than the occasional exotic beast with the divine dragon bloodline in Eternal Continent, the other 3 divine beasts' bloodline exotic beasts were basically extinct. At this moment, he had truly seen the living vermilion bird, and it was even a young vermilion bird. How could he not be excited? If he could capture this vermilion bird in front of him and return to his clan, he would nurture it with great care. Once the vermilion bird fully matured, not only would the Go family become the 10th giant in Southern Domain, they would also become one of the major powers. They might even surpass the Qin Empire and become the true overlord of Southern Domain. However, in order to successfully capture the vermilion bird, they had to deal with Elder Farmer, who was the strongest in the scene. Thus, Goen looked at Elder Farmer once again and asked in a nervous tone, "Brother Su, could it be that you aren't interested in this vermilion bird in front of you? This old man is alone. I don't need to raise beast pets." Seeing Goen mistakenly believing that the vermilion bird in front of him was real, Elder Farmer couldn't help but feel secretly delighted in his heart. At the same time, he felt even more respect for Chu Zhongtian's ability to transform the attributes of the vital spirit. The attributes of the vital spirit, the profound mysteries of the vital spirit. The key to controlling these two factors was the heavenly talent that a martial artist revealed when breaking through to the Qi transforming period. At this moment, faced with Goen's misunderstanding, Elder Farmer couldn't help but guess. He guessed that when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, the talent that Chu Zhongtian displayed might have surpassed that of a peerless genius and reached the monster level. Seeing that Elder Farmer didn't seem to be interested in the divine beast vermilion bird in front of him, Goen felt that something was amiss. Therefore, he planned to use the power of the divine sense to start observing the vermilion bird that used the vital spirit fire. In the mine in the mysterious space. When he saw Goen, who was planning to use the power of the divine sense to examine the vermilion bird, and Chu Zhongtian, who had noticed this scene, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. The vermilion bird was created using the attributes of his vital spirit. Goen used the power of the divine sense to inspect the vermilion bird, and waited until he checked his privacy. How could Chu Zhongtian be willing to do this? After coldly snorting and expressing his dissatisfaction, he controlled the vermilion bird to temporarily stop burning the blood divine tree, and then beckoned it back to his side. Could it be that this vermilion bird has already acknowledged its master? That's why Mr. Su gave up on the idea of subduing a divine beast. Seeing the young man standing to Elder Farmer's left waving his hand, the vermilion bird that was displaying the vital spirit's flame, he obediently returned to the young man's side, and a trace of doubt flashed across Goen's face. After that, his gaze passed Elder Farmer and started to observe Chu Zhongtian. The doubt on his face turned into shock. His young face was enough to show that the young man in front of him was no more than 17 years old. However, his 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak cultivation had highlighted his extraordinary and outstanding abilities. As a 5th-grade family, there were many outstanding disciples in the younger generation of the Go clan. Among them, there was a disciple whose cultivation talent had reached the upper level 5, and the talent that he had displayed when breaking through to the Qi transforming period. He had also reached the level of a peerless genius. However, with such outstanding talent and his age of 19, he was only a 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period now. There was still a long way to go before he broke through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer. To be able to cultivate such an outstanding disciple, he must be one of the 9 major powers. Thus, Goen was afraid of him. He gave Chu Zhongtian a friendly smile, then cupped his fists and asked, "May I know which power you are from?" "Floating Cloud Sect." Waving his hand to disperse the vermilion bird that was hovering above his head, Chu Zhongtian replied coldly. The sudden intrusion of Goen and the others had not only completely destroyed his plan to force the blood divine beast and the person behind the scenes, but also used the power of the divine sense to check his privacy. It would be strange if Chu Zhongtian could give him a good face. Chu Zhongtian's indifferent response caused anger to rise in Goen's heart. Since you are from the Floating Cloud Sect, one of the 9 major powers, you are the disciple of a peerless genius. However, you are only a Qi transforming period junior now. When facing a half-step longevity period senior, you must respect him. However, when the young man waved his hand and dispersed the vermilion bird hovering above Goen's head, the anger in Goen's heart vanished in an instant. The vermilion bird that was dispersed by Chu Zhongtian turned into countless vital spirit energy and returned to Chu Zhongtian's body. The young man's action just now was enough to prove that the real vermilion bird was the vital spirit attribute form that this young man used. The vermilion bird with the properties of the vital spirit could actually deceive the eyes of a half-step longevity period warrior. As a 5th-grade family warrior who had allied with the Chu family, Sunan knew very well what it meant. The technique of using the attribute form could be used to confuse the truth. Only a genius who had reached the monster level could do this. In other words, this young disciple who came from the floating cloud sect was a genius who had reached the monster level. He finally understood the reason why a young man who was only 16 or 17 years old had reached the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. At this moment, how could he dare to be angry at Chu Zhongtian? After all, the 9 major powers attached great importance to monster-level disciples. These monstrous disciples, not only did he enjoy the highest treatment in the sect, he also had the life-saving trump card left behind by supreme-level expert. Goen smiled kindly at Chu Zhongtian and returned to his companion's side. After that, he continued to observe the situation in the spatial zone. Little friend, should I destroy the blood divine tree? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had taken the initiative to disperse the attribute of the vermilion bird, Elder Farmer knew that he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength in front of Goen and the others. Therefore, he took the initiative to destroy the blood divine tree. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian rejected Elder Farmer's good intentions and discussed with Elder Huang in his mind. Elder Huang, it seems that using the method of burning the blood divine tree, there is no way to force the blood divine beast and the person behind it out, unless we destroy the blood divine tree directly. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian glanced at the blood divine tree's body that was still 60 meters tall. His voice transmission was solemn as he said, Elder Huang, I'm worried that after destroying the blood divine tree, the rumors will become reality. Letting the people hiding behind the scenes obtain the enormous essence blood and mental energy within the blood divine tree will instead make our situation very dangerous. Therefore, I plan to temporarily leave this spatial zone and the mine. Chu, if it was someone else, before we destroy the blood divine tree and the blood divine beast, this method definitely won't work. But to you, it might be a viable option. Elder Huang considered Chu Zhongtian's suggestion for a moment. He felt that this was also a viable option. Because of the purple light in Chu Zhongtian's eyes, not only did the blood divine beast lose the chance to launch a sneak attack, but it also lost its ability to launch a sneak attack. The eye hidden within the purple light might even harm the blood divine beast. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian wanted to temporarily leave this spatial zone and the Orvane. It wasn't impossible. Although leaving the spatial zone and leaving the Orvane would cause him to lose the possibility of checking the existence of the Curse Master, Chu Zhongtian, who possessed the mysterious eye, was far safer than the existence of the Curse Master. Elder Huang, leaving this spatial zone and the Orvane is only temporary. After leaving the mine, I will use the life-saving trump card left by my benefactor. After that, tell him everything that happened here, and ask his true self to come here personally. I think that as supreme-level expert's master, he might be able to find out who is hiding behind the scenes. Reaching out his hand to touch the jade pendant hanging on his chest, Chu Zhongtian said fiercely. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's teacher's strength, Elder Huang had already confirmed it when he used his trump card when facing the destructive force of the peerless weapon in Purgatory City. As for the expert who gifted Chu Zhongtian his life-saving trump card, Elder Huang knew that the expert's strength had already surpassed the ordinary supreme-level expert and was not far away from titled supreme level. When a supreme-level expert attacked personally, no matter how strong the person behind the scene was, or how well hidden he would never be able to escape from the eyes of a supreme level. Senior, let's leave this place for now, Chu Zhongtian said to Elder Farmer in a low voice. Then, he turned around and walked towards the end of the passageway. Although he had decided to leave this spatial zone temporarily, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. Chu Zhongtian did not have the boiling purple blood in his body. His eyes were still filled with purple light. Although Goen and the others were puzzled by Chu Zhongtian's sudden departure from the spatial zone, they didn't question him too much. Instead, they approached the blood divine tree that was burnt until only its trunk was left, step by step. In the mines, in the mysterious space. Ah! Just as Chu Zhongtian was leading Elder Farmer, and the others out of the blood divine tree's space. A miserable howl immediately attracted his attention. He quickly turned his head around. His eyes were filled with purple light, allowing him to clearly see that inside the body of a peerless divine soul stage warrior next to Goen, the blood divine beast was devouring the blood in his body. Let's hurry back. The purpose of burning the blood divine tree was to force the blood divine beast, or the person behind the scene, to jump out. Now, no matter what the reason was, the blood divine beast had taken the initiative to sneak attack a divine soul stage expert. They had already achieved Chu Zhongtian's goal, so the first thought that came to his mind was he had to rush to the side of the peerless warrior who had been ambushed. Furthermore, he still had an idea that he needed to use the blood divine beast to verify whether his idea was feasible. Furthermore, this idea was related to whether he could force the person behind the scenes to take the initiative to stand out. Using the advanced movement technique, he rushed in front of the expert who had been ambushed by the blood divine beast with lightning speed and secretly forced out a drop of purple blood. Towards Chu Zhongtian and the others who had suddenly returned, Goen did not have any reaction. He looked at his companion with a frightened expression, and his right hand, which was holding the vital spirit tool, trembled slightly. Goen and the others had been ambushed by the blood divine beast more than once, but the previous few times they were ambushed, he was a certain distance away from his companion, so he did not know the exact process of his companion being killed. At this moment, this was the first time he had witnessed his companion being attacked. The process of being killed as fast as lightning, and the miserable howls of his companions. The satisfied smile on his face made him feel helpless for the first time. For the first time he felt fear. For the first time he felt the fear of death. After the peerless divine soul stage warrior fell to the ground and died, Chu Zhongtian's purple eyes stared at the navel of the corpse. At the same time, the purple blood that was forced out was ready to shoot out. A red gas rose from the navel of the corpse. Under the gaze of the purple light, the blood divine beast that could not be hidden clearly floated in Chu Zhongtian's sight. He moved the vital spirit in his finger and flicked the purple blood on his finger with his middle finger. The purple blood shot out like a bullet and hit the blood divine beast's right chest before it could react. Roar! Like a monkey's howl, the blood divine beast used one of its claws to tightly cover the wound that was struck by the purple blood. Its other claw swung out a cloud of blood mist. Before Chu Zhongtian could react, it turned into a stream of blood. It disappeared into the spatial zone. Looking at the blood divine beast that turned into a blood arrow and left the spatial zone, Chu Zhongtian was slightly stunned. The method used by the blood divine beast to escape just now was very similar to the blood demon great method he had obtained in the third layer palace in the blood demon secret library. It recorded a set of secret technique, blood escape. The blood escape used the essence blood that was above the 7th level of his body. With the help of the powerful energy that erupted from the essence blood in an instant, it allowed a martial artist to temporarily reach the speed of teleportation. The distance of teleportation was determined by a martial artist's own strength. With the strength of a high-grade 6th-grade blood divine beast, a 7th level or higher essence blood could allow him to teleport tens of thousands of miles away. And an essence blood was the foundation of a martial artist. Consuming 7 levels and above of an essence blood in one go would result in the user not moving for half a year, and could only lie in bed and rest. In other words, if the blood divine beast used the secret technique's blood escape just now, then the blood divine beast that escaped from the blood divine tree spatial zone would not be able to pose any threat for a short period of time. Although Chu Zhongtian had used the purple blood to injure the blood divine beast, although he had concealed it very well, Elder Huang, who had been paying attention to him, had seen it clearly. When he saw the color of the blood Chu Zhongtian forced out, which was exactly the same as the purple color that appeared in his eyes, Elder Huang was shocked and started to recall the origin of the purple blood. Unfortunately, his body had not been damaged. There were no records of the purple blood, which made him somewhat disappointed. Everyone on the scene had heard the painful screams of the blood divine beast. A monster that could hide from a sneak attack had mysteriously suffered a serious injury. This caused Sun En and the others to calm down a little. Elder Farmer looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression, as if he had guessed something, but he didn't say anything. Chu, since the purple blood in your body can injure the blood divine beast, then you can swagger out of this space, out of the mine. Furthermore, you can use this method to force the person behind the scenes to jump out. Elder Huang suggested. Although Elder Huang was a little disappointed that there was no record of the purple blood in his memory, however, he remembered that Chu Zhongtian had followed him to learn the formation, which meant that Chu Zhongtian could be considered as half of his inheritor. On the contrary, he was a little happy. At the same time, he started to think for Chu Zhongtian in all aspects. Sure. Elder Huang's suggestion was the same as Chu Zhongtian's. Since the purple blood was able to severely injure the blood divine beast, no matter what he did next, the blood divine beast would not be able to stop him. Furthermore, the attribute form technique he used just now had already proved his monster-level talent. If the person hiding behind the scenes didn't want to expose the secrets of the blood divine tree and the blood divine beast, he would certainly take the initiative to stop him. Of course, he could continue hiding, but as long as he left the mine and the range of the blood divine tree's natural law, he would be able to use his trump card to summon Zhao Enjuan. With Zhao Enjuan's supreme level strength, he was able to tear through the void and arrive at the mine in less than a second. After giving Elder Farmer a nod, Chu Zhongtian turned around and walked towards the exit. Elder Farmer and the others immediately surrounded him. Goen and the others looked at the dead body on the ground, then at Chu Zhongtian, who was walking away. Finally, they shamelessly followed behind Chu Zhongtian. Although they didn't know if the blood divine beast had suffered a serious injury, or if Chu Zhongtian had secretly attacked it, the blood divine beast had suffered a serious injury after Chu Zhongtian arrived. Therefore, Goen knew that Chu Zhongtian had a way to deal with the blood divine beast. Thinking about the mysterious sneak attack of the blood divine beast, as well as the strange behavior of his companion before his death, Goen decided to follow Chu Zhongtian out of this spatial zone. The closer they got to the spatial tunnel that allowed them to leave the blood divine tree, the more nervous Chu Zhongtian and Elder Huang became. The nervousness made Elder Farmer, who was guarding beside them, feel that they had found out about it. Ever since Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to disperse the vermilion bird, every action that he made next would make people feel baffled. However, Elder Farmer believed that there must be a reason for him to do so, so he chose to support him silently. Since the blood divine beast had suffered a serious injury, it no longer posed any threat to them. Chu Zhongtian should be able to relax for now. However, his reaction at this moment was even more nervous than before the blood divine beast had suffered a serious injury. This made Elder Farmer realize that there might be stronger experts hiding in the spatial zone where the blood divine tree lived. Therefore, he gestured to Old Fisherman and the old man with black spots. After mobilizing all the half-step longevity period vital spirit and power of the divine soul, he consciously protected Chu Zhongtian even more tightly. However, after the old man with black spots activated the vital spirit and power of the divine soul, not only did he not approach Chu Zhongtian, he even deliberately fell a little behind, afraid that he would become the target of Chu Zhongtian's sneak attack. Although the space where the blood divine tree lived was vast and boundless, Chu Zhongtian and the others didn't go too deep into it. They weren't very far away from the passageway to leave the space, only about 100 meters away. Since he didn't use the movement technique, it wouldn't take too much time even if he relied on his footwork. 20 seconds later, when they were about 5 to 6 meters away from the passageway, a helpless sigh suddenly sounded out from within the space where the blood divine tree lived. AI! Following the helpless sigh, a middle-aged man with jet-black hair and a crack between his eyebrows slowly appeared on the blood divine tree that had been burned to the point where only the main trunk remained. The helpless sigh caused Elder Farmer, Goen, and the others, who had originally planned to leave with Chu Zhongtian, to subconsciously turn around. When they saw the middle-aged expert who had appeared at the top of the blood divine tree, their expressions changed and they shouted out the origin of the middle-aged man. Elder Farmer and the other two called out, Chu Tianhe. Goen and the others called out, Elder Chu. Kid. Things are not looking good. Elder Huang, who was in Chu Zhongtian's mind, said with a serious tone when he saw the middle-aged expert on the blood divine tree. Elder Huang. How strong is this person? A middle-aged man who could make Elder Huang say the word, not good, suddenly appeared in front of him. His strength must have exceeded the limits of Elder Huang's endurance. Otherwise, given Elder Huang's attitude of looking down on the weak, his tone wouldn't be so solemn. Chu, this man's strength has already reached the limit of longevity period. He is already a half-step Great Tao stage expert. While calculating how many layers of power of the divine soul he needed to overdraft to deal with the middle-aged expert in front of him, Elder Huang responded to Chu Zhongtian's question at the same time. A half-step Great Tao stage expert. Elder Huang's introduction of this middle-aged expert made Chu Zhongtian's heart skip a beat. When his cultivation base broke through to the Qi transforming period, in order to snatch away a monster-level disciple like him, the floating cloud sect experts who had been cultivating in seclusion all showed up in Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9. The weakest among the experts in Courtyard 9 was a powerful expert, and there wasn't even a lack of experts who were stronger than the stage. However, the purpose of those experts who were above the stage was to take him as their disciple. Perhaps they wanted to recruit him as a disciple of their faction. Therefore, every expert was polite to him. Every mighty warrior kept their aura. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was not familiar with the aura of a powerful expert. At this moment, facing Chu Tianhe, who was standing at the top of the blood divine tree, this was the first time Chu Zhongtian felt the qi of a mighty expert. The stage. Brother Su, since you are already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chu Zhongtian, who appeared at the top of the blood divine tree, first glanced at Chu Zhongtian, who had a solemn expression, then greeted Elder Farmer with a smile. Chu Tianhe, I believe that the news of the birth of the Millennium Fruit was leaked by you. After seeing Chu Tianhe, the doubt in Elder Farmer's heart was finally confirmed. But the feeling of being played by someone made him very uncomfortable. Although Chu Tianhe was already a half-step Great Tao stage expert, Elder Farmer, who was in a bad mood, responded rudely. AI couldn't be helped. The blood divine beast wanted to advance to a higher grade in the shortest time possible. A large amount of blood and power of the divine soul is needed. I hope Brother Su can understand my helplessness. Facing Elder Farmer's question, Chu Tianhe revealed an expression of compassion. It made people unconsciously understand his actions. Chu, are you all right? Just as Chu Tianhe's face revealed a look of compassion, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, quickly reminded him. I'm fine. Elder Huang, what's wrong? Chu Tianhe's words of compassion just now had made Chu Zhongtian feel disgusted. At the same time, he gradually understood Chu Tianhe's character. Chu Tianhe was the kind of person who hid a knife in his smile and used a sinister hand behind his back. You must be very cautious of such a person. Chu, just now, the opponent had secretly used the unique illusion technique of the blood divine beast. You will know when you see the reaction of the others. Although the opponent was a half-step Great Tao stage expert, Elder Huang's body of the divine soul was still a supreme level expert. Therefore, the opponent's illusion technique had no effect on him. However, Chu Zhongtian was only a Qi transforming period stage martial artist. The power of his will had yet to fuse with his soul. The illusion technique that the opponent used had the strongest effect on this stage martial artist. Therefore, when the opponent used the illusion technique, Elder Huang's first reaction was to warn Chu Zhongtian. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian wasn't affected by the illusion technique, and he was still conscious. This made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. Under Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at Elder Farmer and the others. He saw Elder Farmer clenching his fists. His expression was somewhat ferocious. He was probably trying his best to resist the illusion technique. As for Goen and the others, their faces showed approval. Even the few Divine Soul Stage advanced warriors had an impulse to fulfill their opponent's wish. In the past, the Blood Divine Beast had used a sneak attack to sneak into a warrior's body and cast an illusion technique. Chu Zhongtian did not have a deep impression of the Blood Divine Beast's illusion technique. At this moment, a mighty warrior with the same surname as him had used the illusion technique of the Blood Divine Beast to make him deeply feel the power of the illusion technique. Whether Goen and the others were alive or dead did not have much to do with him. However, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman, who were sincerely helping him, were people he had no choice but to help. After experiencing the illusion in third layer of the Blood Demon's secret stage palace, Chu Zhongtian knew that shouting alone was not enough to wake Elder Farmer up. Helpless, he could only force out 2 drops of purple blood from his body and shoot it into the foreheads of Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman, hoping that it could break the illusion of a mighty expert. As the 2 drops of purple blood landed on Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman's foreheads, Elder Farmer, who was struggling, and Old Fisherman, who was gradually agreeing to what they said, immediately woke up. First, they looked at Chu Zhongtian with gratitude. Then they glared at Chu Tianhe, who was standing at the top of the Blood Divine tree. In the mine, in the mysterious space. "Young man, who are you?" Seeing Chu Zhongtian using 2 drops of purple blood to easily break through the illusion technique that he had used the power of the Blood Divine Beast, Chu Tianhe's face revealed a friendly smile, and his tone was gentle as he asked. However, a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes, indicating that he was not kind at all. In fact, Chu Tianhe, who had been hiding in the Blood Divine tree, had already attracted his attention the moment Chu Zhongtian entered the space where the Blood Divine tree lived. After all, he was only 16 or 17 years old, and his cultivation base was at the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. This kind of thing, his talent were not any weaker than the leader of the Chu family's younger generation, and he was the future strongest warrior of the Chu family. Chu Haoyu, who had the highest talent. After that, Chu Zhongtian used the attribute form, and it reached a degree where it could be faked. It made him feel even more shocked. This was because the spirit object of the attribute form could be used to confuse the real. This meant that when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was more than 10,000 miles. His talent had reached the rare monster level in the world. If it was only because of Chu Zhongtian's talent, Chu Tianhe might be shocked, but he wouldn't be afraid. After all, Chu Zhongtian's current cultivation base was only at the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak, which was miles away from his half-step Great Tao period cultivation base. However, the purple light in Chu Zhongtian's eyes made the Blood Divine Beast, who had formed a contract with him, feel a fatal danger, especially the purple light in his eyes. It could see through the invisible position of the Blood Divine Beast, and the purple blood in his body could hurt the Blood Divine Beast. This made Chu Tianhe feel that Chu Zhongtian was a threat to him. Because of the hundreds of Divine Soul Stage and above experts who had entered the mine, apart from the 9 people who lived in the Blood Divine Tree, the rest of them had become nourishment for the Blood Divine Tree and the Blood Divine Beast. If the remaining people followed Chu Zhongtian out of the space where the Blood Divine Tree lived, leaving the natural law of the Blood Divine Tree, then they would be able to leave the mine. Then, his wish to devour the blood and mental energy in the Blood Divine Tree's body would fail, and he would also lose the best opportunity to break through to the Great Tao period. This was the reason why he had to take the risk and show himself. "Senior, this junior is just a nobody, and I'm not worthy of your attention. Therefore, you don't need to know this junior's background." Chu Zhongtian bluntly rejected Chu Tianhe's inquiry. Although he didn't know what kind of heaven-defying means a mighty expert with the stage possessed, since it was called the Great Tao, it must have some unimaginable means. Furthermore, Chu Tianhe was able to merge with the Blood Divine Tree and use the unique illusion ability of the Blood Divine Beast. How could Chu Zhongtian not be wary of this? In order to avoid bringing trouble to the Chu family in the future, he could only hide his true identity for the time being. "AI, you have already reached the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak at such a young age. I thought you were a responsible and courageous young man. Now it seems like I was wrong." Chu Tianhe frowned slightly when he saw the young man in front of him refuse to tell him who he was. This was because he had never thought that the seemingly young Chu Zhongtian would. It was as if he could understand his own thoughts. This forced him to use goading tactics, hoping to find out the true origin of Chu Zhongtian. As one of the 9 major powers and one of the major powers of Chu family, not only was Chu Tianhe powerful, he was also a mysterious curse master who had obtained the inheritance of a curse master. However, it wasn't an easy task to become a true curse master. Furthermore, the inheritance of a curse master that Chu Tianhe had obtained was still the inheritance of a powerful curse master who was known as a genius a million years ago. Therefore, after obtaining the inheritance for more than 30 years, he had only barely become a beginner among spell masters. It was because he was a beginner in curse masters that it was extremely difficult for him to use some of the techniques in the inheritance. This caused him to have a few more fatal restrictions on the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree. For example, his body of the divine soul had already completely fused with the blood divine tree, forming a tree that was a human and a tree that was in an awkward situation, making it impossible for him to use the strength of the Great Tao stage. Otherwise, he could have directly killed Chu Zhongtian, leaving only a divine soul stage warrior behind. Then, he could use the unique illusion technique of the blood divine beast to make Chu Zhongtian obediently destroy the blood divine tree. Because of this awkward stage, he wanted to use a threatening method to force Chu Zhongtian to destroy the blood divine tree. Unfortunately, Chu Zhongtian seemed to have seen through his thoughts, not giving him a chance to threaten him. Elder Huang, what do you think I should do next? Chu Zhongtian didn't pay any attention to Chu Tianhe's provocation. What he needed to consider now was how to deal with Chu Tianhe's threat. Chu, if I overdraw the 7th level of the power of the divine soul, I can temporarily block the opponent for half an hour. But after overdrawing the 7th level of the power of the divine soul, I will fall into a deep slumber. Therefore, you can only rely on yourself for the next period of time. Elder Huang replied with a solemn expression in the face of Chu Zhongtian's question. In order to ensure Chu Zhongtian's safety, Elder Huang had decided to overdraft his 7th level of power of the divine soul to temporarily defend against Chu Tianhe's attack. Although the consequences of doing so would cause him to fall into a state of dizziness for a long period of time. And because of this, he would miss the opening of the Heaven-Barren secret realm. However, compared to Chu Zhongtian, who had the mysterious eye, his safety far exceeded the safety of the Heaven-Barren secret realm, which was why Elder Huang was willing to risk his life. Elder Huang. Hearing that Elder Huang had decided to overdraft the 7th level of the power of the divine soul to help him temporarily block Chu Tianhe, besides feeling touched in his heart, Chu Zhongtian also blamed himself for being too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed Elder Huang to make such a huge sacrifice. Chu, once I start a fight with the other party, you should leave the spatial zone immediately. Leave the mine and summon your master with your trump card. Since he had already made up his mind, Elder Huang wasn't the kind of person who would drag things out. After instructing Chu Zhongtian, he began to use the secret technique to activate the power of the divine soul. Little friend, this is my storage bag. The storage bag contains my life's collection. Just as Elder Huang was about to overdraft the 7th level of the power of the divine soul and fight Chu Tianhe to the death, just as Chu Zhongtian was using the purple blood to break away from the opponent's illusion technique, Elder Farmer suddenly took off the storage bag hanging on his waist. He solemnly handed it over to Chu Zhongtian. Senior, what are you doing? Elder Farmer's action was as if he was going to tell Chu Zhongtian about his funeral, causing a bad feeling to rise in Chu Zhongtian's heart. Therefore, he hurriedly asked, in the mine, in the mysterious space. Little friend, the expert standing on the blood divine tree is called Chu Tianhe. He is one of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, a half-step Great Tao period expert of Chu family. Even if all of us join forces, we are still no match for him. After forcefully stuffing the storage bag into Chu Zhongtian's hand, Elder Farmer looked at him with a kind expression. After that, he said with a firm tone, Little friend, I know that you must have reached the monster level by using the attribute form. You are the disciple that the sect values the most. You can't die here so easily. Therefore, I have decided to exhaust my remaining life force and temporarily raise my strength to the longevity period. I hope that I can stall the opponent for a while. You should use this opportunity to escape from the mine as soon as possible. Senior, no. Seeing that Elder Farmer had decided to sacrifice himself to give him a chance to escape, Chu Zhongtian was touched and immediately rejected his offer. Elder Farmer already had nothing left of his lifespan. If he used up the remaining few years of his life force, he would only be able to last for 2 to 3 minutes at most before he died. If he agreed to do so, not only would he owe a debt of gratitude that he would never be able to repay, but he would also torture his conscience. If he could not repay the debt, it might even affect his future cultivation. He reached out and held Elder Farmer's arm. His consciousness linked with Elder Huang in his mind. Chu Zhongtian indicated that they should not overdraft their vitality and power of the divine soul. Then, he began to examine all the treasures in his body. The degree of duplication and adhesion was only a heaven-defying treasure that could aid one's cultivation. Couldn't be used against enemies. The power of the space law could deal with Chu Tianhe, and could even easily eliminate him. Unfortunately, his strength was too low, so he could not use it for the time being. The blood demon great method, combined with the purple blood in his body, could at most allow him to unleash his essence gathering stage cultivation base. It wouldn't be of any help to the current situation. After choosing and choosing, Chu Zhongtian's thoughts finally stopped on the trump card that could save his life. Back when he was in the Azura secret realm, he was being hunted down by the overlord of Blood Lake. After he used the trump card that Zhao Enjuan had left for him, the rules of the Azura secret realm, although he couldn't let Zhao Enjuan's true self enter the secret realm, he could make the divine sense stored in the Jade Pendant work. It was also because of the effect of Zhao Enjuan's divine sense in the Jade Pendant that not only allowed him to escape from the overlord of Blood Lake's pursuit, but also allowed him to smoothly enter the Snekflocks and obtain the blood core that could increase his potential. As a supreme-level expert, Zhao Enjuan kept the power and will in the Jade Pendant. Although it could only bring out the strength of a peak of the Divine Soul period, but with his eyesight and means, although it might be a waste of a life-saving trump card, he felt that it was worth it to prevent Elder Huang from overdrawing his power of the Divine Soul and Elder Farmer from sacrificing his own life. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand and took off the jade pendant hanging around his neck. Chu Zhongtian activated the vital spirit in his dantian, intending to activate the power in the jade pendant, but Elder Huang stopped him. Chu, stop. Elder Huang, I want to give it a try. Although Elder Huang stopped Chu Zhongtian from touching the power in the jade pendant, he told Elder Huang everything that he had just guessed. However, Elder Huang directly denied his guess and said with a firm tone, Chu, the natural law created by the blood divine tree contains the heaven and earth power of law. If you use your trump card to save your life, the heaven and earth power of law will activate the power of your trump card. It will remove the consciousness left behind by your master in the jade pendant and make your trump card completely useless. Elder Huang explained the rules of the blood divine tree, causing Chu Zhongtian to give up the idea of using his life-saving trump card. However, facing the threat of Chu Tianhe, he really didn't know what to do. Senior brother Su, little friend, why don't you let me stop Chu Tianhe? Just as Chu Zhongtian didn't know how to deal with Chu Tianhe's threat, Elder Farmer and Elder Huang decided to overdraft their life force and power of the divine soul. Old Fisherman, who had been standing guard on his left, suddenly spoke. Senior, there's no need for that. Junior will think of a way to solve this crisis. Chu Zhongtian wasn't willing to let Elder Farmer die for nothing. How could he let Old Fisherman die for nothing? He had given up his life for his sake, so he directly rejected the offer. However, in the face of Chu Zhongtian's direct refusal, Old Fisherman took off the storage bag hanging on his waist. He handed it directly to Elder Farmer and said with a smile, Senior brother Su, you also know that I am different from you. I am not alone. I also have a great-grandson with good aptitude. So I hope that you can give the storage bag to him and help me take care of him. After that, he turned his head and said to Chu Zhongtian, Little friend, you don't have to persuade me, because when you were discussing how to deal with Chu Tianhe, I had already overdrawn my lifespan by 100 years. It's impossible for me to stop now. If he didn't discuss with Chu Zhongtian, he would directly overdraft his life force by 100 years. Chu Zhongtian knew that Old Fisherman was worried that he would stop him. Chu Zhongtian didn't know what to say about Old Fisherman's decision. He just felt a little moist at the corner of his eyes. Senior, after this crisis is over, I will follow Senior Su to visit your great-grandson. Furthermore, I will bring him to Floating Cloud Sect and make him a disciple of Floating Cloud Sect. Chu Zhongtian made a solemn promise. According to the monstrous talent he displayed when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, and Zhao Enjuan's special status in the Floating Cloud Sect, it wasn't difficult to bring a few people into the Floating Cloud Sect, even if this person's cultivation talent was only at the level 10. No one would say anything about it. Thank you, young friend. After getting Chu Zhongtian's promise, Old Fisherman felt that everything was worth it. Old Fisherman, who had used up nearly 100 years of his life force, now looked even paler, but the chi on his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. Kill! Circulating the profound grade low-rank movement technique, Old Fisherman let out a loud shout and rushed towards Chu Tianhe, who was standing on top of the blood divine tree. Looking at the rapidly approaching Old Fisherman, a trace of anger and unwillingness flashed across Chu Tianhe's face. He never thought that the rogue cultivator, who was known for being afraid of death, would actually protect Chu Zhongtian. It was willing to sacrifice its own life. At the same time, he had fused with the blood divine tree. He could not use his own strength. He could only choose to avoid it temporarily. Fortunately, this space was the place where the blood divine tree lived. It allowed him to dodge as he pleased, but he couldn't let Chu Zhongtian see that he couldn't attack. Therefore, while dodging quickly, he used the momentum of a mighty expert. He began to suppress Old Fisherman, who was fighting with all his might. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chu Zhongtian too much. He underestimated his ability to control the situation of the battle. Just as Chu Tianhe was about to face Old Fisherman's first attack, he chose to temporarily avoid the attack and let Chu Zhongtian, who had already decided to leave, find out the problem. As a mighty half-step Great Tao period expert, when faced with Old Fisherman, who had exhausted 100 years of his life force and had just barely broken through to the longevity period, not only did he not kill Old Fisherman, he even deliberately dodged the attack. This was a clear indication of the problem. After that, he decisively gave up on the idea of escaping and carefully observed the battle between the two parties. The following battle gradually proved his thoughts, because most of the time Chu Tianhe spent in the following battles was to dodge. Occasionally, he would use his aura to suppress the Fisherman Elder, preventing him from using some profound grade martial skills that posed a threat to him. After exchanging a dozen or so blows, Chu Zhongtian, who had already seen some clues, shouted at the Fisherman Old Man, "Senior, stop for now. I have something to say to you." The Fisherman Old Man, who had overdrawn his 100 years of life, thought that he could at most withstand 3 to 5 attacks from his opponent, and then he would be killed by his opponent. However, after exchanging more than 10 blows, the fisherman found out that Chu Tianhe was only using his aura to suppress him. He didn't kill the old fisherman, but at the same time, he unleashed his longevity period strength to his heart's content. His understanding of the stage was increasing rapidly. If he hadn't exhausted all of his life force, he would be able to break through to the longevity period with ease after this battle. However, the fisherman knew that this was only a dream he had before his death. Initially, he wanted to continue fighting with all his might so that he could buy more time. He wanted Chu Zhongtian and the others to escape from the mine, but Chu Zhongtian's voice came from behind them. He had no choice but to stop attacking and immediately use the body movement technique martial skill to return to Chu Zhongtian's side. "Why haven't you guys left yet?" After returning to Chu Zhongtian's side, the fisherman complained with some dissatisfaction. He had exhausted all of his life force in order to allow them to escape from this spatial zone smoothly. Although they had left the mine, they didn't cherish the opportunity to exhaust their life force. This caused the fisherman, who had always been good-tempered and had never gone overboard, he couldn't help but complain. "Senior, open your mouth." Chu Zhongtian didn't pay much attention to the fisherman's complaint. He took out a pill bottle from his storage bag and poured out a pill that gave off boundless life force. He then gestured for the fisherman to open his mouth. Although he didn't know why Chu Zhongtian wanted him to open his mouth, the fisherman who had always trusted Chu Zhongtian subconsciously opened his mouth. After that, a pill was fed into his mouth. When the pill entered his body through his esophagus, the fisherman asked in confusion. Exhausting one's life force was not an injury, even if it was a top-tier healing pill. It had no effect on his current injuries, but when the pill began to take effect, the fisherman elder could clearly feel that his life force was rapidly recovering. At the same time, because he had overdrawn his life force, he forcefully increased his strength to the longevity period. It was slowly falling. Senior, this is a yin-yang longevity pill. It can increase a person's lifespan by 100 years. And it can also make up for the life force that you've overdrawn. First, he explained the origins and effects of the pill to the fisherman. Then, he said apologetically to the farmer elder, Senior, I'm really sorry. Junior only has one pill that can increase one's lifespan, so I can't give you one. Hee. There was no need for this, little friend. If he could survive today's tribulation, with the help of the 1,000-year fruit, I have the confidence to break through to the longevity period within a month, so I don't have any pills that can increase my lifespan. It doesn't matter to me. Facing Chu Zhongtian's apologetic explanation, the old farmer waved his hand. He indicated that he didn't mind. After that, he asked with a puzzled expression, Little friend, just now, junior brother Lin exhausted 100 years of his life force to entangle Chu Tian, giving us a chance to escape. Why didn't you take the opportunity to escape? Senior, although this junior doesn't understand the strength of a half-step Great Dao expert. However, since a half-step Great Dao expert is called a mighty expert, his strength must be many times stronger than a longevity period expert. In other words, Chu Tianhe could easily kill Senior Lin. But, speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian pointed at the blood divine tree. With a gloomy expression, Chu Tianhe said, Not only did Chu Tianhe not kill Senior Lin, he also spent most of his time dodging. Therefore, I suspect that he might not be able to attack for the time being due to some kind of restriction. While explaining to the farmer elder why he did not leave the space where the blood divine tree lived, Chu Zhongtian's consciousness had been discussing with Elder Huang about the real reason why Chu Tianhe could not make a move. Chu brat, although I have never cultivated the talisman before my body was damaged, I have also come into contact with many curse masters and understood some of their techniques. So I guess that the reason why Chu Tianhe didn't kill his opponent is because of this. It's very likely that he is the same as the legendary curse master genius, his own consciousness merging with the blood god tree. After the battle between Chu Tianhe and the fisherman elder, combined with his previous understanding of the curse master, Elder Huang's speculation was basically close to the truth. Elder Huang, since Chu Tianhe can't attack us, it means that not only are we temporarily safe, but we might even have the upper hand in the situation. Elder Huang's speculation made Chu Zhongtian deeply agree. At the same time, combined with Elder Huang's speculation, Chu Zhongtian realized that the situation was getting more and more advantageous to him. Chu brat, what do you want to do? Seeing Chu Zhongtian's chest, Elder Huang asked with great interest. Negotiate conditions, we want benefits. Since the situation was beneficial to him, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to leave the spatial zone. Nor was he in a hurry to summon Jiao and Juan to help him. At the same time, he had the intention of a businessman. Senior, I am from the Sky Cloud Martial School, which is as famous as the Chus. Chu Zhongtian took a step forward and said to Chu Tianhe while cupping his fists. Oh, so he's a disciple from the Floating Cloud sect. Chu Tianhe replied with a gloomy expression. In fact, when Sunan asked about Chu Zhongtian's background, Chu Tianhe already knew that Chu Zhongtian was from the Floating Cloud sect, but he wanted to know more about Chu Zhongtian's background. Only when he truly understood Chu Zhongtian's intention could he use some threats to Chu Zhongtian to destroy the blood god tree, allowing him to seize all the blood and mental energy in the tree. Senior, I'm sure you have already guessed this junior's talent. A disciple like this junior is highly valued by the sect. Therefore, this junior is able to know some secrets that ordinary disciples are unable to. This junior remembers that there was once a jade slip left behind by a supreme expert in the library of the inner sect. The jade slip detailed the relationship between the blood divine tree and the blood divine beast, as well as the legendary curse master from 1,000,000 years ago. A genius curse master who can fuse with the 9 great cultivation systems. In the mine, in the mysterious space. Kid, what exactly do you want? When Chu Zhongtian mentioned the origin of the blood divine tree and the blood divine beast, Chu Tianhe was only surprised by Chu Zhongtian's extensive knowledge. But the next talisman spell master he mentioned, as well as the genius of the spell master. However, it caused Chu Tianhe's expression to change. As Chu Tianhe, who had received the inheritance of the genius of the Curse Master, there was a detailed introduction of the genius of the Curse Master in the inheritance. Furthermore, he had also used these 30 years to secretly inquire about the information of the Curse Master. After more than 30 years of inquiring in secret, he discovered that not only was there no existence of a Curse Master in the entire southern domain, there were even some almighty stage and emperor-level stage experts who had never heard of a Curse Master. This made Chu Tianhe feel lonely, but at the same time, he was secretly delighted, because he was the only one in the entire southern domain who had mastered spells and spells. He could use this method to do things that others couldn't. In the past 10 years, he had used a spell that had gone extinct a long time ago to secretly eliminate many of his opponents, as well as the opponents of the Chu family. Among them, there was no lack of powerful experts of the same level. At this moment, not only did Chu Zhongtian know about the background of the spell master that had gone extinct a long time ago, he also knew about the genius of the spell master. This made Chu Tianhe panic, but also made him panic. Therefore, not only did he interrupt Chu Zhongtian's narration, he also directly stated his conditions. Senior, my conditions are actually very simple. Your body of the divine soul will withdraw from the blood divine tree and remove the contract between you and the blood divine beast, Chu Zhongtian said with an excited expression. Originally, when faced with Chu Tianhe's compromise, Chu Zhongtian planned to ask for some medicinal pills that could increase cultivation base and potential, as well as some spirit stones that surpassed level 5. After all, after advancing to the high rank of the Qi transforming period, the amount of pills and medicines he had collected was too low. They were no longer able to keep up with his cultivation speed. If he could obtain higher-grade medicinal pills and spirit stones, not only would he be able to increase his potential, but he would also be able to increase his potential. He would also be able to increase his cultivation speed. However, in his mind, Elder Huang directly rejected his idea and took the initiative to make a decision for him. Of course, Chu Zhongtian firmly disagreed with Elder Huang's decision from the beginning, because he wanted Chu Tianhe's body of the divine soul to withdraw from the blood divine tree and remove the contract between him and the blood divine beast. It wouldn't do him any good. He was used to gaining benefits through negotiations. How could he agree? However, Elder Huang told him that he had a way to obtain the boundless blood and mental energy within the blood divine tree. He also told him that he could use the boundless blood and mental energy to help him break through to the divine soul stage in the shortest amount of time possible. More importantly, not only would this not harm his foundation, it would also strengthen his foundation even more. Of course, Chu Zhongtian would gladly accept the fact that he could increase his foundation and cultivation quickly. Impossible! Chu Tianhe's first reaction when faced with Chu Zhongtian's request was to directly reject it. As a half-step Great Tao period warrior of Chu family, Chu Tianhe's talent wasn't outstanding. When he broke through to the Qi transforming period, his talent had barely reached the level of a top genius, and he wasn't even comparable to the elder farmer in front of him. Originally, according to his talent, the peak of the divine soul period was his limit. However, after obtaining the inheritance of a genius curse master, he used the method inherited from a genius curse master. He found a lot of treasures that could change one's physique, and that was why 50 years ago, he had broken through the limit of his talent and reached the half-step Great Tao period. His status was barely able to squeeze into the ranks of mighty experts. However, he knew very well that he had reached the true limit of being able to reach the half-step Great Tao period. Ordinary treasures wouldn't be able to help him break through this limit. Only the legendary heaven-defying rare treasures could break the limit once more. It would allow him to truly become a powerful expert that could decide the situation of the southern domain. After rummaging through the inheritance left behind by the Curse Master, Chu Tianhe finally discovered the heaven-defying rare treasures and blood divine tree that could help him break the limit and break through to the Great Tao realm. Through the method left behind by the genius of the Curse Master, Chu Tianhe spent nearly 10 years. The footprints covered almost the entire southern domain before finally landing in the Orvane outside the Qingmei town. He found the level 7 blood divine tree and its accompanying beast, the Blood Divine Beast. As he was only a beginner in the usage of spells, he was not very proficient in the use of spells. He was unable to split his divine soul like a genius spellcaster, so he could only allow his divine soul to completely merge with the Blood Divine Tree. After nearly 7 years, his divine soul barely managed to replace the Blood Divine Tree, becoming a symbiotic existence with the Blood Divine Tree. Then, he used the identity of the Chu family's patriarch to spread the news about the Millennium Fruit. After 3 years of preparation, he finally began to use his own scheme. First of all, he used the Millennium Fruit to help him break through to the longevity period, attracting Divine Soul Stage and half-step longevity period warriors to come and fight for it. Secondly, he could use the Blood Divine Beast to ignore all defenses, and use unpredictable attacks to kill those Divine Soul Stage and half-step longevity period warriors who wanted to fight for the Millennium Fruit. Lastly, he could use the blood and power of the Divine Soul from the dead Divine Soul Stage and half-step longevity period warriors to help the Blood Tree God break through to the level 5 in the shortest amount of time. The body of the Divine Soul could replace the Blood Divine Tree's intelligence, allowing it to advance to the level 5. It could directly help him break through to the Great Tao period. At the same time, as a companion beast of the Blood Divine Beast, the Blood Divine Beast could not only advance to the level 5, more likely to be his beast pet. At this moment, the body of the Divine Soul withdrawing from the Blood Divine Tree had not only caused his 20 years of painstaking effort to go to waste, it had also given him the opportunity to advance to the Great Tao period, and he had even lost a level 5 beast pet. How could he be willing to accept this? How could he be willing? Senior, as the saying goes, a wise man knows when to submit to the circumstances. 0. He pointed at the Blood Divine Tree that had been burned by the vermilion bird until it was completely bare, and only its trunk remained. Chu Zhongtian, Senior, in the jade slip left behind by the Sect Supreme level expert, there is a detailed description of what happened a million years ago. Curse Master, a genius who obtained the blood and mental energy within the Blood Divine Tree. Although I don't know why Senior's current condition is somewhat different from what is recorded in the records, Junior can clearly see Senior's current condition. I'm afraid that Senior's current condition can't do anything to Junior. That's right. I really can't do anything to you. But at the same time, you can't do anything to me either. In the face of Chu Zhongtian's threat, Chu Tianhe gritted his teeth in hatred. However, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and refute weakly. Senior is right. In response to Chu Tianhe's rebuttal, Chu Zhongtian made a sympathetic expression and said, "From the exchange between you and Senior Lin just now, this junior can already see it. In the spatial zone where the Blood Divine Tree exists, no one can do anything to Senior. But in the mine, in the mysterious space." Facing Chu Tianhe's rebuttal, Chu Zhongtian nodded his head in agreement. He took off the life-saving jade pendant from his neck and said respectfully, "Senior, this jade pendant was given to me when I left the sect. My master specially gifted it to me. The jade pendant contained a portion of the old man's energy and will. It was used to save my life when I was in danger." Che! Chu Tianhe snorted with disdain when he saw Chu Zhongtian threaten him with the life-saving jade pendant. Then, he said with disdain, "Kid, could it be that you didn't see any records of the Blood God Tree's own rules in the jade slip, left behind by a supreme warrior? Don't you know that within the range of the rules of the Blood God Tree, even the trump card left behind by a titled supreme being can't be used?" Chu Tianhe's mocking words made Chu Zhongtian slap his forehead. A look of enlightenment appeared on his face as he said, "If Senior didn't remind me, Junior would have forgotten this point." He cupped his fists and thanked Chu Tianhe. "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Otherwise, Junior would have wasted my life-saving trump card." After that, he turned his head and looked at the passageway that led out of the Blood Divine Tree's spatial zone. His tone was full of mockery as he threatened, "Senior, you said that I would leave the spatial zone and thee or mine. After leaving the range of the Blood Divine Tree's natural laws, I wonder if I can use the trump card that my benefactor left me to protect my life." "You!" Chu Zhongtian pointed at Chu Zhongtian, not knowing what to say. In fact, Chu Tianhe was confused by Chu Zhongtian's surprised tone. Therefore, when Chu Zhongtian took out his trump card, he didn't think that he wouldn't be able to stop Chu Zhongtian from leaving this spatial zone. Leaving the Orvain, he didn't know how to refute Chu Zhongtian's threat. Seeing Chu Tianhe stunned by his threatening words, Chu Zhongtian continued to increase the stakes of his threat. By the way, I don't think this junior has introduced my teacher yet. My teacher's surname is Zhao and his name is Njun. He doesn't have a very high position in the Floating Cloud sect. He's just a law enforcement elder of the inner sect, but his strength is still not enough. When it came to Zhao Njun's strength, Chu Zhongtian purposely left a small tail behind. It wasn't that he didn't want to say that Zhao Njun was still a supreme expert, but that he hadn't been able to verify it from Zhao Njun. Therefore, he didn't want to lie about it. However, when he heard Chu Zhongtian mention Zhao Njun, Chu Tianhe's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "Little friend, could it be that your teacher was 100 years ago, and caused a chaotic battle between the different branches of the Sky Cloud Martial School? In the end, the law enforcement peak was turned into a river of blood, and the one known as the Bloody Butcher, Zhao Njun." That's right. I never thought that senior would have heard of my teacher, Chu Zhongtian said in surprise. The bloody conflict that happened 100 years ago was definitely a shocking scandal that belonged to the Floating Cloud sect. That was why sect leader, who valued his reputation at that time, banned anyone from mentioning it or spreading what happened at that time. If it wasn't because Dongfang Yongping's father, Dongfang Xiong, was the witness of the bloody conflict and had specifically told Dongfang Yongping about it, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't have known about Zhao Njun's reputation at that time. He didn't expect that Chu Tianhe, who was an outsider, would know the secret that most sect disciples didn't know. This made Chu Zhongtian admire the strength of the Chu's family's intelligence system. It's really him. After getting confirmation from Chu Zhongtian, Chu Tianhe no longer pretended to be calm. As one of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain that had existed for more than 100,000 years, they were both enemies and friends. When faced with external threats, the 9 major powers would join forces to deal with the threat of external forces. When faced with internal competition, the 9 major powers would scheme against each other, trying their best to gain enough benefits for themselves. After tens of thousands of years of development, it could be said that you had me among the 9 forces and I had you. Except for the secrets that concerned the survival of the sect, all the other secrets were basically known to each other. 100 years ago, the group of disciples that entered the Floating Cloud sect together with Zhao Njun. They were called the Golden Generation, and one of them was sect leader who had advanced to supreme level expert. Zhao Njun, who was also known as the Bloody Summer Man, was the peak master of the law enforcement peak emperor level top expert. Hall, one of the top 10 experts in the Rogue Cultivator, was the current overlord of the Heavenly Dragon Empire Dongfang Xiongba. A dozen or so other overlords of the Southern Domain. If it wasn't for the conflict between the peak master of the law enforcement peak and Zhao Njun, which led to the numerous disciples of the Golden Generation, those who died, those who passed, those who left, the strength of the Floating Cloud sect had long surpassed the Hua Mountain Sword sect, and had become the leader of the 3 major sects. Although Chu Tianhe hadn't experienced the period of bloody conflict in the Floating Cloud sect, as a powerful expert of the family, he had the right to investigate the core secrets of the family. It was also because of this right that he learned about the bloody conflict from the ancient records of the family's secret storage. Among the dozen overlords of the Floating Cloud sect's Golden Generation, he was the only one who was interested in the main character of the conflict, Zhao Njun. Except for Zhao Njun, who was less than 40 years old, he had already become an Emperor Realm expert. It was also because of his lawless and carefree personality. Now, 100 years had passed. Chu Tianhe suspected that Zhao Njun, who had reached the royal stage peak, had most likely broken through to the chaotic realm and advanced to supreme level expert. Senior, my master only has one disciple. It's a great favor to me and has always worried about my safety. After I leave the mine, I will tell him about what happened here through the life-saving jade plate left by my master. Staring at Chu Tianhe, who was standing on the blood divine tree with an unsightly expression, Chu Zhongtian continued to threaten, "Senior, do you think my master will personally come here and have a friendly discussion with you? Kid, You should leave some room for yourself. We can meet again in the future. Facing Chu Zhongtian's naked threat, Chu Tianhe gritted his teeth and said, through Chu Zhongtian's attribute form, Chu Tianhe knew that his talent must have reached the monster level. For such a disciple, not to mention his kindness, Zhao Enjuan wouldn't just ignore him. Even if sect leader from the Floating Cloud sect knew about his current situation, he was afraid that he would come here personally. At that time, not to mention obtaining the blood and power of the divine soul in the blood divine tree's body. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to protect his own life. Furthermore, even if he was killed by the experts of the Floating Cloud sect, the Chu family they didn't dare to say anything. Although the Chu family and the Floating Cloud sect were ranked on the same level as the 9 major powers of the Southern Domain, the difference in strength between the 5 major families and the 3 major sects was a whole level. Let's put it this way, even if the 5 major families joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for any of the 3 major sects. In the mine, in the mysterious space, after spending more than 20 years of hard work and obtaining a heaven-defying opportunity to break through to the Great Tao period, giving it up was equivalent to taking his life. How could Chu Tianhe be willing to do so? However, in the face of Chu Zhongtian's undisguised threat and fear of the bloody butcher Zhao Enjuan, Chu Tianhe had no choice but to take a step back. At the same time, he wanted to use other treasures to exchange for Chu Zhongtian's concession. Chu Tianhe tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He forced a smile and said, "Little friend, as long as you don't allow my body of the divine soul to withdraw from the blood divine tree, you can tell me what kind of treasure you want." Really? Seeing that Chu Tianhe had not given up and still wanted to obtain the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree's body, the somewhat impatient Chu Zhongtian had already decided to leave the mine and ask Zhao Enjuan to come and help. However, when he heard Chu Tianhe mention the conditions casually, a thought flashed through his mind. Really? As long as little friend doesn't ruin my opportunity to break through to the Great Tao period, you can make any request. As long as I, Chu Tianhe, can do it, I won't even furrow my brows. Chu Tianhe said confidently, "Senior, if I want the inheritance of a genius curse master, are you willing to give it to me?" Chu Zhongtian asked with anticipation. According to what Elder Huang said, although the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree's body, it could help him break through to the divine soul stage in a very short period of time. He had become a peerless expert in the Southern Domain, but 1,000,000 years ago, Chu Zhongtian would rather break through to the divine soul stage a little later than to obtain the inheritance of a curse master genius. He wanted to obtain the inheritance of a genius curse master. As long as he could obtain the inheritance of a genius curse master, not only would he have a stronger attack, he would also be able to use the techniques left behind by a genius curse master to increase his cultivation base. Little friend, don't joke around with me like this. I definitely won't agree to this request. Change your request. Chu Tianhe refused Chu Zhongtian's request without hesitation. The inheritance of the curse master was the foundation of his existence in Southern Domain. It was the foundation of whether he could break through to the Great Tao stage, break through to the King, Emperor level, Supreme or even titled Supreme level in the future. Furthermore, the inheritance of a curse master could only be accepted by one person. In other words, if he agreed to give the inheritance to Chu Zhongtian, he would lose the ability of a curse master. Regarding this, how could Chu Tianhe agree to it? Senior, I'm sorry. Either you withdraw your body of the divine soul from the blood divine tree. Either I hand over the legacy of the curse master, or I leave the mine immediately. Invite my benefactor, Zhao Enjuan, to come and discuss with you. Chu Tianhe's refusal to accept the request to hand over the inheritance wasn't out of Chu Zhongtian's expectation. The reason he made this request just now was because he had a 1 in 10,000 chance. Therefore, after Chu Tianhe refused, he was not very disappointed. However, although he was not disappointed, Chu Zhongtian did not want to waste any more time talking to Chu Tianhe. He just wanted to quickly obtain the blood and spiritual force in the blood divine tree to increase his strength. Little friend, you'd better think about what other conditions are needed to make me give up on my request to leave the blood divine tree. Chu Tianhe continued to suggest. Seeing that Chu Tianhe was still fantasizing about keeping the blood divine tree and the inheritance of the curse master, Chu Zhongtian was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him. He gestured to elder farmer and old fisherman. After that, he turned around and ran towards the exit of the blood divine tree's spatial zone. Little friend, wait a moment. Seeing that not only was Chu Zhongtian not considering the other conditions, he also turned around and left, causing Chu Tianhe to become anxious. If Chu Zhongtian invited Zhao Enjuan over directly, according to Zhao Enjuan's method of slaughtering 100 years ago, he was afraid that ____ wouldn't waste his time talking to him, and would just force his body of the divine soul out of the blood divine tree. After that, he would send ____ to meet the ancestors of the Chu family. Senior, my patience isn't very good. I like to do things cleanly and neatly. Senior, I have 2 requests just now. It's best that you give me a choice immediately. Otherwise, I absolutely won't listen to any of your nonsense. Stopping his steps, Chu Zhongtian turned around and said impatiently, Little friend, there is no room for negotiation? Chu Tianhe asked with a gloomy expression. Chu Zhongtian was getting impatient, but Chu Tianhe was burning with anger. He was a mighty half-step Great Dao realm expert, but he had been holding back in front of a puny Qi transforming period expert. This feeling of grievance made him want to kill someone. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian turned around and continued walking towards the exit of the blood divine tree's spatial zone. All right, I agree to your first request. The body of the divine soul will leave the blood divine tree. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't say anything and continued to leave the spatial zone, Chu Tianhe could only helplessly agree. However, even though he agreed, when the unwilling Chu Tianhe lowered his head and looked at the blood divine tree, his eyes flashed with a trace of a frightening cold light. When he heard that Chu Tianhe was finally willing to agree to his request, although Chu Zhongtian's face was calm, he was already very excited in his heart. According to Elder Huang, as long as he could obtain the blood and mental strength within the blood divine tree, then he could borrow the special environment in Heaven Baron's secret realm to be able to obtain the ____ within a year. This allowed him to set a time limit of 30 years. His cultivation base had reached the goal of tearing apart the void, and he had taken a big step forward in his journey in the galaxy. Chu, although the other party promised to break away from the blood divine tree, he definitely won't give up. Furthermore, I suspect that the other party's body might also be hidden in the ore vein. Once the body of the divine soul returned to the flesh, he would definitely return to this spatial zone. Therefore, you must make the best use of your time to store the blood and mental energy within the blood divine tree's body, and then activate your life-saving trump card. Elder Huang, who had been paying attention to Chu Tianhe, noticed the frightening cold light flashing in Chu Tianhe's eyes. Knowing the abilities of a spell master, he quickly thought of Chu Tianhe's mentality and plans, so he cautiously reminded him. Got it. Without Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian had already thought of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been holding the life-saving jade pendant in his hand all the time to prepare for Chu Tianhe's return to the spatial zone. Kid, if my body of the divine soul breaks away from the blood divine tree, the blood divine tree of a few hundred divine soul stage warriors and power of the divine soul will immediately advance. As its companion beast, the blood divine beast will also automatically advance. I'll become a level 5 beast. Kid, facing a blood divine beast that's as strong as a true Great Dao realm, I wonder if the purple blood in your body will continue to work. Although he agreed to Chu Zhongtian's request and the body of the divine soul left the blood divine tree, before leaving, Chu Tianhe still warned him, unwilling to give up. In the mine, in the mysterious space. Senior, thank you for your concern. Facing Chu Tianhe's warning, Chu Zhongtian replied with full confidence. Since Junior asked Senior to separate your body of the divine soul from the blood divine tree, I naturally have a blood divine beast to deal with after advancing. Humph! Seeing that his final warning and effort were still unable to change Chu Zhongtian's mind, Chu Tianhe coldly harumphed and completely gave up. After that, he used the secret technique, and the body of the divine soul gradually separated from the blood divine tree. Back then, when Chu Tianhe fused his body of the divine soul into the blood divine tree, It took him a total of 3 years to perfectly fuse the body of the divine soul with the blood divine tree's intelligence, and let the blood divine tree temporarily serve as his physical body. Now, the body of the divine soul had completely cut off all connection with the blood divine tree's body. This process was similar to the process of the soul stripping off the body. The entire process was extremely painful. Therefore, the greater the pain of the body of the divine soul stripping away, the greater the hatred Chu Tianhe had towards Chu Zhongtian. The intense hatred caused Chu Tianhe to decide that after the body of the divine soul completely separated from the blood divine tree, it would immediately return to the body not far away from this place, and then return to the space where the blood divine tree lived. At that time, he, who could use the strength of a half-step great Tao period, would let this young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth know how painful it was to offend Chu Tianhe. Just as Chu Tianhe was casting the secret technique, allowing his body of the divine soul to gradually leave the blood divine tree, Chu Zhongtian followed Elder Huang's instructions and walked to the side of the blood divine tree. After that, he moved the vital spirit in the dantian to his 10 fingers. His thoughts followed Elder Huang's actions in his mind and began to form different finger incantation. When his 10 fingers formed more than 30 finger incantation and imprinted them on the blood divine tree's torso, he could vaguely feel a very subtle feeling between him and the blood divine tree. It was as if there was a subtle feeling between him and the blood divine tree. Formed a special passage. Chu, don't let your imagination run wild. Follow me and continue using the finger incantation. Elder Huang reminded Chu Zhongtian when he saw Chu Zhongtian's 10 fingers slow down. Yes. Chu Zhongtian immediately adjusted his state of mind and increased the speed of his fingers. After hundreds of finger incantation were formed and all of them were imprinted on the blood divine tree's torso, the special passageway between him and the blood divine tree had completely formed. Chu, you first let that old man surnamed Su destroy the passageway that leads to the blood divine tree's survival space. After hundreds of finger incantation were formed, Elder Huang used the power of the divine soul to sense it carefully. After discovering that the seal formed by Chu Zhongtian had already formed a perfect special passageway with the blood divine tree, at the same time, he instructed Elder Farmer to destroy the tunnel. All right. Elder Huang's plan was to delay Chu Tianhe's return to the spatial zone. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't feel that it would be of much use to Chu Tianhe, he still told Elder Farmer who was standing guard beside him. When Elder Farmer went to destroy the passageway, Chu Zhongtian calmed his mind and waited quietly for the moment when Chu Tianhe's body of the divine soul completely separated from the blood divine tree. It would take a long time for the body of the divine soul to replace the blood divine tree's intelligence, but it would not take long for it to completely break away from the blood divine tree. 3 minutes later, just as Elder Farmer completely destroyed the passageway, Chu Tianhe's body of the divine soul had completely cut off all connection with the blood divine tree. Looking at Chu Tianhe, who had completely separated himself from the blood divine tree, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the originally powerful Chu Tianhe had, currently, the aura that was emitting from his body had weakened by at least 7 layers, which meant that breaking away from the blood divine tree would cause a great deal of damage to his body of the divine soul. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't have a shred of pity in his heart. Instead, he directly used the secret technique that Elder Huang had given him, and started to absorb the boundless blood and mental energy within the blood divine tree. Because Chu Zhongtian had experienced the purification of the prison court's blood, the transformation of the purple blood in blood demon's secret realm. Therefore, after the blood within the blood divine tree had entered his body through a special channel formed by the seal, a portion of the blood quickly merged into his blood vessels and continued to purify the blood in his body. This caused the purple concentration, which had barely reached the 4th layer purple blood, to increase rapidly. The remaining blood was converted into boundless energy, and the energy was split into 2 parts. One portion pushed his cultivation base, pushing his cultivation base towards the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period. The other energy continued to increase his potential, pushing his potential that had yet to reach its limit. He quickly reached the limit. As for the mental energy that entered his body through the special passage, it was because his cultivation base had yet to reach the essence gathering stage 10th layer peak. Before his consciousness could transform the divine sense, Elder Huang immediately used the power of the divine soul. He temporarily sealed the spiritual energy that had entered his body in his sea of consciousness. When Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base reached the essence gathering stage advanced, he could use the secret technique that he had taught him just now to slowly undo the seal and absorb the spiritual energy in his mind, increasing his speed of breaking through to the divine soul stage. Although Chu Zhongtian's talent had reached the monster level, and the capacity of the Dantian was like a stream of water, the blood divine tree was after all a high-grade 6th-grade spiritual tree. Its true strength was equivalent to a longevity period 10th layer peak. Therefore, its body was filled with a shocking amount of blood. With his current rate of absorption, it was impossible for him to absorb all of it within a month. Realizing this, Chu Zhongtian quickly discussed with Elder Huang in his mind. Elder Huang, how long will it take for Chu Tianhe's power of the divine soul to return to the back of the meat? At most half an hour. Elder Huang calculated carefully and gave Chu Zhongtian some bad news. Although Chu Tianhe's body was hidden in the ur vein, his body of the divine soul had forcefully separated from the blood divine tree and suffered some serious injuries. At the same time, the body of the divine soul had separated from his body for nearly 3 years. It required a certain amount of time to adjust and adapt. Therefore, half an hour was calculated by Elder Huang based on the above conclusion. Let's go all out. Half an hour was absolutely not enough to absorb the boundless blood and mental energy within the blood divine tree's body. But this heaven-defying opportunity was hard to find. So Chu Zhongtian could only make up his mind and plan to take the risk. However, before he put his life on the line, he had to ensure his own safety. Therefore, after discussing with Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman, Elder Farmer, who was the strongest among them, would guard the destroyed passageway. He would always be on guard against Chu Tianhe, who had returned to this spatial zone. Old Fisherman, on the other hand, prepared to use the most powerful and fastest martial skill. With this, he wanted to prevent Chu Tianhe from destroying the blood divine tree as soon as he returned to the spatial zone. This would allow him to use his trump card to guide Zhao Enjuan to save his life. As for the Elder Huang in his mind, he sealed his mental energy while keeping an eye out for the hidden blood divine beast. In the mine, in the mysterious space, after Chu Tianhe's divine soul body completely separated from the blood divine tree, he also automatically removed the contract between him and the blood god beast. The blood divine beast that completely separated itself from Chu Tianhe's control automatically restored its connection with the blood divine tree. In other words, the relationship between the blood divine tree and the blood divine beast had once again returned to a life and death relationship. If Chu Zhongtian absorbed a large amount of the blood and mental energy within the blood god tree's body, not only would it destroy the blood god tree's hope of advancing to the level 5, it would also gradually destroy the blood divine tree's life force. When he absorbed all the blood and spiritual energy from the blood god tree, the blood god tree would die completely. As for the blood divine beast, who had regained its symbiotic relationship with the blood god tree, it would definitely not sit idly by. It would definitely stop him, so he had to be on guard against its sneak attack at all times. After instructing the old farmer and the fisherman, Chu Zhongtian took out a black attribute stone from the storage bag. He began to comprehend the profoundness of the vital spirit's attributes, hoping to break through to the stage. It could accelerate the absorption of the blood and mental energy within the blood god tree. As a blood divine tree that had reached the upper 6th grade peak, it would be able to break through to the level 5 in a short period of time. The blood stored in its body contained the profound mysteries of the vital spirit. Although the wood attribute of the blood divine tree was different from the fire attribute of Chu Zhongtian's vital spirit, but there's something in common between the two. At the same time, the attribute mysteries within the stone could speed up his understanding of the vital spirit's attributes. Therefore, in less than 3 minutes, he had reached the bottleneck of the 9th level of Qi transformation. Under the combined attack of the blood god tree's blood and the attribute stone, and under the violent attack of the vital spirit, it was completely blown away. As his cultivation base broke through to the 9th level of Qi transformation, Chu Zhongtian's absorption of blood and spiritual force increased by nearly 5 times. Due to his own understanding and control of force, the stage that had just broken through was quickly consolidated. At the same time, the blood that entered his body turned into boundless energy. It continued to push his stage and potential, allowing his absorption rate of blood and mental energy to continue increasing. 2 minutes later, his cultivation base had advanced to the 9th level of Qi transformation mid-stage. 5 minutes later, his cultivation base reached the late 9th level of Qi transforming period. 7 minutes later, his cultivation base rose to the 9th level of Qi transformation realm. When his cultivation base had advanced to the 9th level of the Qi transformation stage, the black attribute stone in Chu Zhongtian's hand had completely lost its color. In the end, it turned into a pile of powder and fell from his finger. Chu Zhongtian didn't feel any heartache for the destruction of the attribute stone. Instead, he took another attribute stone from the storage bag and continued to comprehend the profound mysteries of the vital spirit's attribute. He continued to improve his stage. In a completely sealed passageway not far away from the Blood Divine Tree's living space, a body that had been sealed for 3 years had lost its vitality. As Chu Tianhe's divine soul returned to his body, it gradually recovered its vitality. When the divine soul body completely merged with the back of the body, Chu Tianhe opened his eyes. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of stinky blood and looked in the direction of the Blood God Tree's survival space. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Kid, just you wait. In an hour at most Chu Tianhe will definitely let you know. What do you mean by living a life worse than death? I will definitely make you regret coming to this world." Then he took out a few top-notch healing pills from his storage ring, consumed them, and closed his eyes again. The 10th level of the great perfection of the Qi transformation stage meant that a martial artist's understanding of the profound mysteries of the vital spirit's attributes had reached the limit. Next, he would use the profound mysteries of the vital spirit's attributes to further compress the vital spirit within the Dantian. When the vital spirit within the Dantian was compressed to the limit, the compressed vital spirit would explode from his consciousness. With the help of the explosive power of the vital spirit, he would directly expand the Dantian's original capacity by more than 100 times. Since then, a martial artist stage would naturally break through to the Qi realm. With the help of the attribute stone's comprehension of the profound attributes of the vital spirit, as well as the profound attributes contained within the Blood God Tree's blood, the bottleneck of the 10th level of Qi transformation realm's great perfection would not be able to stop Chu Zhongtian for long. Only 20 minutes later, the bottleneck of the 10th level of Qi transformation realm, the great perfection, was broken through. The great perfection was shattered by the powerful vital spirit, allowing his cultivation to smoothly enter the 10th level of Qi transformation stage. At the same time, the breakthrough in his cultivation allowed him to absorb blood and mental energy at a rapid speed. Once again, his speed increased by more than 10 times. However, when faced with a Blood Divine Tree that had already reached the upper 6th grade peak, the 10 times absorption speed still did not reduce the total amount of blood in the Blood God Tree. When his cultivation base broke through to the 10th level of Qi transformation, the great perfection, Chu Zhongtian temporarily stopped comprehending the profound mysteries of the vital spirit. Instead, he silently calculated the time and found that he had spent nearly half an hour to break through 2 minor stages in a row. In other words, he had spent nearly half an hour before Elder Huang gave Chu Tianhe the time to return to the spatial zone. In order to ensure his own safety, for the time being, he didn't plan to continue to improve his cultivation. Instead, he was ready to activate the life-saving jade pendant in his hand. "Kid Chu, don't worry. Chu Tianhe won't rebuild this space in a short period of time." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had stopped increasing his cultivation base and was ready to activate the life-saving jade pendant at any time, Elder Huang knew that he had been keeping an eye on Chu Tianhe, who might be able to return to the spatial zone of the Blood Divine Tree. Regarding this, Elder Huang hurriedly reminded him to make the best use of his time to continue cultivating. Because of Elder Huang's meticulous mind, when Chu Tianhe's divine soul body left the spatial zone, he had already left a special mark on Anusar's divine soul in advance through the special mark. He could roughly sense Chu Tianhe's current condition. Originally, he calculated that Chu Tianhe would return to the spatial zone in half an hour. According to Chu Tianhe's half-step Great Tao Realm cultivation base, the time when his divine soul body left his body would be, and it might be the talent of a peerless genius, but what he didn't expect was, he had overestimated Chu Tianhe's talent, and had overestimated his own abilities. Through the special mark left on his divine soul body, Elder Huang found out that not only did Chu Tianhe's injuries not recover, but the friction between his divine soul body and body still hadn't reached the perfect state. This made him look down on Chu Tianhe. It was also because of this reason that he reminded Chu Zhongtian to continue cultivating with the help of the attribute stone. More importantly, the spirit tree that could directly absorb blood and spiritual energy to increase cultivation was very rare. Among the thousands of spirit trees in the Eternal Continent, perhaps only the blood divine tree and the soul devouring tree could satisfy this condition. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian must seize this heaven-defying opportunity and do his best to increase his cultivation level. Elder Huang's meticulous thoughts and explanation delighted Chu Zhongtian. After that, he took out the attribute stone he placed in the storage bag and continued to comprehend the profound mysteries of the vital spirit's attribute, continuing to increase his cultivation base and strength. 10 minutes later, the second attribute stone in Chu Zhongtian's hand completely turned into a pile of powder. At this time, his cultivation base had already reached the 10th level of the Qi transformation stage, the Great Perfection Peak. The next step of his cultivation was to use the profound mysteries of the vital spirit's attribute to compress the vital spirit within the Dantian. In the mine, in the mysterious space, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath as he felt the boundless vital spirit within the Dantian. His face revealed a trace of seriousness and helplessness. His situation was different from other martial practitioners. After the other martial artists broke through to the Qi transforming period, the capacity of the Dantian was at most the size of an ocean bowl. Even if it was an outstanding talent, a peerless genius with heavenly talent, the capacity of the Dantian was equal to that of a wooden barrel. Perhaps it was the capacity of 2 to 3 wooden barrels. Due to his excessive increase in potential when the profound dragon fruit was at the body refining stage, as for the strengthening of his constitution, one of the 3 great spiritual root, the human spiritual root, had changed his constitution completely. When he broke through to the Qi transforming period, the Dantian's capacity would reach the size of a spring. The amount of Dantian stored in a stream of water was enough to keep his combat strength above that of 4 to 5 minor stage warriors. However, it also delayed him from breaking through to the essence gathering stage. After all, the time required to compress the capacity of a stream of water was many times more compared to compressing the capacity of a wooden bucket. Although the task of breaking through was arduous, the future was bright. In order to break through to the essence gathering stage, he would still maintain the strength to cross realms and challenge others. Chu Zhongtian could only calm his mind and focus his mind. All of his mind could help him borrow the profound mysteries of the vital spirit. He began to compress the vital spirit within the Dantian. Because the Dantian's capacity was like a stream of water, Chu Zhongtian never thought that he would compress the vital spirit within the Dantian to the limit in such a short period of time. However, when he used the profound mysteries of the vital spirit to compress the vital spirit, he was surprised to discover that he had reached the limit of the profound mysteries of the vital spirit. The speed at which he compressed the vital spirit was over 100 times faster than that of an ordinary martial artist. At the same time, the blood that was constantly being sucked into his body contained a special power. It was able to help him accelerate the speed at which he compressed the vital spirit. This caused him to be pleasantly surprised at the same time. He finally understood why Elder Huang was so confident that he could compress the ____ within a year. His cultivation base had broken through to the divine soul stage. Since the blood in the blood divine tree could help him compress the vital spirit in the Dantian, Chu Zhongtian used his mind to control the blood in his body and temporarily slow down the speed of purification. He wanted to absorb more of the blood in his body and help him compress the vital spirit in the Dantian. 3 minutes later, the vital spirit within the Dantian was compressed to 10%. 5 minutes later, the vital spirit within the Dantian was compressed to 20%. 10 minutes later, the vital spirit within the Dantian was compressed to 40%. As time passed, Chu Zhongtian became more and more familiar with the process of compressing the vital spirit. It made his compression speed faster and faster, and the total amount of compression increased. 20 minutes later, the vital spirit in the Dantian had been compressed to 80%, and only 20% remained. Until now, the total amount of blood in the blood tree god's body had finally been reduced a little. And just as he was borrowing the blood from the blood divine tree to accelerate the compression of the vital spirit in the Dantian, he restored his symbiotic relationship with the blood divine tree and hid in the void. The blood divine beast that could think on its own was obviously reduced along with the blood in the blood divine tree's body. Finally, it could no longer hold it in. Because Chu Zhongtian had used the purple blood, it had suffered a serious injury. It was unable to unleash the strength of 6 peak warriors in a short period of time. So the blood divine beast that had returned to the blood divine tree's living space, the target of the sneak attack at the beginning was not to guard the passageway entrance. Elder Farmer, who had been paying close attention to Chu Tianhe's return to the spatial zone, wasn't eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Old Fisherman, who could destroy the blood divine tree at any time. Instead, it was the 6 people whom Chu Tianhe had used the unique illusion technique of the blood divine beast to temporarily trap them in an illusion, Go-En and the old man with black spots. Back then, Chu Tianhe had no choice but to reveal himself. He had used the unique illusion technique of the blood divine beast. When everyone had fallen into sympathy and recognition for him, Chu Zhongtian had used his 2 drops of purple blood. Help! Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman removed the illusion technique. Before the old man entered the spatial tunnel of the blood divine tree, he was ambushed by the blood divine beast. Chu Zhongtian didn't care about his own safety, but he had a bad impression of the old man. Therefore, he did not have any thoughts of removing the illusion technique for the old man. As for Go-En and the others, Chu Zhongtian had never thought about them. He would never use the purple blood to help them remove the illusion. As Go-En, the black-spotted elder, and the others were trapped in the illusion that Chu Tianhe had created. When the blood divine beast sneaked into their bodies, they didn't even notice it. In fact, they didn't even feel anything when the blood divine beast had absorbed all their blood. This caused the 4 people in the spatial zone to be unable to detect the sneak attack of the blood divine beast. Originally, the blood divine beast had once again appeared in the space where the blood divine tree lived. Elder Huang, who had been using the power of the divine soul to monitor the situation, should have immediately discovered it, but now he was using the power of the divine soul. He was helping Chu Zhongtian seal the mental energy that was constantly being absorbed into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he was also paying attention to Chu Tianhe, who was currently recovering with all his might. Thus, he relaxed his surveillance of the blood divine beast, causing it to lurk within the bodies of the old man and the others. He had never noticed it. It was only when the first old man with black spots, whose blood had been sucked dry, fell to the ground and died that elder farmer, who had been paying attention to Chu Zhongtian's movements from time to time, noticed something unusual. Little friend, be careful of the blood divine beast's sneak attack. Although the old man's face didn't look like the face of the deceased when he fell to the ground and died, he revealed a satisfied smile, but his unusually pale face was enough to show that he had lost all of his blood in an instant. The only thing that could do this was the blood divine tree's accompanying strange beast, the blood divine beast. Therefore, Elder Farmer hurriedly reminded Chu Zhongtian loudly, and then moved the vital spirit in the Dantian. He unleashed the profound grade movement technique and rushed towards Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, he circulated the power of the divine soul in his sea of consciousness to form a second layer of defense. Unlike Elder Huang, who relaxed his surveillance of the blood divine beast, although Chu Zhongtian had been compressing the vital spirit in his Dantian with a calm mind, however, the blood in the blood divine tree's body had clearly decreased. He deliberately split a small portion of his energy to guard against the blood divine beast's sneak attack at any time. Otherwise, the speed at which he compressed the vital spirit would be faster. Although he had been guarding against the blood divine beast's sneak attack, he was unable to use the divine sense. It was impossible for him to keep his eyes filled with purple light. Therefore, he similarly did not discover the blood divine beast that had returned to the spatial zone. However, a small portion of his energy had been controlling the purple blood that had been transformed by 43%. Therefore, after hearing Elder Farmer's warning, he immediately circulated the blood demon great method, causing the purple blood in his body to boil. At the same time, he forced out 2 drops of purple blood from his body. 1 drop of purple blood turned into a thin layer of blood mist, covering Old Fisherman's body. The other drop of purple blood was wrapped by the vital spirit and bounced towards Elder Farmer. In the mine, in the mysterious space, facing the blood divine beast that had returned to the blood divine tree's dimension of survival, Chu Zhongtian first used the 2 drops of purple blood in his body. After helping the farmer elder and the fisherman elder form an all-round defense, he used the purple light that filled his eyes. He began to search for the exact location of the blood god beast. When he found the location of the blood divine beast and its trajectory, he couldn't help but feel lucky. He was glad that his first reaction after learning about the blood divine beast's sneak attack was to apply a layer of purple blood on the fisherman old man's body to defend. Otherwise, the blood divine beast that was less than half a meter away from the fisherman old man, he was afraid that the ___ had already entered his body. Woo! In order to get rid of Chu Zhongtian's helper as soon as possible, he would then focus all his attention on Chu Zhongtian. The blood divine beast's sneak attack on the fisherman's elder was very fast. Its speed was almost as fast as a profound grade intermediate body movement technique martial skill. Therefore, when it saw Chu Zhongtian using the purple blood mist to defend against its sneak attack, it couldn't stop its speed and crashed into the fisherman. Arg! Although the farmer's warning was loud, it had already made the old fisherman fully prepared. However, as a high-grade 6th grade peak, his strength was equivalent to a longevity period peak blood divine beast. With a full-force collision, the fisherman old man was sent flying. At the same time, the powerful impact caused the old fisherman's internal organs to suffer a certain amount of damage. The pain caused by the injury caused him to let out a miserable cry. Of course, as a top expert of half-step lifespan, the fisherman elder's strength was not weak at all. When he was sent flying by the powerful impact of the blood divine beast, the rebound caused by the collision was, at the same time, the blood beast was also knocked back by the purple blood mist. A painful expression appeared on his face. More importantly, the blood divine beast that was injured by the purple blood mist not only weakened the aura on its body, but also could no longer maintain its invisible state, completely exposing it to everyone's eyes. Chu brat, you don't need to get up to deal with the blood divine beast. Since he had already discovered the whereabouts of the blood divine beast, Chu Zhongtian's first reaction was to get up. Then, he used the purple blood in his body to eliminate the blood divine beast, but Elder Huang in his mind stopped him in time. Elder Huang, although Senior Su and Senior Lin are very strong, only I, who possesses the purple blood, is a match for the blood divine beast. Only then can it be a real threat to the blood divine beast. Old Huang did not allow himself to stand up and leave. In other words, he placed the farmer old man and fisherman old man in danger of being swallowed by the blood divine beast. In order to allow him to escape the space where the blood divine tree existed, the farmer old man and the fisherman old man were willing to sacrifice their lives. Chu Zhongtian had already regarded them as his closest elders, so how could he be willing to put his elders in danger? Chu brat, force 6 drops of purple blood to fuse with Old Man Su and Old Man Lin's life spirit weapon. Let them borrow the power of the purple blood to deal with the blood divine beast. You continue to absorb the blood and mental energy from the blood god tree. Chu Zhongtian was unwilling to let the farmer elder and fisherman elder fall into danger. Although Elder Huang admired it, a heaven-defying opportunity was not something that could be easily encountered. If Chu Zhongtian stood up and went to deal with the blood divine beast, then when he finally used Chu Tianhe's divine soul body to withdraw from the blood divine tree, the special passageway created by the secret technique and the blood god tree would break. It was basically impossible to restore the broken passageway. In other words, it was impossible for Chu Zhongtian to continue absorbing the blood and mental energy from the blood god tree. Then, without this heaven-defying opportunity, it would be unrealistic for him to break through to the essence gathering stage in a short period of time, let alone break through to the divine soul stage in a year. First, according to Elder Huang's instructions, he forced out a total of 8 drops of purple blood. 6 of the drops of blood split into 2 parts and merged into the farmer old man and fisherman old man's life spirit weapon. The other 2 drops of purple blood turned into a mist of blood. It enveloped the 2 of them. Although he forced out the purple blood according to Elder Huang's instructions, Chu Zhongtian still planned to get up and deal with the blood divine beast. This was because the hidden ability of the blood divine beast was something that Elder Farmer and the fisherman couldn't deal with. Only the purple light in his eyes could determine the exact location of the blood divine beast. Chu Brat, you have underestimated the strength of a half-step longevity period expert. Elder Huang mocked Chu Zhongtian with disdain. Chu Brat, there is a reason why I didn't let you get up. After that, Elder Huang started to explain why he didn't let Chu Zhongtian get up and leave. First of all, the blood divine beast was severely injured by your purple blood twice in a row, causing its current speed and invisibility to be greatly reduced. Its strength is not even at its peak of the 7th level. Secondly, a divine soul stage expert can rely on the remaining aura of his opponent to chase after him with the power of the divine sense, not to mention a stronger half-step longevity period expert. Lastly, if you get up and leave, the tunnel that you and the blood god tree painstakingly created with special means will be completely broken, and it will never recover again. That's why, Kid Chu, there is a reason why I won't let you get up and leave. So, you should compress the vital spirit in the Dantian honestly and try to break through to the Qi realm when Chu Tianhe returns to this space. Elder Huang explained in detail. Although Chu Zhongtian temporarily suppressed his thoughts of getting up to deal with the blood divine beast, he did not completely ignore the blood god beast. He split a third of his energy and paid attention to the farmer old man and fisherman old man who were chasing after the blood divine beast. The remaining 2/3 of his energy continued to absorb the blood and mental energy in the blood god tree's body. He continued to compress the vital spirit within the Dantian. The blood divine beast that had taken the risk of sneaking into the blood divine tree space to survive, facing the pursuit of the farmer elder and fisherman elder, was just as old Huang had described. After being injured by the purple blood for the 2nd time, the blood divine beast's dodging speed became much slower. Even if it was invisible, it could still be easily found by the farmer old man and the fisherman old man using the power of the divine sense. 0. Although the blood divine beast was a high-grade 6th grade peak beast, after being severely injured by the purple blood for the 2nd time, moreover, when faced with the purple blood that posed a fatal threat to it, it could only display the strength of a low-grade 6th grade. It couldn't even display the strength of a 6th grade beast. At the same time, after its invisibility ability was broken, the blood divine beast was injured several times by the experienced farmer elder and fisherman elder using tricks such as luring the tiger away from the mountain, causing it to become weaker and weaker. Seeing that the blood divine beast could no longer pose a fatal threat to the farmer elder and fisherman elder, Chu Zhongtian relaxed and withdrew a third of his energy. He began to absorb the blood and mental energy within the blood god tree with all his strength and accelerated the compression of the vital spirit within the Dantian. In the mine in the mysterious space, with the help of the 10 drops of purple blood, elder farmer and old fisherman could easily deal with the blood divine beast. This allowed Chu Zhongtian to relax and withdraw his energy. He began to concentrate on compressing the vital spirit within the Dantian. Concentrating on compressing the vital spirit, the speed was much faster than dividing his energy to compress the vital spirit. 5 minutes later, all of the vital spirit in the Dantian that was the size of a stream had been compressed into a red-colored vital spirit pill that was the size of a walnut. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Editor, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. At this moment, as long as he used his will to detonate the vital spirit pill, with the help of the explosive force of the vital spirit pill, he could expand the capacity of the pond like Dantian to more than 100 times its capacity. His cultivation base would naturally break through to the essence gathering stage. However, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to detonate the vital spirit pill in the Dantian. Instead, he guided the energy from the blood in the blood divine tree back into his Dantian, and started to restore the compressed vital spirit, causing the Dantian to become empty. As the blood divine tree was still a spirit tree that was about to break through to the level 5, the quality and quantity of the vital spirit contained in its blood was, it far surpassed level 5 intermediate spirit stones, and even upper level 4 spirit stones. Therefore, the energy that was converted from the blood only lasted for a minute or so. The empty dantian was once again filled with vital spirit. Borrowing the profound mysteries of the vital spirit's attributes, Chu Zhongtian once again began to compress the vital spirit within the dantian. The reason he restored the vital spirit within the dantian and used it to compress the vital spirit for the second time was not out of his expectations. Instead, it was because the Elder Huang in his mind had taught him a set of secret technique after he had easily compressed the vital spirit for the first time. According to Elder Huang, this set of secret technique was given to him by a friend who was a Title 9th Transformation Supreme before his physical body was damaged. The reason his friend was called a 9th Transformation Supreme was because when he broke through to the essence gathering stage, he compressed the vital spirit in his dantian 9 times, and finally formed 9 vital spirit pill. After that, he used the explosive force formed by the 9 vital spirit spheres. He directly expanded the space of the dantian to hundreds of kilometers. He became a true top essence gathering stage warrior. Of course, it wasn't an easy task to compress the vital spirit within the dantian 9 times. First of all, the capacity of the dantian must be large enough. Only when the capacity of the dantian was large enough could the number of vital spirit in the dantian be large enough. Only then could the vital spirit be compressed once to prevent the vital spirit from being insufficient and not be able to form the vital spirit pill. Actually, your dantian is tough enough. Only when the dantian is tough enough can you compress the vital spirit into a vital spirit pill, and then continue to store more vital spirit into the dantian. Only then can you have the opportunity and ability to compress it once more. Lastly, your understanding of the mysterious properties of the vital spirit. As long as your understanding of the profound mysteries of the vital spirit is high enough and deep enough, you will have the qualifications to compress the vital spirit a second time, a third time, or even a 9th time. Other than the 3 basic requirements, compress the vital spirit. The process of forming the vital spirit pill was a process that consumed an extremely large amount of resources. If you didn't prepare enough resources in the early stages, then you wouldn't be able to compress the vital spirit multiple times. Furthermore, the vital spirit's 9 revolutions must be compressed 9 times in one go. There could not be any interruption during the compression process. The 3 basic requirements for cultivating the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill, as well as sufficient resources, Chu Zhongtian was very much in agreement with all of them, but he still did not have much confidence. He was able to compress the vital spirit within the dantian 9 times without stopping. Finally, he could form 9 vital spirit pill. Because according to what Elder Huang said, even in the era when his body was still intact, when the stage broke through to the essence gathering stage, those geniuses who were qualified to cultivate 9 revolutions vital spirit pill, there wouldn't be more than 50 of them, and in the end, they would be able to cultivate the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill. There wouldn't be more than 10 of them. Those who could break through to the essence gathering stage with the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill would at least reach the supreme peak in the future. Most of them would become titled supreme level warriors. Perhaps it was because of the process of compressing the vital spirit once, but the process of compressing the vital spirit for the second time went very smoothly. The time it took to compress the ___ was also very little. It only took less than 20 minutes. Within the water-like dantian, there were already 2 vital spirit pill emitting fiery light. Seeing that the second vital spirit pill was so simple and easy to form, Chu Zhongtian was filled with confidence. Using the blood in the blood divine tree, in less than 50 seconds, the stream of dantian was once again filled with vital spirit. Using his profound attributes and his control over the vital spirit, he once again began to compress the vital spirit within the dantian for the 3rd time. The compression process and time were even smoother and faster this time. In less than 15 minutes, the vital spirit in the dantian was compressed into a vital spirit pill. After that, he went through the 4th, 5th, and 6th compression process of the vital spirit. The 6th compression process only took less than 5 minutes. Chu Zhongtian was confident that when Chu Tianhe returned to this space, he would have 9 vital spirit pill in his dantian. It only took less than 40 seconds to fill up the spring like dantian. Chu Zhongtian used the profound attributes in his mind and started the 7th vital spirit compression. The first half of the 7th compression of the vital spirit was just as he had expected. It went very smoothly and quickly. However, when the process of compressing the vital spirit was over, Chu Zhongtian gradually felt a heavy pressure. This pressure was directed at his dantian and his consciousness, causing the process of compressing the vital spirit to slow down. Although the process of compressing the vital spirit slowed down, by relying on his consciousness's control over the vital spirit, as well as his understanding of the profound mysteries of the attributes, he still successfully completed the 7th time compressing the vital spirit after 15 minutes. After the 7th vital spirit pill floated in the dantian, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath. At this moment, a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. He did not have the relaxed attitude he had when he compressed the vital spirit the previous 7 times. This was because after the 7th time compressing the vital spirit, the second half of the process had let him know that his true challenge had come. 2. The fact that he was able to truly form 9 vital spirit pill within his dantian and cultivate the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill in the end depended on his experience of compressing the vital spirit 8 times and 9 times. If the process of compressing the vital spirit went smoothly, then he would be able to rely on the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill to increase his potential. Chu Zhongtian had 100% confidence in the advancement of his monster-level innate talent and comprehension ability. Reaching the titled supreme level in a very short period of time would truly be able to tear apart the void. The ability to travel proudly in the galaxy. If the process of compressing the vital spirit was very difficult, leading to the final failure, then it would take even longer for him to break through to the titled supreme level with just his monster-level cultivation base and increase his comprehension ability. In fact, Chu Zhongtian wasn't the only one feeling nervous. In his mind, Elder Huang was trying to compress the vital spirit for the 8th time. His heart couldn't help but tighten, because before Chu Zhongtian broke through to the essence gathering stage, could the dantian form 9 revolutions vital spirit pill? Not only would it determine Chu Zhongtian's future achievements, it would also determine whether or not he would be able to obtain the perfect body in the end. In the mines. Just as Chu Zhongtian was preparing to compress the vital spirit within his dantian for the 8th time, he was 1,000 meters away from the Blood Divine Tree's spatial zone. Within a completely sealed tunnel, with the help of a top-tier healing pill, Chu Tianhe, who had already recovered from his injuries for over an hour, finally opened his eyes. At this moment, a powerful aura rose from his body. It was like a bottomless ocean, giving people a feeling of dread. After opening his eyes, Chu Tianhe first silently felt his own condition, then revealed a trace of anger on his face. Although the aura on his body was like a bottomless ocean, his current situation was not good. The body of the divine soul had left his body for 3 years, but his cultivation base had not made any progress at all. Because the power of the divine soul had been overused on the blood divine tree, his half-step Great Tao period cultivation base had a slight possibility of dropping. In other words, if he wanted to maintain his half-step Great Tao period stage, he would have to make up for the consumption of the body of the divine soul immediately, allowing it to return to the peak state. In this state, he absolutely could not use any of the body of the divine soul's power. Otherwise, the stage that had fallen to the edge would immediately drop to the longevity period 10th layer peak as the power of the divine soul was consumed. Because of the body of the divine soul's injuries, not only would it take more time for the stage to return to the peak, it would also require some top-tier rare treasures that was hard to find in the world. And these rare treasures were things that Chu Tianhe did not have at the moment. Therefore, Chu Tianhe was now in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. If he didn't want his stage to fall, then he would have to continue to borrow the power of the pill to make up for the consumption of the body of the divine soul. He could only temporarily give up on returning to the space where the blood divine tree lived, and give up the chance to seek revenge on Chu Zhongtian. If he wanted to seek revenge on Chu Zhongtian and vent the anger in his heart, then he would have to pay the price of the stage and return to the longevity period 10th layer peak stage. Chu Tianhe turned his head and looked at the spatial zone where the blood divine tree was located. His face revealed an expression of extreme unwillingness. After thinking about it again and again, Chu Tianhe, who was unable to withstand the stage's fall, could only helplessly decide to delay the idea of seeking revenge on Chu Zhongtian for the time being. As one of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, Chu family had many experts in their family. In order to fight for the limited resources in their family, the competition between them was very intense. When the 9 major powers faced their enemies, they could unite and defend against their enemies. However, when faced with internal competition, the degree of cruelty far exceeded the conflicts between the major powers. As for Chu Tianhe, because he had obtained the inheritance of a curse master, he had offended a lot of powerful warriors in his family who had the same stage as him. If his stage fell at this moment, those people of the same level as the stage they might even find an opportunity to do so. He would take away the inheritance of the curse master in his body and bring him back to the embrace of the Chu family ancestor. It was precisely because of the cruel pressure brought by his family that made him think about it again and again. He decided to preserve his current cultivation base first, and then seek revenge on Chu Zhongtian. He took out a pill that was as red as blood from the storage ring's finger. It was a pill that emitted a thick medicinal fragrance. Looking at the pill in his hand, Chu Tianhe took 3 deep breaths in a row. After that, he put the pill into his mouth and closed his eyes once again. Within the space where the blood divine tree lived, the process of compressing the vital spirit for the 8th time was exactly the same as what Chu Zhongtian had expected. Not only was the process of compressing the vital spirit extremely difficult, but it also required one to use an even more profound attribute. Even the dantian the size of a stream was compressed along with the vital spirit. Waves of tearing pain began to emanate from it. He could bear the difficulty of compressing the vital spirit. The tearing pain that came from within the dantian, he could endure it. The profound mysteries of the attributes needed were even more profound. He could continue to use the attribute stone to increase his understanding of the profound mysteries of the attributes. Therefore, facing the various difficulties during the 8th vital spirit compression process, Chu Zhongtian was still able to calmly continue compressing the vital spirit within the dantian. 10 minutes later, the vital spirit within the dantian was compressed to the 2nd level. 20 minutes passed, and the vital spirit within the dantian was compressed to the 3rd layer. Half an hour passed, and the vital spirit within the dantian was compressed to the 4th layer. Chu Zhongtian, who was completely silent as he compressed the vital spirit, suddenly seemed to have forgotten about time. He forgot to pay attention to elder farmer and old fisherman, who were desperately chasing after the blood divine beast, and forgot about Chu Tianhe's threat. His consciousness gradually entered a state of emptiness. Originally, when he saw Chu Zhongtian compressing the vital spirit for the 8th time gradually slow down, and even began to feel somewhat powerless, Elder Huang began to worry about whether he could form the 8th vital spirit pill in the end. 1. In fact, Elder Huang did not tell Chu Zhongtian that he had also cultivated the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill secret technique that he had taught him. It was precisely because he had also cultivated it before that he was well aware of the difficulty of forming the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill. Elder Huang, who possessed a high-grade 3rd-grade cultivation talent and had barely reached the monster level when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, had only managed to compress 7 vital spirit pill when he broke through to the essence gathering stage. This was because when he compressed the 8th vital spirit pill, the dantian did not have enough endurance. Also, when he compressed it to the 8th the endurance was not high enough. Because of his lack of understanding towards the profound mysteries of the attributes, when he began to compress the 8th vital spirit pill, he lost control of the vital spirit and thus ended in failure. Initially, he thought that Chu Zhongtian would most likely also fail at the 8th vital spirit pill. However, he did not expect that Chu Zhongtian would be very lucky to enter into an empty state, allowing the process of compressing the vital spirit to become very smooth. Unconsciously, Chu Zhongtian entered the empty state. The process of compressing the vital spirit suddenly began to accelerate. Originally, it would take 10 minutes to compress 10% of the vital spirit, but it quickly increased to 20%, 30%. 20 minutes later, As the 8th vital spirit pill within the Dantian was completely formed, the vital spirit within the waterspout like Dantian was once again used up. Chu Zhongtian, who had fallen into a state of emptiness, also woke up. Seeing the 8 vital spirit pill floating within the Dantian, a trace of joy appeared on Chu Zhongtian's face. However, this trace of happiness only lasted for less than 3 seconds before it turned into a bitter smile. The reason why he was able to successfully compress the 8th vital spirit pill in less than an hour was not only because of his firm conviction, but also because he was lucky enough to enter a state of emptiness. Otherwise, he had no idea how much time he would have to spend. Talent. He would just barely be able to compress it into the 8th vital spirit pill. In fact, he might even be able to compress it to the very end. His own understanding of the profound mysteries of the attributes was shallow, and the Dantian's tolerance was lacking. The vital spirit's violent actions within the Dantian caused the final compression process to fail. Now, although he had successfully compressed the 8th true yuan pill, he didn't have the slightest confidence in compressing the 9th true yuan pill. In the mine in the mysterious space. Chu, do you have the confidence to successfully compress the 9th vital spirit pill? He looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had successfully compressed the 8th vital spirit pill, and had yet to recover his Dantian and vital spirit. Elder Huang was a bit nervous, but also a bit expectant. After the difficulty of compressing the 8th vital spirit, Chu Zhongtian had given up on the 9th attempt. Elder Huang would not be disappointed, but he still had a trace of expectation in his heart, hoping that Chu Zhongtian would take the risk and give it a try. If Chu Zhongtian could successfully compress the vital spirit pill into the 9th vital spirit pill, not only would he be able to maintain the strength of the vital spirit pill, but he would also be able to advance to the titled supreme level in the future, the stage. Elder Huang, to be honest, I don't even have 1% confidence that I can compress the 9th vital spirit pill. Facing Elder Huang's expectant interrogation, Chu Zhongtian replied with a helpless tone. The difficulty of compressing the 8th vital spirit pill made him clearly realize that his Dantian was not broad enough, and his understanding of the profound mysteries of the attributes was not deep enough. However, although he didn't have the slightest confidence in compressing the 9th vital spirit pill, it didn't mean that he wouldn't try compressing it for the 9th time. Elder Huang, it has been almost 2 hours since Chu Tianhe left this spatial zone. Why hasn't he returned to this spatial zone yet? Chu Zhongtian asked in puzzlement. Although he had decided to continue compressing the vital spirit for the 9th time, the experience of compressing the vital spirit for the 8th time had made him very clear that it would take a very, very long time to compress the vital spirit for the 9th time, regardless of whether it would succeed or fail. Therefore, he needed to know why Chu Tianhe, who should have returned to the spatial zone for half an hour, had yet to appear. Elder Huang, who was still worried about whether Chu Zhongtian could successfully compress the 9th vital spirit pill, couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Chu Tianhe's name. Then, he explained with disdain. Chu, you and I both think too highly of that guy. Why? Elder Huang's disdain for Chu Tianhe puzzled Chu Zhongtian. Chu Tianhe lacked the courage to fight with his life on the line. No matter what, he was also a half-step Great Tao period expert. His talent and strength could not be underestimated. Why was he so weak in Elder Huang's eyes? Chu, I want you to absorb all the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree. That guy might not even be able to appear in this spatial zone. Elder Huang did not explain in detail about Chu Zhongtian's confusion. He only told __ to absorb the blood in the blood divine tree's body with peace of mind and try to compress the vital spirit for the 9th time. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't continue asking. The reason why he asked Chu Tianhe why he did not return to the spatial zone was because he wanted to estimate if he had enough time to carry out the process of compressing the vital spirit for the 9th time. Since Elder Huang told him to give it a try without worry, then he wouldn't continue to care about the reason why Chu Tianhe hadn't appeared until now. Using the blood in the blood divine tree's body, in a short 38 seconds, the Dantian that was the size of a spring was once again filled with high-quality vital spirit. After that, he calmed his mind and focused his attention on the process of compressing the vital spirit for the 9th time. When he finally started trying, he realized that the process of compressing the vital spirit in the Dantian could not only be described as difficult but also difficult. This was because when he started to compress the vital spirit inside the dantian was like a naughty child. It simply did not listen to his control, making it impossible for him to smoothly control the vital spirit. After that, when the tiny bit of vital spirit was finally compressed, a heart-piercing pain would come from within the dantian, causing the entire process of compressing the vital spirit to become extremely painful. More importantly, even if he used the last attribute stone to increase his understanding of the profound mysteries of the attributes, the degree of understanding of the profound mysteries of the attributes would not be enough to truly compress the vital spirit. If the process of compressing the vital spirit continued to worsen like this, then the result of compressing the vital spirit for the 9th time would definitely end in failure. Just as Chu Zhongtian was trying to compress the vital spirit for the 9th time, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman, who borrowed Chu Zhongtian's 10 drops of purple blood, had the complete upper hand when facing the Blood Divine Beast. The Blood Divine Beast, which had suffered a serious injury from the second batch of purple blood, could now barely display the strength of a low-rank 6th grade, which was equivalent to a longevity period 10th layer Grand Perfection warrior in the stage. With the strength of a low-rank 6th grade warrior, the Blood Divine Beast should be able to gain the upper hand in the fight against Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman, who were only half-step longevity period warriors. However, the purple blood seemed to have a natural suppressive effect on it. In front of the 10 drops of purple blood that Chu Zhongtian gave him, the Blood Divine Beast could not use its ability to ignore any defense. Resist. Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman's attacks could not be used to hide themselves. He launched a sneak attack on Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman. This caused the Blood Divine Beast's power to be compressed once again, and it was even compressed to the upper rank 7th grade, which was the strength of a Divine Soul Stage Advanced. The strength of a Divine Soul Stage Advanced was also suppressed by the purple blood, which caused the Blood Divine Beast to be busy dodging and unable to launch an effective attack. At the same time, due to the continuous decrease in its strength, its ability to conceal itself was greatly weakened. It was no longer able to escape the power of Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman's divine sense, which made it desperately dodge. As he continuously suffered the attacks of Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman, new wounds were added to his body. After hiding for nearly 2 hours, not only did the Blood Divine Beast no longer have the ability to fight back, it even lost the chance to escape from the Blood Divine Tree's spatial zone. Because, just as it had the thought of escaping from this spatial zone, Elder Farmer, who had been locked onto by the divine sense, in order to prevent it from escaping, every time it wanted to escape from this spatial zone, it would always end in failure. He looked at the dozens of wounds on his body that were completely unrecoverable. He looked at the blood and mental energy in the Blood Divine Tree's body that were constantly decreasing. Feeling the strength in its body weakening, the Blood Divine Beast that was filled with despair, a ferocious expression was revealed on his face. A thick blood energy rose from its body, causing the Blood Divine Beast, which could only unleash the strength of an upper rank 7th grade, to rise. His chi quickly rose to the 6th grade peak. At the same time, its original height of about 1 meter increased along with its momentum. His body also increased rapidly, and soon he reached the height of an adult human. Looking at the Blood Divine Beast, whose aura was constantly increasing, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman knew that it was going to fight with all its might. Therefore, the two of them stood together tacitly, planning to resist the Blood Divine Beast that was going to fight to the death together. When the chi of the Blood Divine Beast had reached the highest peak, and it was close to the level 5, it gave Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman a cold glance, and then its entire body disappeared from where it was standing. In the mine, in the mysterious space. Senior Brother Su, could it be that the Blood Divine Beast escaped? Old Fisherman, who was holding the vital spirit tool and covered in a faint purple mist of blood, asked with a puzzled expression. Originally, Old Fisherman was prepared to fight with all his might against the Blood Divine Beast that had suddenly erupted with a powerful strength. However, after the peak Blood Divine Beast disappeared from where it stood, it didn't attack them. Instead, it seemed like it had completely disappeared from this spatial zone. This puzzled Old Fisherman. Impossible. Little friend is currently absorbing all the blood and mental energy in the Blood Divine Tree's body. As the Blood Divine Tree's companion beast, the blood divine beast, it is absolutely impossible for it to sit idly by and watch the blood divine tree, which it shared life and death with, be destroyed. It will definitely think of a way to deal with little friend to resolve the crisis of the blood divine tree. After explaining to this point, Elder Farmer's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed the movement technique that had reached the profound grade low rank peak. While rushing towards Chu Zhongtian with all his might, he reminded him loudly, "Little friend, be careful. The blood divine beast's target might be you." Unfortunately, in the face of Elder Farmer's loud warning, Chu Zhongtian had completely fallen into the process of compressing the vital spirit for the 9th time. He could not hear Elder Farmer's warning at all. He still tried to compress the wisp of vital spirit that he had finally managed to control with great difficulty. "Chu, your life is in danger. Quickly wake up." Although Chu Zhongtian did not hear Elder Farmer's warning, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, heard it clearly. The power of the divine soul that was released could no longer capture the traces of the blood divine beast. Elder Huang knew that this was the blood divine beast that had suffered a serious injury. It had completely stimulated all the potential in his body to fight to the death. In the face of a life-and-death battle with a 6th-grade peak blood divine beast, not to mention Chu Zhongtian, who was just a peak of the Qi transforming period warrior, even if he was a true Great Tao period warrior, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Therefore, Elder Huang used the divine sense to invade his consciousness. He had to dodge the blood divine beast's life or death attack as soon as possible. At the same time, he overdrew the 7th level of the power of the divine soul, wanting to set up a defensive layer around Chu Zhongtian. He wanted to buy Chu Zhongtian some time to escape. Unfortunately, Elder Farmer's warning was a little late, and Elder Huang's reaction was a little slow. Just as he was about to overdraft the power of the divine soul, the blood divine beast disappeared from the blood divine tree's living space. In an instant, it appeared less than a meter away from Chu Zhongtian. The blood divine beast that suddenly appeared did not immediately attack Chu Zhongtian. This was because the blood divine beast knew very well that in the face of the purple blood that suppressed all of its abilities, its attack was simply unable to harm this young man who was desperately absorbing the blood and spiritual force within the blood divine tree. As such, it had exhausted all of its potential in exchange for a powerful force. Its goal was to perish together with Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, the blood divine beast that appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian immediately detonated the powerful force in its body after stabilizing its body. Boom! A deafening explosion shook both Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman's ears, causing them to lose their hearing. Golden flowers bloomed on their heads. It shook them so much that they had no choice but to stop casting the movement technique, and then use the vital spirit and power of the divine soul to protect themselves. Along with a deafening roar, the entire spatial zone of the blood divine tree kept shaking. Moreover, the thousands of passageways in the entire Ermine had all collapsed under the rumbling sound. 1,000 meters away from the blood divine tree's living space, in a completely sealed passageway, Chu Tianhe, who was borrowing the help of top-grade medicinal pills to make up for the loss of the body of the divine soul, was shaken by the sudden explosion, causing him to vomit blood and the aura to become chaotic. After making up for a little of the loss of the body of the divine soul with great difficulty, under the intense rumbling sound, it once again began to deteriorate. At the same time, the stones that kept falling down from the passageway above his head had completely destroyed the passageway he was residing in. Faced with this sudden change and the worsening of his injuries, not only did Chu Tianhe not show the slightest bit of anger, his face instead revealed a trace of joy. Turning his head around, his gaze seemed to be able to pass through the tunnel that was constantly collapsing in front of him. He saw the situation within the blood divine tree's spatial zone. At the same time, Chu Tianhe muttered to himself, "Kid, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer a loss in front of your eyes. Now, you finally have a taste of the blood divine beast's power." Although Chu Tianhe's body of the divine soul was forced to withdraw from the blood divine tree, and at the same time, it automatically removed the contract between the body of the divine soul and the blood divine beast. After all, the contract between the body of the divine soul and the blood divine beast had existed for 3 years. Therefore, in a short period of time, there was still a faint connection between his body of the divine soul and the blood divine beast. Just as the blood divine beast had exhausted all of its potential in exchange for the strength that was close to the strength of a lower level 5. The weak connection between Chu Tianhe's body of the divine soul and the blood divine beast instantly increased a little. Therefore, in that instant, he knew what the blood divine beast was thinking, and what it was going to do next. At this moment, looking at the falling stones in front of him, the smile on Chu Tianhe's face became brighter and brighter, exhausting all of his potential in exchange for a high-grade 6th-grade peak. A powerful force that was close to the strength of a low-grade level 5, using such a powerful force to self-destruct. Not to mention Chu Zhongtian, who was just a puny Qi transforming period. Even if he was a half-step Great Tao period expert, there was only one result, and that was that he would be blasted into nothingness. Therefore, in Chu Tianhe's point of view, the disciple of the floating cloud sect who possessed the monster level's heavenly talent would probably be blown into dust by the explosion of the blood divine beast. After the blood divine beast exploded, would Chu Zhongtian really be blown into nothingness like Chu Tianhe had imagined? But the reality was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. The instant the blood divine beast self-destructed, under the stimulation of Elder Huang's divine sense, Chu Zhongtian temporarily woke up. After sensing the incomparably powerful force on the blood divine beast's body, as well as its intention to self-destruct, Chu Zhongtian subconsciously wanted to get up and dodge. However, his subconscious movements were unable to keep up with the speed at which the blood divine beast self-destructed. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the blood divine beast self-destructed. He could only watch helplessly as his tiny body was about to be destroyed by the tremendous force of the blood divine beast's self-destruction. Ever since he transmigrated to the Eternal Continent, Chu Zhongtian had experienced countless life and death crises. There were a few times when he was just a little bit away from death, but he had never been so close to death like he was now. Looking at the rapid attack, he didn't even have the time to sigh in his heart. Eh? Just as the explosive power was about to destroy his body, Chu Zhongtian chose to close his eyes and accept the arrival of death. But he waited for a full 10 seconds. Chu Zhongtian didn't feel any pain. This forced him to open his eyes again. He wanted to see what had happened. After that, he let out a surprised and confused voice. Not only did the power of the blood divine beast's self-destruction not destroy his body, but the energy from the self-destruction instead penetrated through the countless pores in his body and entered his body. At the same time, the energy that entered his body not only automatically helped him compress the vital spirit, but it also produced an extremely powerful suction force, causing the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree's body to accelerate and enter his body and mind. In the mysterious space, not only did the destructive power of the blood divine beast's self-destruction not destroy his body, but it also caused the destructive power to enter his body through his pores and help him compress the vital spirit inside his dantian. Chu Zhongtian was very confused and puzzled about this. Therefore, he quickly asked Elder Huang in his mind, "Elder Huang, what's going on?" "Chu, I need time to think about what exactly happened. What you need to do now is to compress the vital spirit with the destructive force that entered your body and form the 9th vital spirit pill in the dantian as soon as possible. When the 9 vital spirit pill are fully formed, I will detonate the 9 vital spirit pill with my will, turning the dantian's capacity into an ocean, and allowing my cultivation base to advance to the true essence gathering stage," Elder Huang reminded with an urgent tone. Elder Huang had never heard of any abnormalities happening in Chu Zhongtian's body, but he had no idea what was going on either. Therefore, he couldn't give Chu Zhongtian a reasonable explanation for the time being. However, Elder Huang also knew that the vital spirit's energy that could help him compress the dantian was the key to whether he could form the 9th vital spirit pill, and also the key to whether he could advance to the titled supreme level in a short period of time. Therefore, in the face of this sudden change, the first thought that came to Elder Huang's mind was, it was to make Chu Zhongtian compress the 9th vital spirit pill as soon as possible, and use the blood divine tree's blood that contained a huge amount of energy. He had broken through to the true essence gathering stage. Chu Zhongtian didn't think too much about Elder Huang's warning. His consciousness entered the dantian once again, replacing the destructive force that was compressing the vital spirit. He then controlled the destructive force with his own consciousness and continued compressing the vital spirit within the dantian. Perhaps it was because the destructive force contained the profound mysteries of the vital spirit, or perhaps it was because the destructive force had entered his body. After strengthening the dantian to a certain extent, the process of compressing the vital spirit this time was very fast, and no tearing pain. In less than 10 minutes, the vital spirit within the dantian was completely compressed. In the sky above the dantian, 9 fiery red, walnut-sized vital spirit pill were floating. Without needing his consciousness to control them, the 9 vital spirit pill automatically formed an arc in the air according to a special trajectory. Seeing the 9 vital spirit pill automatically forming an arc in the dantian, Chu Zhongtian hid the 9 vital spirit pill that formed an arc in the air. It was as if there was a special profound meaning contained within them. At the same time, among the 9 vital spirit pill that formed an arc, 2 of them gave him a very familiar feeling. This feeling was somewhat similar to a mother's embrace. Just as he wanted to use his consciousness to observe the 2 vital spirit pill that he felt especially familiar with, the vital spirit pill that he could only use his consciousness to control to explode. The powerful shock wave from the explosion pushed his consciousness out of the dantian. It prevented him from continuing to observe the situation inside the dantian. As the first vital spirit pill exploded, a thunderous sound came from Chu Zhongtian's lower abdomen. It was deep and oppressive, giving people the feeling that he was facing the heavenly might. He was thinking about why the destructive force of the blood divine beast's self-destruction didn't destroy Chu Zhongtian's body and consciousness. Instead, it entered his body and helped him increase his strength. He was startled by a deep and oppressive roar. He suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze passed through the endless sea of consciousness and finally landed on Chu Zhongtian's dantian. However, just as Elder Huang's divine sense entered Chu Zhongtian's dantian, a loud explosion that was louder than the first one directly shattered his divine sense. Elder Huang, who was in his mind, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black-yellow qi. Immediately after that, the body of the divine soul became much dimmer. What a powerful sound of thunder! Looks like the rumors are true. Elder Huang, who had been severely injured by the shattering of the divine sense, revealed a look of shock and joy even though the aura on his body was a little messy. He was shocked because he never thought that Chu Zhongtian would be able to compress the 9th vital spirit pill. Ever since his good friend, the 9-cycle spiritual master, had disappeared for some reason, he had never heard of anyone who could compress the 9th vital spirit pill when breaking through to the essence gathering stage. The joy was because of the booming sound coming from Chu Zhongtian's dantian. It confirmed a rumor left behind by the 9 cycles Taoist master. According to the final result of the rumor, when the 9 vital spirit pill exploded, the sound of thunder that could produce heavenly might meant that this person had the possibility of achieving the legendary stage. Furthermore, he had obtained the ultimate title of the stage. Elder Huang barely managed to suppress the messy aura. When he looked at Chu Zhongtian, whose eyes were tightly shut, his eyes were filled with anticipation and regret. He was looking forward to Chu Zhongtian's final advancement to the legendary stage, becoming a supreme existence that could defy life and death, an existence that could sever the future. Regret was why he did not forcefully accept Chu Zhongtian as his disciple when he was imparting the knowledge of the formation to him. Instead, he had given up the possibility of Chu Zhongtian becoming his disciple in advance. With Chu Zhongtian's sincere and filial personality, if he became his master, then he would help him restore his perfect body, as well as avenge the loss of his body. Perhaps he wouldn't have to rack his brains to set up a trap for him, forcing him to make an oath everywhere. Facing the vital spirit pill that kept exploding inside the dantian, Chu Zhongtian was helpless. Because the vital spirit pill inside the dantian didn't need his own consciousness to control it. It exploded on its own and forced his consciousness out of the dantian. This caused the subsequent breakthrough to not require his control. He allowed the impact of the vital spirit pill's explosion to expand the dantian's capacity. He was helpless because the stage in his body had increased too quickly. He didn't know what the situation was like when he broke through to the essence gathering stage. In fact, the impact of the vital spirit pill exploding in an instant was very strong. Any thought or divine sense would be destroyed by the impact. The thought that he had stuck in the dantian could be withdrawn smoothly. It was also because of his absolute control over the vital spirit. Otherwise, the impact from the explosion of the first vital spirit, it would shatter his will that was stuck in the dantian, making him the first person to break through to the stage. A martial artist who had suffered a serious injury because of his ignorance. 0. Chu Zhongtian, who had suddenly become idle, felt the continuous expansion of the dantian. It was as if he had suddenly become a bystander. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, and uncomfortable. Since he didn't need his help in breaking through to the stage, he would continue to absorb the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree's body, and build a solid foundation for his next advancement to the essence gathering stage, as well as breaking through to the divine soul stage. The explosive sound produced by the explosion of the first vital spirit pill in Chu Zhongtian's dantian had a limited range. Only Elder Huang, who was stuck in his mind, could feel it. In the mine, in the mysterious space, the explosive sound produced by the explosion of the first vital spirit pill was very limited. Apart from Chu Zhongtian himself, only Elder Huang in his mind could hear it. However, the explosion caused by the second vital spirit pill's self-destruction, it had already expanded to a radius of 10 miles with him as the center point. This caused the destructive force produced by the explosion of the blood divine beast to finally break out. Elder farmer and old fisherman, who were lucky enough to survive, had joyful expressions on their faces. As half-step longevity period warriors, both elder farmer and old fisherman had experienced the breakthrough of the essence gathering stage. They knew very well the meaning behind the rumbling sound that came from Chu Zhongtian's body just now. They had never thought that they had only known each other for less than 4 hours. This young man in front of them, who was about 16 or 17 years old, had used his own scheme and means. Not only did he obtain an opportunity that even the powerful experts weren't willing to give up on, but he also made use of this opportunity. In less than 3 hours, his cultivation base had broken through 2 minor stages in a row. In the end, he started to break through to the essence gathering stage, the great stage. Since the sound of the vital spirit pill exploding could be heard from the dantian, it meant that this young man had not only successfully compressed the vital spirit in the dantian, but also the vital spirit. This meant that his initial accumulation was enough for him to break through to the essence gathering stage. They looked at each other. Elder farmer and old fisherman's next move was to check their storage bag and see if there were any gifts that they could use to congratulate them. However, just as their divine sense came into contact with the storage bag and before they could check their storage bag collection, an even louder explosion interrupted their attempt to check the storage bag. Both of them looked at Chu Zhongtian in a daze with puzzled expressions on their faces. As half-step longevity period existences, whether it was elder farmer or old fisherman, no one knew how many geniuses had broken through to the essence gathering stage, but regardless of the geniuses who had broken through to the essence gathering stage, no matter how outstanding one's talent was, when one broke through to the essence gathering stage, the sound of the vital spirit exploding could be heard from the dantian. However, they had clearly heard the second sound coming from Chu Zhongtian's body. This meant that Chu Zhongtian had compressed more than one vital spirit pill into the dantian. Could it be that before a peak of the Qi transforming period warrior broke through to the essence gathering stage, he could compress the vital spirit in the dantian a second time? This was a guess that both elder farmer and old fisherman had in their hearts. Before this guess could be confirmed, another explosive sound came from Chu Zhongtian's lower abdomen. The fourth explosion was not only loud, but also had a certain amount of power. This was because from the way elder farmer and old fisherman's clothes were blown by the impact of the explosion, it could be seen that the third explosion was actually the fourth. 1 minute after the fourth explosion disappeared, another fifth explosion came from Chu Zhongtian's dantian. The fifth explosion caused a stir. It directly pierced through the barrier of the blood divine tree's living space and spread to more than half of the vein that had collapsed. 1,000 meters away from the blood divine tree's living space, a part of it had collapsed to 2/3 of its original size. The other third was supported by an umbrella-shaped spirit weapon. Chu Tianhe, who had just stabilized the body of the Divine Soul's condition, was in the tunnel. What? Fortunately, the explosion of the blood divine beast did not last for too long. Chu Tianhe had not yet fully immersed himself in his cultivation, so he could still stabilize the body of the Divine Soul for the time being. It would not cause the power of the Divine Soul to suffer a serious injury again. However, Chu Tianhe felt that the sudden explosion was somewhat familiar and suspicious. It was familiar because of the sudden explosion just now. It was very similar to the explosion produced when a peak of the Qi transforming period warrior broke through to the essence gathering stage, when the Dantian was compressed into a vital spirit pill and exploded. Suspicion was the range of the explosion. This was because when a peak of the Qi transforming period warrior broke through to the essence gathering stage, the explosion caused by the vital spirit pill. Normally, only he could hear it, unless it was a peerless genius with heavenly talent. After detonating the vital spirit pill in the Dantian, a rumbling sound could be heard. It would affect an area of 3 to 5 miles. Only monster-level geniuses could cause the explosion to affect an area of 100 miles. Thinking of this, Chu Tianhe's expression changed dramatically. He immediately turned his head and looked at the spatial zone where the blood divine tree lived. Among the 5 regions of the Eternal Continent, the southern domain was located in the most remote area, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and heavenly treasures were the rarest. This caused the number of monster-level geniuses in the southern domain to be extremely low. Most of these monster-level geniuses came from the 9 major powers. This was also the reason why the 9 major powers were able to dominate southern domain for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if most of the monster-level geniuses came from the 9 major powers, they would be split evenly. Each of the major powers had at most 2 to 3 monster-level geniuses. Therefore, every major power had to deal with monster-level disciples. Or the people are very important. Not only did they go out to temper themselves, but they also gifted them powerful trump cards that could save their lives. At the same time, they would also send experts to secretly protect them. Therefore, it was rare for Qi transforming period monster-level geniuses to go out to temper themselves. Even if he went out to train alone, he rarely took the risk to go to a more dangerous place. At this moment, the only one who could break through to the essence gathering stage and cause the vital spirit pill to explode for over 100 miles was the young man who stayed in the blood divine tree's spatial zone. However, when faced with the self-destruction of the blood divine beast, which had exhausted all of his potential and was close to the strength of a lower level 5, that young man should have been killed by the explosion. 3. Why was he not only able to survive, but also successfully break through to the essence gathering stage? Before Chu Tianhe could figure out the reason behind this, a booming sound that was hundreds of times louder than before was heard once again. This time, the booming sound produced by the vital spirit pill's self-destruction was even louder. The range of the sound spread even wider, and the vibration caused by the explosion was even more intense. It caused half of the tunnel which had collapsed to completely collapse. In Chu Tianhe's ears, the rumbling sound that came this time was not only louder but also very familiar. It was still the same rumbling sound that was produced when a martial artist broke through to the essence gathering stage and the vital spirit pill exploded. However, hadn't the sound of the explosion just now? Why was there a second explosion? Could it be that there was a second genius in the blood divine tree that had reached the monster level? Regarding this thought, Chu Tianhe immediately shook his head and denied his previous guess. If a monster-level genius could be found everywhere, then such a genius wasn't worthy of being called a monstrous genius. Outside of the blood divine tree's living space, in the completely collapsed passageway, just as Chu Tianhe was guessing the reason for the second explosion, it far exceeded the first and second explosions. In fact, it was the fourth explosion, and it was a rapid attack. And this time, not only was the rumbling sound even louder, it had also spread over 10,000 miles. At the same time, the vibrations caused by the explosions caused the completely collapsed tunnel to crack open. 3 consecutive explosions, each rumbling sound. The rumbles were even louder, and the vibrations produced by the rumbles were even more intense. Chu Tianhe suddenly thought of a rumor. It was said that a genius curse master had left his inheritance behind. It was a rumor that was deliberately left behind. The vital spirit rang 9 times, and the thunder turned into a god. As for whether the continuous rumbles just now were really as the rumors had described, Chu Tianhe had no idea for the time being. However, he could continue to wait, waiting for the rumbles to ring out again and again. Within the space where the blood divine tree lived, just as the sound of the vital spirit pill exploding for the 3rd time rang out from within Chu Zhongtian's dantian, elder farmer and old fisherman were completely dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. As for the explosion caused by the 4th vital spirit pill exploding, they had no reaction at all. However, after the 5th explosion of the vital spirit pill, elder farmer and old fisherman had no choice but to force themselves to wake up. Furthermore, they used the vital spirit to form a layer of defense in front of them. Because of the 5th explosion of the vital spirit pill in Chu Zhongtian's dantian, the vibration had begun to have a certain degree of destructive power. It made elder farmer and old fisherman feel the pain brought by the continuous tearing of their skin. After the 2 of them used the vital spirit to form a layer of defense in front of them, the 6th explosion of the vital spirit pill produced a rumbling sound. Not only was the loud sound 100 times louder than the 5th, but the destructive force produced by the explosion. The defensive layer that they used the vital spirit to form was constantly being destroyed. They had no choice but to continue using the vital spirit to strengthen the defensive layer. At the same time, the 6th time the vital spirit pill self-destructed, a rumbling sound could be heard. Not only did it pierce through the spatial barrier of the blood divine tree, but it also pierced through the completely collapsed mineral vein. Even Qingmei Town, Liang, Zhang, and Jin felt a thunderous roar 50 miles away. However, these people outside of the vein had shallow experiences, which made them think that the sound just now was just a simple explosion. It was just that the masterpiece of the heavens foretold that it was possible that the old man would change his face. Therefore, some of the farmers who were working outside quickly ran back home to pack the clothes that were exposed to the sun in the courtyard. However, for Chu Tianhe, who was paying close attention to the rumbling sound produced by the 6th vital spirit pill explosion, the meaning behind it, gradually confirmed the rumors left behind by the genius curse master. He took out 3 top-grade spirit weapon from the storage ring's finger that didn't require any vital spirit. He only needed to use spirit stones to activate them. This was to prevent the destruction power from harming him when the rumors turned into reality. Within the space where the blood divine tree lived. Kaboom! Along with the 7th explosion of the vital spirit pill, elder farmer and old fisherman finally used the vital spirit to form a defensive barrier. The 7th layer was destroyed, and the remaining 3rd layer defensive layer was destroyed. They had no choice but to take a dozen steps back. At the same time, the sound of the explosion penetrated through the spatial zone of the blood divine tree, causing Chu Tianhe, who wasn't far away, to use a top-grade spirit weapon. The explosion caused by the vital spirit pill's self-destruction directly passed through the vein, passed through the Liang, Jin, and Zheng countries, and directly spread to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Heavenly Dragon Empire, within the Imperial Palace in the back garden. As the emperor who led the rise of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Xiongba, it was rare for him to have free time to chat with his beloved woman. As they talked, their relationship slowly entered a perfect state. When the heavenly thunders and earthly fires were about to ignite, a thunderous roar broke the atmosphere between the 2 of them. In fact, the 6th explosion of the vital spirit pill in Chu Zhongtian's dantian had already made Dongfang Xiongba, who had reached the emperor grade stage, have a premonition. However, the sound produced by the 6th explosion of the vital spirit pill was too weak, and the range of the explosion was too small. He only had a vague feeling about it. However, when the 7th explosion was heard in Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Xiongba stood up and quickly left the room, standing in the courtyard. Emperor, what's wrong with you? The Empress of Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Xiongba's most beloved wife and also the biological mother of Dongfang Yongping and Dongfang Yuner, Empress Hua asked in confusion. Don't say, don't ask, don't care. Without turning his head and giving a detailed explanation, Dongfang Xiongba stared at the southwest with a serious expression. Having lived as a husband and wife for more than 20 years, Empress Hua understood her man's personality too well. As long as it was something he did not want to explain, it was useless to ask too many questions. Therefore, she quietly stood beside Dongfang Xiongba and watched the unchanging sky with him. 2. Within the space where the blood divine tree lived. Kaboom! Not long after the seventh thunderous roar disappeared, the eighth self-explosion of the vital spirit pill rang out. The explosion of the eighth vital spirit pill not only destroyed the defense that elder farmer and old fisherman had set up with all their strength. Countless cracks were torn open in the spatial zone of the pagoda. Fortunately, elder farmer and old fisherman had already prepared for this. When they used all their vital spirit to set up the defensive barrier, they each took out a top-grade defensive spirit tool as the second layer of the defensive barrier. It was because of the protection of this top-grade defensive spirit tool that the two of them were able to barely resist the shock wave caused by the eighth vital spirit pill's self-destruction. However, when they saw the sky above their heads being torn into countless tiny cracks, elder farmer and old fisherman looked at each other in dismay. Only mighty experts who had reached the Great Tao period stage were able to form a force that could tear apart the void. They had never thought that when this young man in front of them broke through to the essence gathering stage, the explosive sound produced by the vital spirit pill's self-destruction would have such an effect. If this young man in front of him officially broke through to the essence gathering stage and consolidated his cultivation base, then what kind of level would his true strength reach? Would he surpass them directly? However, this was not the time to consider this problem. Instead, it was time to consider whether the vital spirit pill would continue to explode within this young man's dantian, and whether the shock waves produced by the self-destruction would continue to increase in power. 1,000 meters away from the spatial zone where the blood divine tree lived, in the tunnel that had almost completely collapsed, Chu Tianhe's expression was unusually solemn. Outside the space where the blood divine tree lived, in the completely collapsed passageway. Through the seventh explosion just now, Chu Tianhe could basically confirm that the rumors left behind by the genius curse master were true. Now, there really was someone in the world who could break through to the essence gathering stage. He could compress more than one vital spirit pill. The only thing that he was not sure about was how many vital spirit pill had been compressed by the young man in the blood divine tree's living space, and whether or not he had compressed the rumored limit of 9 vital spirit pill. If that young man had compressed more than 7 vital spirit pill, then Chu Tianhe decided to give up on the idea of revenge and return to his family to prepare a generous gift. When he met that young man in the future, he would be able to apologize. According to the legends left behind by the genius curse master, those who compressed more than 7 vital spirit pill would be able to do so. Their strength would be 10 times stronger than those who were in the same realm as the stage. At the same time, the young man in the blood divine tree's living space was also a monstrous genius. How could Chu Tianhe dare to seek revenge on such a person? The eighth explosion of the vital spirit pill in Chu Zhongtian's dantian not only spread to a wider area, but also spread at an even faster speed. Heavenly Dragon Empire within the Imperial Palace in the backyard. Standing in the courtyard, Dongfang Xiongba's expression started to become uncertain after hearing the sound of the explosion that was even louder than before. After pondering for a while, he took out 3 white stones and a palm-sized turtle shell from his storage ring. After taking out these items, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and quickly formed seals with his 10 fingers. As he formed hand seals with his 10 fingers, the 3 white stones continuously jumped about. Strange symbols gradually appeared on the gray turtle shell. Dongfang Xiongba's actions caused Hua Ho, who was standing guard beside him, to involuntarily cover her cherry lips. Her face revealed an expression of shock. As the overlord of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, apart from possessing strength that was suspected to be at the Emperor realm, the thing that outsiders loved to talk about the most was the divination art that he was proficient in. It was precisely because Dongfang Xiongba was proficient in the divination art that allowed the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty to climb to the top 3 of the dozens of dynasty empires in the southern region in a short period of 10 years. As the prophecy technique that could predict the future and judge good fortune and misfortune, it was a restricted supplementary cultivation system. Could not be used easily. Otherwise, if he could foresee some secrets of the world, it was very likely that there would be a strong backlash. And the result of the backlash was that he might vomit blood and get injured, or in the worst case he might directly die. Hence, Dongfang Xiongba, who was proficient in the divination art, had not used the divination art for more than 10 years. This was also the reason why Empress Hua was so shocked. The explosive sound produced by the 8th vital spirit self-explosion quickly exceeded the range of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, the Ming Dynasty, the hundreds and thousands of kingdoms, and the Floating Cloud Sect, one of the 9 major powers in Southern Domain. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak, in the courtyard. Jiao Enjuan, who was sitting on a stone chair in a stone pavilion and merging with the rules of heaven and earth, was suddenly jolted awake by the rumbling sound. At first, he thought that the rumbling sound was just a change in the weather. He didn't take it to heart, but when he wanted to continue merging with the laws of the heaven and earth, suddenly he realized that the Sky Cloud Martial School, as one of the top forces, the Sky Cloud Martial School was protected by the great formation of the school, and the changes in the weather wouldn't affect the inner parts of the school. When Jiao Enjuan realized this, he immediately paid attention to the continuous rumbles. The more he paid attention to them, the more serious his expression became. Finally, he flew to the parting courtyard, tore open the void, and appeared in the sky above the school. After that, the divine sense followed the explosions and looked for the source of the explosions. Just as he appeared in the sky above the sect's guarding formation, the void beside him was torn 3 times in a row. After that, 3 powerful warriors whose auras were not any weaker than Jiao Enjuan appeared beside him. Regarding the sudden appearance of these 3 experts who weren't weaker than him, Jiao Enjuan only nodded to one of the young experts. After that, the divine sense continued to chase after the source of the explosion. Regarding Jiao Junan's cold attitude, the other 2 experts didn't show any displeasure on their faces. At the same time, they didn't use the divine sense when they saw that Jiao Enjuan had already started to investigate. They were only waiting for the result of Jiao Enjuan chasing after the source of the explosion. The sound of the 8th vital spirit exploding soon passed through the Sky Cloud Martial School and thousands of kingdoms. Finally, they arrived at an endless mountain range. In the endless mountain range, there was a mountain peak that had a very strange shape. It was similar to an inverted long sword, which attracted the most attention. This sword-shaped mountain peak was one of the 9 major powers in Southern Domain, the Sword Sect Peak that symbolized the Sword Sect of Mount Hua. When the explosive sound of the 8th vital spirit pill exploding reached the Huashan Sword Sect, there were 4 experts on the peak of the Sword Sect Peak that were not any weaker than Jiao Enjuan. One of them had a very gentle expression on his face as he used the power of the divine sense. Just like Jiao Enjuan, he chased after the source of the explosion. 0. The explosion of the 8th vital spirit pill passed through the Huashan Sword Sect and continued to expand towards the north. Soon, it alarmed the Chus, Yan family, Ouyang family, Xia family, and Jifeng family. Every family that was startled by the explosion of the true origin pill. In the sky above the defensive formation, there would be 1 to 2 experts whose auras were slightly weaker than Jiao Enjuan's. The actions of these experts were the same as Jiao Enjuan's. They used the divine sense's power to search for the source of the explosion. The rumbling sound passed through the 5 great families and arrived at a mountain range that was also made up of countless mountains. Unlike the mountain range of Floating Cloud Sect and Mount Hua Sword Sect, which was like a paradise in the mortal world, this mountain range emitted a gloomy and cold aura, and the entire sect exuded an oppressive atmosphere. This cold and gloomy aura was the Devil Heart Sect, one of the 9 overlords of Southern Domain. After the 8th explosion woke up the experts of the Devil Heart Sect, in the sky above the defensive formation of the sect. 3 experts whose strength was not weaker than Jiao Enjuan walked out from the torn void. Among these 3 experts, the one with the strongest momentum, like Jiao Enjuan, the divine sense followed the roar and chased after the source of the roar. The rumbling sound produced by the 8th vital spirit explosion soon passed through the Devil Heart sect and continued towards the north. Soon they arrived at an endless imperial palace. This emperor palace was the most powerful of the 9 factions in Southern Domain, and it was the Great Qin Empire that ruled the 4th level of the Southern Domain. On the throne in the central meeting hall of the Emperor Palace, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a resolute appearance, and the aura on his body was like a bottomless ocean. He was wearing a 9-clawed divine dragon robe. When the explosion of the 8th True Origin pill reached the Emperor Palace, there were no experts in the sky above the Emperor Palace. Great Qin's overlord, who was sitting on top of the throne, revealed a trace of surprise and joy. Following this, he looked up and shot out 2 rays of purple light from his eyes. The 2 rays of purple light followed the trajectory of the explosion and chased after the source of the explosion. Within the space where the blood divine tree lived. When the 8th vital spirit pill within Chu Zhongtian's Dantian exploded, the 9th vital spirit pill did not self-destruct immediately. Instead, it began absorbing the remaining energy left behind by the explosion of the first 8 vital spirit pill. After the 9th vital spirit pill absorbed all the remaining energy, the 9th vital spirit pill, which was originally only the size of a walnut, was now about the size of a peach. Just like the first 8 vital spirit pill, the 9th vital spirit pill also did not need Chu Zhongtian's control. The 9th vital spirit pill, which had absorbed enough energy, exploded. However, after the 9th vital spirit pill exploded, there was no deafening explosion within Chu Zhongtian's body. Instead, there was a special, invisible energy fluctuation, a special, invisible energy fluctuation. It was as if it didn't have any power. However, when this special energy fluctuation reached Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman, both of their faces instantly turned pale. At the same time, the half-step longevity period aura on their bodies instantly became weak. How could this be? How could it possibly hurt the divine sense? After the invisible energy fluctuation disappeared, Old Fisherman muttered to himself with a surprised expression. Don't think so much. Hurry up and recover the damaged divine sense. He took out 2 medicinal pills from the storage bag and handed one to Old Fisherman. Elder Farmer reminded him. Thank you, Senior Brother Sue. Old Fisherman took the pills from Elder Farmer. After he expressed his gratitude, he swallowed it and sat down on the same spot, starting to recover the damaged divine sense. 1,000 meters away from the blood divine tree's living space, in the completely collapsed passageway, Chu Tianhe had used the umbrella-shaped spirit weapon to support a space. He had used the few upper-level 4 spirit stones he had. He activated a bronze bell-shaped defensive spirit tool. When the special energy wave caused by the explosion of the 9th vital spirit pill swept across the space where Chu Tianhe was, the spatial defensive spirit tool that looked like a copper bell suddenly emitted a sound of collision. Chu Tianhe's expression couldn't help but change. Seeing the light on the bronze bell gradually dim after the invisible force hit it, Chu Tianhe gritted his teeth and took out a fist-sized spirit stone that emitted a thick spiritual chi from the storage ring's finger. After that, he forced himself to put the spirit stone into the bronze bell's defensive spirit tool. Soon after, the bronze bell that was about to lose its color after being hit by the invisible force once again emitted a dazzling light. Heavenly Dragon Empire within the Imperial Palace in the backyard. Using the divination art to predict the origin of the booming sound and Dongfang Xiongba's secret, the predicting process went very smoothly at the beginning. Soon, he predicted the source of the roaring sound. However, when the 9th vital spirit pill in Chu Zhongtian's Dantian self-destructed, this layer of white fog made Dongfang Xiongba, who was using the divination art, feel as if he had touched a taboo. The backlash caused by the forbidden energy caused Dongfang Xiongba to spit out a mouthful of blood. Emperor, what's wrong with you? Seeing Dongfang Xiongba spitting out fresh blood and the messy aura, Empress Hua quickly went forward to greet him. Ignoring Empress Hua's concerned greeting, she quickly put away the 3 white stones and turtle shell, Dongfang Xiongba. He immediately took out a fan-shaped spirit weapon from the storage ring's finger and used the vital spirit and power of the divine soul to open the fan. The fan face was pointed towards the south. Just as he activated the fan-shaped defensive spirit tool, an invisible force slammed into the fan. The powerful impact caused Dongfang Xiongba to continuously retreat. At the same time, with every step he took, his face would turn paler. Every time his face turned paler, his steps would increase. Seeing the color on the surface of the fan becoming dimmer and dimmer, Dongfang Xiongba used the divine sense to take out a longan-sized medicinal pill that emitted a strange fragrance. After swallowing it, he forced himself to stop retreating. As for Hua Ho, who was originally standing beside Dongfang Xiongba, who was only in essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection, she was not attacked by any force. This made her very confused about Dongfang Xiongba's actions just now. After Dongfang Xiongba used the medicinal pill and the defensive spirit tool to barely resist the attack of the invisible force, in the sky above Heavenly Dragon Empire, every 5 seconds, a shrill cry would be heard. Every scream was like the roar just now. All the warriors in the southern domain could hear it. After 7 screams, the sky above the Heavenly Dragon Empire finally quieted down. This caused Dongfang Xiongba to reveal a puzzled expression. According to some of the information he had just predicted using the divination art, then, combined with the feeling he had when he used the soul defensive spirit tool to defend against the attack, he predicted the miserable screams just now. It should have been 8, but for some reason there was one less scream. Not long after the screams ended, 2 rays of purple light that were like heavenly might shot over from the far north. Soon they clashed with the invisible force. Although the purple light was very powerful, the mysterious invisible power was also not weak. After the 2 clashed for more than 10 seconds, the 2 rays of purple light retreated. Looking at the 2 purple rays of light retreating, Dongfang Xiongba's face revealed a trace of seriousness. Hua Mountain Sword Sect, in the void above Sword Sect Peak. Using the divine sense to chase after the source of the explosion, the gentle old man was attacked by an invisible force just as the divine sense was about to reach the sky above Heavenly Dragon Empire. As a supreme-level warrior, he was chasing after the source of the roar, the divine sense. Its power had reached the strength of a peak of the king stage warrior. However, when faced with the attack of an invisible force, the gentle old man's divine sense only lasted for less than 3 seconds before it was shattered by the invisible force. This caused the gentle old man's face to turn slightly pale. His body couldn't help but shake. "Junior brother Lu, what happened to you?" Seeing the slightly pale face of the gentle old man, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was guarding beside him, asked. The aura was slightly stronger than the gentle old man. The heavenly might. The power of the heavenly might. Recalling the scene of the divine sense being crushed, the gentle old man couldn't help but sigh. After that, he turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Sect leader, in the near future, there might be a tremendous change in the southern domain. We have to make preparations as soon as possible." "Junior brother Lu, what exactly did you see?" The gentle old man's reminder caused sect leader's facial expression to change as he asked. "Sect leader, I didn't see anything. It was just a thought that came naturally in my mind when the divine sense was destroyed." Shaking his head, the gentle old man said in an uncertain tone, "Demon Heart Sect, Chu family, Yen family, Ouyang family and Jifeng family used the divine sense to chase after the source of the roar. In the end, just like the gentle old man of Hua Mountain Sword Sect, they were crushed by an invisible force. It had caused them to suffer some injuries. At the same time, they also felt that the southern domain would undergo a tremendous change in the near future. Floating Cloud Sect, in the void above the sect. In the face of this sudden explosion, the 9 strongest forces in southern domain would send one of their strongest experts to chase after the source of the explosion using the divine sense. However, in the face of Chu Zhongtian's 9th vital spirit pill exploding and forming an invisible force that could harm the divine soul, the experts of Hua Mountain Sword Sect, Demon Heart Sect, and the 5 major families were all destroyed by this invisible force. Only Jiao Anjuan, who was the first to use the divine sense to check, was forced back by the invisible force, and didn't hurt his divine sense. With a complicated expression on his face, Jiao Anjuan withdrew his divine sense. He had a vague idea in his heart. However, whether his idea was accurate or not, it was the person who caused such a sensation. Was it him? He still needed to wait until Chu Zhongtian returned and verify it from him. Junior brother Jiao, what did you find? What did you see? What did you guess? Seeing that Zhao and Juan had withdrawn the divine sense without any injuries, the other 7 experts from the same force. However, they had suffered different degrees of injuries. This made sect leader of the Floating Cloud sect feel that something was not right. I didn't find anything. I didn't see anything. And I didn't guess anything. In the face of sect leader's interrogation, Zhao and Juan didn't reveal anything. Furthermore, he didn't reveal anything. Without even saying a word, he ripped the void apart. He returned to his own courtyard. Looking at Zhao and Juan, who refused to reveal anything, the other 2 experts revealed a trace of displeasure on their faces. However, sect leader of Floating Cloud sect seemed to have guessed something, and his face revealed a trace of envy and jealousy. After that, he tore open the void and returned to his private space. Qin Empire, in the Imperial Palace, in the meeting hall. The middle-aged man sitting on the throne retracted the 2 slightly dim purple lights. His face revealed a trace of excitement, as if he had encountered a prey that he was very interested in. At the same time, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, "Kid, quickly grow up, hurry up and become an expert like me. At that time I can borrow your pressure, break through the true taboo of this world, and become an eternal supreme. Within the space where the blood divine tree lived. Along with the 9th vital spirit pill's self-destruction, Chu Zhongtian temporarily slowed down the absorption of the blood divine tree's blood and mental energy. He then moved his mind and waited for the invisible force produced by the 9th vital spirit pill's self-destruction to disappear. He could immediately investigate the situation of the Dantian's expansion. After the invisible force caused by the 9th vital spirit pill's self-explosion had disappeared, Chu Zhongtian's mind quickly entered the Dantian. After that, he was completely stunned by the changes in the Dantian. The Dantian, which was originally only the size of a spring, had now turned into an endless ocean under the continuous self-destruction of the 9 vital spirit pill. The only flaw was that there was no seawater in the vast ocean of the Dantian. Thus, he had a second feeling that his Dantian was like an island. Chu Zhongtian's will landed in the Dantian and stood on the dry land. He controlled his will to spread out. He wanted to see how wide the range of the 9 vital spirit pill that had exploded into a vast sea of Dantian was. Only after he had confirmed the capacity of the Dantian would he be able to make arrangements for his next cultivation plan. With his mind as the starting point and the power of the space law as the standard, Chu Zhongtian began to spread out his mind to check the range of the Dantian's expansion. After spreading out for nearly 5 minutes and moving his mind for more than 100 kilometers, Chu Tianzhong could barely see the edge of the Dantian's expanded capacity. With such a vast and ocean-like Dantian, Chu Zhongtian should have been excited and happy, but his expression was very ugly at this moment. Because of his talent and potential, he had consumed dozens of times more resources in the process of raising his cultivation. Now, the Dantian had been expanded by more than 1,000 times. In other words, if he wanted to increase the cultivation of a minor stage, the amount of resources he would need to consume would probably be thousands, even tens of thousands of times more than that of an ordinary martial artist. Facing such a huge consumption, this was not forcing him to earn resources and snatch resources. Chu, what's the effect of the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill? How many times has your Dantian been expanded? After waiting for the 9th vital spirit pill to explode and its power to disappear, Elder Huang, who was barely able to balance the body of the divine soul, looked forward to it. He asked helplessly, according to his ability, if he wanted to see the capacity of the Dantian after Chu Zhongtian broke through to the essence gathering stage. He only needed to take a look at the divine sense after it entered his Dantian. However, the second vital spirit pill inside Chu Zhongtian's Dantian exploded with a thunderous roar. It shattered his divine sense, allowing him to use the soul nourishing pill and divine spirit pill to recover a little bit of the divine sense's power. It was completely used up. At the same time, after the 9th vital spirit pill self-destructed, it produced an invisible force that could harm the power of the divine soul, causing him to feel a great deal of fear. If it wasn't for the fact that he had stayed in Chu Zhongtian's mind for a long period of time, the body of the divine soul would have been contaminated by Chu Zhongtian's aura. The invisible force that targeted the mysterious force just now would have caused him to suffer an unimaginable injury. He didn't see that elder farmer and old fisherman, who had a good relationship with Chu Zhongtian, had their divine souls injured by the invisible force. Now, they were still borrowing the power of the pill to recover their injured divine souls. Therefore, Elder Huang had decided that he would never let the divine sense enter his dantian from now on, in case he was in danger. AI. Facing Elder Huang's interrogation, Chu Zhongtian withdrew the thought that he was standing under the power of the space law and let out a long sigh. What's wrong? The capacity of the dantian being expanded isn't ideal. Chu Zhongtian's sigh made Elder Huang's heart tighten. Whether or not one could advance to the titled supreme level in a short period of time, whether or not one could advance to the legendary stage, and obtain the supreme position in the legends, the foundation was how much the capacity of the dantian would expand when one broke through to the essence gathering stage. Elder Huang. The capacity of the dantian has been expanded. It has exceeded our expectations. Seeing that Elder Huang had misunderstood his meaning, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly explained. However, thinking about how raising the stage required 10,000 times the resources of ordinary martial artists, Chu Zhongtian could not help but sigh. Elder Huang, how should I cultivate next? Chu, how much of your dantian's capacity has been expanded? Chu Zhongtian said that it was the capacity of the dantian that had been expanded. It was beyond his imagination, and then he sighed. This completely confused Elder Huang. Facing such a vast dantian's capacity, facing the need to consume tens of thousands of times more resources than an ordinary martial artist, if he wanted to rapidly increase his cultivation like before, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it in accordance with the steps he took. He had to borrow some top treasures or fortuitous encounters in order to maintain the speed of his cultivation in the past. Within the mine, in the space where the blood divine tree lived. Facing the vast ocean of dantian, Chu Zhongtian knew that if he wanted to maintain the speed of his cultivation, he would have to rely on the best treasures in this world, as well as heaven-defying opportunities. As for how to obtain the best treasures and heaven-defying opportunities, he would have to rely on the knowledgeable Elder Huang in his mind. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian told Elder Huang everything about the expansion of his dantian. Over 100 kilometers. Hearing Chu Zhongtian describe the capacity of his dantian in detail, Elder Huang was also very surprised. When he broke through to the essence gathering stage, he only compressed 7 vital spirit pill in his dantian, which caused the capacity of the expanded dantian to be not ideal. It was only within a range of less than 10 kilometers. Since it was such an unideal capacity of the dantian, it was also known as the number 1 person in the Huang family who could expand the capacity of the dantian. At the same time, he had obtained the Huang family's number 1 expert, the titled Supreme Level's personal guidance. However, less than 10 miles compared to more than 100 miles, Elder Huang felt that when he was young, being called a rare genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years was simply an insult to 10,000 years and geniuses. If he compared his achievement of breaking through to the essence gathering stage to the current Chu Zhongtian, he was simply a trash among trash. Elder Huang, how do you think I should cultivate next? After telling Elder Huang everything in detail about his dantian, Chu Zhongtian looked forward to Elder Huang giving him suggestions on how to quickly increase his cultivation base. However, after waiting for more than a minute, Elder Huang did not give any reasonable suggestions, nor did he say anything. This caused him to remind Elder Huang. Chu, your current situation is too special. This is also the first time I have met you, so I need time to think about it. After regaining his senses, this was also the first time Elder Huang had heard of an essence gathering stage martial artist. To be able to possess such a perfect dantian, he was unable to give any reasonable suggestions for cultivation. However, the lucky chance that had yet to come to an end allowed him to maintain the speed at which he could rapidly increase his cultivation base and strength. Chu, explain to those 2 old men and ask them to protect you. After that, you will continue to absorb the blood and spiritual force within the blood divine tree's body, and strive to kill it before it dies completely. Break through to the essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak. After experiencing the self-explosion of the blood divine beast, From the 4th to the 9th vital spirit pill, 5 physical and divine soul attacks, the blood divine tree had become riddled with holes. If not for the special connection between the blood divine tree and the blood divine beast and Chu Zhongtian, and the 6 continuous attacks, the blood divine tree would have been destroyed a long time ago. At this time, the remaining blood and mental strength of the blood divine tree that had barely survived were no longer 1/10 of its peak state. As a blood divine tree that was almost able to break through to the level 5, the energy contained in 1/10 of its blood was enough to increase Chu Zhongtian's cultivation by 2 to 3 minor stage. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian felt that it made a lot of sense. He turned to Elder Farmer and the fisherman and said, "Senior Su, Senior Lin, I'm really sorry. I just happened to break through to the essence gathering stage. Not only did I delay your cultivation, but I also made you suffer." When Chu Zhongtian woke up, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman had barely recovered with the help of the pills. Initially, they wanted to greet him, but considering that Chu Zhongtian had just broken through to the essence gathering stage, they might need to consolidate their cultivation base, so they didn't dare to disturb him. At this moment, after receiving Chu Zhongtian's greeting, the two of them quickly came to Chu Zhongtian's side. However, when they faced Chu Zhongtian now, they no longer felt the superiority of being seniors at the beginning. Instead, they subconsciously felt nervous. It doesn't matter. To be able to witness little friend break through to the essence gathering stage in such an earth-shattering manner, said. When they saw Chu Zhongtian breaking through to the essence gathering stage, it was very likely that he would have the ability to surpass them. As if it was still reasonable for the young man to have the same reasoning as before, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman secretly heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. At the same time, they also attached more importance to Chu Zhongtian. "Senior Su, Senior Lin, although we haven't known each other for a long time, it has been less than 5 hours, but we have been through a life and death crisis. We can also be considered friends who forget the years when they're in trouble." When he saw Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman facing him, he was a little nervous. Chu Zhongtian, who did not understand what they were thinking, could only use words to comfort them. "Little friend is right. We can be considered friends who have gone through life and death together." Elder Farmer, who already knew that Chu Zhongtian had a bright future ahead of him, was naturally happy to accept Chu Zhongtian's intention of getting closer to him. Since we are already friends who have forgotten their old age, the two seniors still don't know what the surname of this junior is. What is his name and origin? This is the fault of this junior. Seeing that Elder Farmer was very willing to get close to him, an idea suddenly emerged in Chu Zhongtian's mind, an idea that could raise the top strength of Chu family. Therefore, he continued to have the advantage of being eloquent and getting closer to each other. "You don't have to say it. Up until now, we only know that you are from the Floating Cloud sect, one of the 9 major powers. We really don't know what your surname is or what your name is." If Chu Zhongtian didn't mention it, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman wouldn't be able to recall where Chu Zhongtian really came from. Now that he mentioned it himself, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman naturally wanted to know about it so that they wouldn't want to know about it in the future. Therefore, Elder Farmer followed his words and asked, "My surname is Chu, and my name is Zhongtian. I came from the Chu family," Chu Zhongtian said with a mischievous tone. Although it had been less than 5 hours since they entered the mine, however, what he had experienced was much more tiring than what he had experienced in the secret realm for more than 10 days. Facing Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman, he couldn't help but want to make a joke. He wanted to relieve the tiredness in his heart. "What? Little friend, you are from the Chu family? Then why are you asking us to protect you? Why did you force your elder, Chu Tianhe, to leave?" Elder Farmer suppressed his anger and asked. The young man in front of them not only had the surname of Chu, but also came from the Chu family. While Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman were surprised and puzzled, they also felt a trace of discomfort in their hearts, as if they had been deceived. "Senior Su, is there only one Chu family in the Eternal Continent's southern domain?" Initially, they just wanted to make a joke to relieve each other's fatigue and nervousness. However, he didn't expect Elder Farmer's reaction to be so intense. Chu Zhongtian quickly put away his joking attitude. He explained, "As far as I know, There seems to be only one Chu family in southern domain. The feeling of being deceived caused Elder Farmer's attitude towards Chu Zhongtian to change slightly. Within the mine, within the space where the blood divine tree lived. Sensing the sudden change in Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman's attitude towards him, Chu Zhongtian knew that his joke just now had caused the two of them to misunderstand. He couldn't help but sigh in self-blame. Chu Zhongtian explained in detail the Chu family that he came from. Sigh. Senior Su, Senior Lin, the Chu family that this junior came from was just a small family that could barely be called a level 7. The strongest person in the family was only an essence gathering stage. It had nothing to do with the Chu family that you all imagined. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman reluctantly believed that Chu Zhongtian had nothing to do with the Chu family that they had imagined. However, in order to make Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman completely believe that he had nothing to do with the Chu family that they had imagined, Chu Zhongtian asked in return. Senior Su, Senior Lin, I believe all of you have seen the vital spirit attribute form that this junior casted when I cast it. The fact that the spirit object that is formed after the vital spirit attribute form can reach a degree where it is fake and real shows that this junior has extraordinary talent. That's right. Through the vital spirit attribute form, the talent that little friend Chu revealed after breaking through to the Qi transforming period is definitely at the monster level. Elder Farmer nodded his head and agreed. Chu Zhongtian continued to ask, Chu Tianhe is a mighty warrior who has reached the half-step Great Tao period. A mighty warrior with such a cultivation base must have a high status in the Chu family. It's not that it's not low, it's rather high. As Elder Farmer who knew Chu Tianhe well, although he didn't know why Chu Zhongtian wanted to change the topic, he still briefly introduced Chu Tianhe's position in the Chu family. Although the Chu family is on par with the Floating Cloud sect, Hua Mountain Sword sect, and Demon Heart sect, there is a huge gap between them and the three major sections. Among the three major sects, the strongest is a titled supreme level. And among the 5 major families, the strongest one is only an ordinary supreme level, and there is only one of them. Those below the supreme level are at the Emperor realm. Each family can only have 2 to 3 at most. Those below the Emperor realm are King realm experts. Each family can only have 5 to 6 King realm experts at most. Those who are at the King realm are powerful warriors. Each family can only have less than 10 powerful warriors of the stage. That's why, in the Chu family with a population of more than 1 million, Chu Tianhe's status is definitely the highest among them. While Elder Farmer explained Chu Tianhe's status in the Chu family to Chu Zhongtian, he also explained the names of the 5 stage that came after the longevity period. In the face of Elder Farmer openly revealing the names of the stage behind the longevity period, Elder Huang originally wanted to shut off Chu Zhongtian's hearing and prevent him from coming into contact with the stage behind the longevity period. However, considering that Chu Zhongtian could successfully compress the 9th vital spirit pill, he wanted to form the perfect Dantian and know about the stage behind the longevity period in advance. Not only would it not affect his cultivation, it might also stimulate his efforts. Senior Su, since my talent is so outstanding and Chu Tianhe's status is so high, if we came from the same family, how could we not know each other? While explaining that he had nothing to do with Chu Tianhe and the Chu family that they had imagined, Chu Zhongtian was experiencing the stage that Elder Farmer had mentioned just now. An almighty expert, a king realm expert, an emperor realm expert, supreme expert, and a titled supreme level expert. Although he knew that those above the divine soul stage were longevity period and those above the longevity period were great Tao period, he really didn't know about the stage above the great Tao period. He had never thought that there would be so many stage above the great Tao period. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was slightly shaken by whether he could break through to the supreme level in less than 30 years and obtain the belief of a titled supreme level. Little friend Chu, it's my fault. I misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry. Chu Zhongtian used his talent to compare with Chu Tianhe's status. Completely. This made Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman believe that he wasn't from the Chu family that they had imagined. In the face of his misunderstanding just now and his unfriendly attitude towards Chu Zhongtian, Elder Farmer quickly apologized. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't mind at all. He waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't angry. After that, he adjusted his state of mind and said to elder farmer and old fisherman, "Seniors, Junior has just broken through to the essence gathering stage. I need some time to consolidate my cultivation. So, I'll have to trouble you two seniors to help me cultivate while protecting me." 6 consecutive attacks had severely injured the blood divine tree, but at the same time it was unable to restrain its chi and blood. This caused the entire spatial zone to once again be filled with rich chi and blood. And these chi and blood that could increase one's life potential was undoubtedly a miracle medicine for experts of elder farmer and old fisherman's cultivation and age. Therefore, elder farmer and old fisherman agreed to Chu Zhongtian's request without hesitation. After that, the two of them sat on either side of Chu Zhongtian with their legs crossed. They were constantly on guard of their surroundings while slowly absorbing the chi and blood that filled the spatial zone. 0. Taking a deep breath and resolving his slightly shaken belief, Chu Zhongtian continued to absorb the blood and mental energy within the blood divine tree. When he truly began to absorb the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree's body, he was shocked by the speed and quantity of the blood divine tree's absorption. Before he reached the essence gathering stage, the speed and capacity of his absorption of the blood divine tree's blood and mental energy was comparable to a finger-thick skin tube. Then he would suck it with his mouth. Then, after breaking through to the essence gathering stage, the speed and capacity of his absorption of the blood divine tree's blood and mental energy was like a thick leather tube. Then, he would start to absorb it with a powerful engine. The difference between the two was too obvious. In fact, not only was Chu Zhongtian shocked by his absorption speed and capacity, even Elder Huang, who had been sealing his spiritual force in his mind, was also shocked by the sudden increase in his spiritual force. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian, who had formed the perfect Dantian, had this kind of ability, so he quickly calmed down and helped him seal his spiritual power into his sea of consciousness with all his strength. Unfortunately, even if it was the speed and capacity of the blood divine tree's blood, it had increased by several hundred times. But compared to the Dantian that had a diameter of over 100 kilometers, when the blood was converted into vital spirit, the speed at which the vital spirit was filled was far slower than when he was at the 10th layer great perfection of the chi transforming period. After half an hour, the vital spirit in his Dantian was barely filled to 10%. Within the mine, within the space where the blood divine tree lived. In half an hour, the vital spirit that was transformed from blood barely filled up 10% of the Dantian's capacity. Although he felt that the speed at which his cultivation rose was too slow, Chu Zhongtian's heart was not very anxious. According to the situation that Elder Huang had observed, Chu Tianhe seemed to have given up on the idea of returning to this spatial zone. This solved the biggest threat he was facing. At the same time, the entire vein had collapsed. No one would be able to enter the spatial zone of the blood divine tree for a short period of time. This gave him sufficient time to absorb blood, transform it into vital spirit, and fill the Dantian. More importantly, although there was only 1/10 of the blood left in the blood divine tree's body, as a top spiritual tree that had almost broken through to the level 5, it only had 1/10 of its blood remaining. The amount was also quite shocking. The energy contained in the blood, it was enough for him to improve his cultivation base and break through to the stage. Therefore, facing the slow progress of his cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian could still calm his heart down. He continued to absorb the blood and mental energy from the blood divine tree's body, and continued to fill the vital spirit in his Dantian. Just as Chu Zhongtian was absorbing the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree's body with all his strength, outside the completely collapsed mine, tens of thousands of soldiers in a neat formation suddenly rushed into the mine. Standing in front of the tens of thousands of soldiers were 3 peak of the chi transforming period warriors who were emitting powerful auras. When the tens of thousands of soldiers stood in front of the collapsed mine, a figure that looked like a ball suddenly appeared. A middle-aged fat man in gorgeous clothes rushed out from a temporary building in the distance. He then stood in front of the 3 experts who were emitting powerful auras with a fearful expression. This subordinate greets Commander Liang and the 2 generals. Seeing the 3 silent experts in front of him, the middle-aged fatty nervously asked, "Manager Li, back then when the king asked you to be in charge of excavating this mine, Did he remind you that this mine is related to a portion of the fate of our Dalian kingdom? It is absolutely impossible to make a mistake. If I make a mistake, I'll execute you without mercy. Among the 3 experts, their auras were the strongest, and their bodies emitted the strongest stench of blood. The middle-aged commander in his 50s said with a murderous tone, "Commander Liang, the collapse of the mine is a natural disaster, not a human disaster, so it wasn't my fault. I hope Commander can spare my life." Sensing the killing intent in Commander Liang's tone, the middle-aged fatty was so frightened that he directly knelt on the ground. He desperately kowtowed and begged for mercy. Humph! When he saw that the middle-aged fat man did not have the backbone of a warrior at all. As the commander of the army, Commander Liang felt disgust in his heart, but he also knew that the other party did not make any serious mistakes. He did not have the right to decide the life and death of the other party. Manager Li, this mine is very important to the kingdom. If we want to resume production, I wonder how long it will take. Since it was impossible to determine the life and death of the other party, General Liang could not be bothered to continue talking nonsense with the other party. He wanted to complete his mission as soon as possible. General Liang, the collapse of the mine was too sudden. Nearly 30% of the miners were buried in the mine. With the current manpower, if we want to dig up the collapsed mine, it'll take at least 5 to 8 days. The middle-aged fatty carefully replied. He was actually very careful with his answer just now. Due to the time when the mine collapsed, it happened to be at mealtime. At that time, there weren't many miners who had gathered spirit stones in the mine, which was only 1/30th of all the miners. At the same time, the collapsed mines all belonged to the kind of passageway that had already dug out the ethereal stone. As long as those abandoned stones were cleaned up, the production would be restored. However, as an old man who had come out of the palace, he was well aware of the internal strife in the palace. He understood the principle of leaving a line behind. That was why he lied about the disaster and gave himself sufficient time to deal with it. Hearing that the middle-aged fatty would need 5 to 8 days to restore the production of the mineral vein, Commander Liang, who was unwilling to stay here for even a minute, frowned. Then, he pointed at the more than 10,000 soldiers behind him and asked in a gloomy voice, "General Manager Li, with the help of these 10,000 Qi refining stage advanced soldiers, how long will it take for thee or vein to resume production?" In fact, when Commander Liang came with 10,000 Qi refining stage advanced soldiers, the middle-aged fatty had already guessed the use of these people. This was also the reason why he had given himself more time back then. Now that he had gotten confirmation from the other party, the middle-aged fatty was secretly delighted in his heart. While pretending to do his best to calculate, he finally pretended to be gnashing his teeth in anger and said, "If I have the help of the 10,000 experts of the commander, I will personally lend a hand. In 2 days at most, the production will be restored." Okay. Hearing that the middle-aged fatty would be able to resume production within 2 days, Commander Liang couldn't help but exclaim in joy. After that, he turned around and instructed the general who had the same strength as him. "General Wu, General Wang, the 2 of you lead the team and listen to General Li's orders. Recover the production of this mine as soon as possible and follow me back to the military camp." "Yes, sir," the 2 generals loudly replied. Within the space where the Blood Divine Tree lived, with the help of the Blood Divine Tree's blood and the destructive force caused by the Blood Divine Beast's self-destruction, not only did Chu Zhongtian break through to the essence gathering stage, but he also formed a perfect Dantian. However, he still had some regrets. That was because he had paid too much attention to compressing the vital spirit. He wanted to cultivate the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill so badly that he could slightly increase his strength and combat strength. Originally, according to Jiao and Juan's arrangement, he would comprehend the profound mysteries of the vital spirit's attributes and increase his cultivation base as soon as possible. At the same time, he would use the help of his cultivation base to break through to the next level. When his cultivation base reached the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period, he should be able to advance his cultivation base to the 10th level. At that time, with the help of his essence gathering stage cultivation base, he would be able to push his force to the perfection. At the same time, Zhao Enjuan would find a way to help him advance his force to the Saber Intent realm. 0. Unfortunately, facing the difficulty of compressing the vital spirit and the vital spirit pill's self-destruction, Chu Zhongtian had completely forgotten about the improvement of force. When he absorbed the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree's body and used force control to consolidate his cultivation after his breakthrough, he suddenly thought of the negligence of force. After absorbing all the blood and mental energy in the blood divine tree's body, I won't be in a hurry to increase my cultivation base for the time being. I'll first raise the force to the 10th level, and then my master will help me upgrade my stage to the perfection. I'll strive to break through to the divine soul stage, and then I'll be able to break through to the Saber Intent realm. After making up his mind, Chu Zhongtian immediately adjusted his state of mind, and continued to absorb the blood from the blood divine tree to improve his cultivation. An hour later, the vital spirit in the perfect Dantian had reached 20%. 2 hours later, the vital spirit within the perfect Dantian reached 50%. 3 hours later, the vital spirit within the perfect Dantian reached 80%. Making use of his control over his own power and consolidating his cultivation base after his breakthrough, Chu Zhongtian gradually adapted to the capacity of the perfect Dantian. Therefore, the vital spirit he absorbed the blood to transform became faster and faster, and the speed at which he filled the Dantian also became faster and faster. 3.5 hours later, the vital spirit in the perfect Dantian had already reached 100%. At this moment, what he was facing was how to increase his essence gathering stage cultivation base. Regarding how to increase his essence gathering stage cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian, who had improved his stage too quickly, didn't have the slightest bit of experience, but he wasn't worried at all, because in his storage bag, there were 2 books about how to improve his essence gathering stage cultivation base. After dividing a part of his consciousness into the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian took out the realm comprehension notes that Elder Huang had specially recommended to him in the Yan country's Huangs. While absorbing the blood in the blood divine tree's body, he continued to increase the number of vital spirit in the Dantian, and carefully observed the contents of the realm comprehension notes. As he continued to understand the contents of the realm comprehension notes, he gradually gained a clear understanding of how to break through to the essence gathering stage. Similar to Qi refining stage, body refining stage, and Qi transforming period, essence gathering stage were also divided into 10 levels minor stage. The first level to 3rd layer of essence gathering stage was called early essence gathering stage. The method to increase the stage at the early essence gathering stage was very simple, but it also took a lot of time. That was to use the vital spirit to continue strengthening and expanding the Dantian, allowing it to truly reach its limit. The cultivation of the first level to 3rd layer of essence gathering stage was very simple for Chu Zhongtian. This was because with the help of the explosive force of the 9 vital spirit pill, his Dantian had already reached a perfect state. He only needed to use the mysterious properties of the vital spirit to continue strengthening the toughness of the Dantian. This was also why Elder Huang wanted him to absorb all the blood in the blood divine tree's body while doing his best to break through to the next realm. This was because he didn't need to waste time and effort to continue expanding the Dantian's capacity. Essence gathering stage 4th layer to the 6th level was called essence gathering stage mid-stage. The way for essence gathering stage mid-stage to break through to the stage was complicated, troublesome, and also time-consuming. This was because the cultivation of these 3 minor stage warriors was the process of refining the vital spirit within the Dantian to its limit. Martial artists absorbed the scattered spiritual qi, spirit stones, or the spiritual qi within the spiritual qi. After transforming the spiritual qi into vital spirit, they could increase their strength and cultivation. However, whether it was the scattered spiritual qi, spirit stones, or the spiritual qi within the spiritual qi, they were not 100% pure. They were more or less impure. The cultivation of essence gathering stage mid-stage was to purify all the vital spirit stored within the Dantian, removing all the impurities within the vital spirit, and allowing the vital spirit to reach a perfect state. And this stage had both advantages and disadvantages for Chu Zhongtian. This was because the energy he was absorbing right now was the vital spirit transformed from the pure blood within the blood divine tree's body. It was a vital spirit that had been deliberately purified by a high-grade 6th-grade peak stage blood divine tree. Therefore, he only needed to spend a little bit of time to refine it, and then he would be able to easily break through. However, the blood in the blood divine tree's body could at most raise his cultivation base to an essence gathering stage 3rd layer. It was even possible that he could only advance to the 2nd level. Next, if he wanted to increase his cultivation base at a faster rate, he would have to rely on a higher quality cultivation base. Spirit stones and medicinal pills that contained fewer impurities. Otherwise, low-quality spirit stones and medicinal pills would destroy the perfect and flawless vital spirit within the Dantian. This could be considered a very obvious disadvantage. The cultivation of essence gathering stage advanced was the one that took Chu Zhongtian the most time. Because this stage was targeted at the Dantian, it wanted to improve the cultivation of this stage. It was necessary to temper the Dantian in a very harsh manner, so that the expanded Dantian could be tempered. Gradually, the ___ shrunk until it reached its original state when it first started cultivating. In other words, it was a state that seemed to exist without a trace. When the Dantian was compressed to its original state, the Dantian would automatically rise. Finally, it would open up a second Dantian on its chest. At this time, its cultivation base would naturally break through to the essence gathering stage 10th layer grand perfection. Due to the powerful force produced after the 9 vital spirit pill exploded, it allowed his Dantian to reach its perfect state. The process of compressing the perfect Dantian was not only very difficult, but it also took a lot of time. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian had no way to solve it for the time being. He could only think of taking it one step at a time. Putting away the realm comprehension notes, Chu Zhongtian temporarily ignored the difficulty of the essence gathering stage mid-stage and the late-stage cultivation. His current task was to borrow the blood in the blood divine tree's body. He had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. As for what kind of stage he would be able to raise his cultivation base to, he didn't care about that for the time being. With the help of the realm comprehension notes and the pure vital spirit formed from the blood divine tree's blood, Chu Zhongtian, who had just broken through to the essence gathering stage, started attacking the new stage. As someone who was once a supreme level expert, the realm comprehension notes recommended by Elder Huang, who had a lot of experience, was just too suitable. With the help of his understanding of the realm comprehension notes, Chu Zhongtian successfully raised his cultivation base to the 1st level essence gathering stage intermediate. Half an hour later, his cultivation level rose to the late 1st level essence gathering stage. An hour later, his cultivation base had advanced to the 1st level essence gathering stage peak. When his cultivation base had advanced to the 1st level of the essence gathering stage, Chu Zhongtian temporarily stopped the advancement of the stage. Instead, he recalled the feeling he had when he was studying the cultivation notes of the stage. After confirming how to break through the stage perfectly, only then did he use the enormous vital spirit in his body to break through the bottleneck of the 2nd level of the essence gathering stage. Because he had broken through to the essence gathering stage in such a short period of time, all his accumulated energy had been used up. Even with the help of the realm comprehension notes, his first attempt to break through the bottleneck of the 2nd level of the essence gathering stage had ended in failure. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not feel depressed at all. He once again condensed the vital spirit in his Dantian, readjusted his mental state, and recalled the records of the realm comprehension notes. At the same time, he summarized the reason why he failed to break through the bottleneck for the first time. When all of this was done, Chu Zhongtian began his second attempt at breaking through to the 2nd level of the essence gathering stage. Fortunately, this attempt allowed him to break through the bottleneck smoothly and successfully break through to the 2nd level of the essence gathering stage. His cultivation base smoothly entered the 2nd level of the essence gathering stage, although he had a good control over his power. It allowed him to consolidate his cultivation base very quickly. However, when he broke through to the stage, at that moment, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman, who were guarding him, could still feel the powerful qi rising from his body. Regarding this, Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman didn't find it strange at all. This was because they were already numb to Chu Zhongtian's bizarre speed of breaking through to the stage. If other martial artists wanted to break through to the minor stage, they would usually need 10 to half a month's time, but Chu Zhongtian only needed a few dozen minutes. If other warriors wanted to break through to the great stage, they would need at least 1 to 2 years, but Chu Zhongtian only needed a few hours. If other martial artists wanted to break through to the essence gathering stage, they could only compress 1 vital spirit pill, but Chu Zhongtian did not know how many vital spirit pill he compressed. Therefore, when faced with Chu Zhongtian, who had just broken through to the first level of the essence gathering stage, and then broke through to the second level of the essence gathering stage half a day later, elder farmer and old fisherman felt this was very normal. Within the mine, within the space where the blood divine tree lived. After breaking through to the second level of the essence gathering stage, the speed at which Chu Zhongtian absorbed the blood and spiritual force within the blood divine tree increased by 12 times. This caused the amount of blood that could not be considered a lot to decrease at an extremely fast rate. At the same time, the blood divine tree's body, which was only a few dozen meters long, was also withering. With the help of the pure vital spirit blood in the blood divine tree's body and the realm comprehension notes that was suitable for him, Chu Zhongtian, who had just broken through to the second level of the essence gathering stage, continued to push towards the higher level of the stage. However, as the blood in his body continued to decrease, and as more and more vital spirit were needed for his dantian, the speed at which his cultivation base was increasing became slower and slower. In just 1.5 hours, his cultivation base had advanced to the second level of the essence gathering stage, the intermediate. 4 hours later, his cultivation base reached the second level of the essence gathering stage advanced. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to advance his cultivation base to the essence gathering stage second layer peak in one go, the blood divine tree in front of him withered and started burning. At the same time, the passageway formed by the special finger incantation and blood divine tree was completely broken, causing the stage that he wanted to break through to be forcefully broken. Although it was a pity that the stage was broken, he quickly adjusted his mentality and accepted the reality. Who? Chu Zhongtian exhaled the foul air accumulated in his chest and shook his head. When his sore body felt better, he stood up. Looking at the blood divine tree that had lost all of his blood and mental energy, which had been spontaneously ignited by the natural laws of his body, Chu Zhongtian could not help but sigh in his heart. The fact that he was able to break through to the minor stage and great stage in such a short period of time and form a perfect dantian had undoubtedly provided him with a critical effect. If he didn't have the blood divine tree to provide him with a large amount of blood that could increase his strength and cultivation, it would be impossible for him to break through to the essence gathering stage in such a short period of time, and even more impossible for him to compress 9 true cores to form the most perfect dantian. If he didn't use a special technique to absorb the blood and mental energy within the blood divine tree, not only would the blood divine tree not wither and burn, it might even be able to use the essence blood and mental energy provided by the blood divine beast to directly advance to the level 5 spirit tree. Therefore, today's matter just happened to prove that before he transmigrated. He had once heard a famous saying, "One drink, one peck. Everything has its own destiny." Conversely, even if he did not absorb the blood and spiritual force in the blood divine tree's body, and was forcefully occupied by Chu Tianhe's body of the divine soul, the final result of the blood god's confrontation was exactly the same. Of course, it was only a momentary sigh in his heart. Chu Zhongtian quickly adjusted himself. "Little friend Chu, has your cultivation ended?" Seeing Chu Zhongtian stand up on his own accord, and seeing the blood divine tree that had completely turned into ashes in front of him, elder farmer asked, "And your cultivation is still considered smooth?" Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian gave a simple explanation, then raised his head to look at the top of his head. The space where the blood divine tree originally existed was forcefully torn apart due to the blood divine beast and vital spirit pill's self-destruction. Now, with the complete destruction of the blood divine tree and the disappearance of its own force of rule, the entire space was gradually collapsing, and the rate at which it was collapsing was getting faster and faster. According to the current rate of collapse, it would take at most 10 minutes for the spatial zone where the blood divine tree lived to completely disappear. Therefore, he had to make the best use of his time to leave this place. However, before leaving the spatial zone, he still had one more thing to do, and that was to collect the storage bag from the 7 corpses not far away. In order to avoid provoking elder farmer and old fisherman, Chu Zhongtian started by collecting the storage bag from Goen and the other 3 people. Finally, he picked up the storage bag from the black-spotted old man. While rushing to Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman's side, he used his mind to check the old man's collection. After that, he found out that the old man's collection was not rich as a rogue cultivator. As a powerful half-step longevity period, his collection was very shabby. However, there were more than 700,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones in the storage bag, as well as more than 100 upper level 4 spirit stones the size of a baby's fist. It was quite tempting, but he still forcefully suppressed the greed in his heart. He handed the old man's storage bag to Elder Farmer. Little friend Chu, logically speaking, the spoils of war you collected should belong to you. However, Junior Brother Gu is the same as Junior Brother Lin. He isn't alone, so I want to return his storage bag to his family. Seeing the storage bag that Chu Zhongtian handed over, Elder Farmer was slightly worried, but in the end, he still took it and explained why he accepted the black-spotted Elder's storage bag. Regarding this, not only was Chu Zhongtian not angry, he even admired Elder Farmer's loyal character. Elder Huang, since the Blood Divine Tree has ignited itself, the rules that it has nurtured should disappear along with it. I wonder if your power of the Divine Soul can find out where we are now. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the collapsing space above his head. He then asked Elder Huang in his mind for confirmation. 0. Wait a minute. Elder Huang signaled Chu Zhongtian to wait for a moment. He spread out the power of the Divine Soul and began to thoroughly examine the space where the Blood Divine Tree was located, and the distance and position from the ground. Without the restriction of the Blood Divine Tree's natural nurturing rules, Elder Huang's power of the Divine Soul quickly passed through the spatial barrier and continued to extend upwards. In just 3 seconds, his power of the Divine Soul successfully appeared outside the vein. Elder Huang did not pay too much attention to the miners and soldiers who were working hard to clean up the broken stones outside the vein. After confirming the path to the surface, his divine sense returned to the body of the Divine Soul and said, Chu, this space is more than 1,000 meters away from the ground. Ask that old man Su to take you through the gravel and rush out of the ground. Elder Huang, it's only 1,000 meters away, and the mine exploded because of the Blood Divine Beast. Also, when I broke through to the essence gathering stage, the vibration caused by the vital spirit pill's self-destruction, I've already been shattered into pieces, and with my current strength, I'm sure you'll be able to get out of the ground easily. According to Elder Farmer's opinion of him, he should be able to bring him out of the ground. It isn't a complicated and troublesome matter, but Chu Zhongtian's principle, as long as it was something he could do, he would try his best to do it. Chu, I don't want you to relax a little. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't accept his good intentions, Elder Huang complained with some grievance. Chu Zhongtian did not say anything about it, because he knew that Elder Huang, who came from a noble family, looked down on those rogue cultivator in his bones. In his heart, he treated those rogue cultivator like servants, so it was normal for him to have such thoughts. Within the space where the Blood Divine Tree lived, he raised his head and saw that the space above him was collapsing faster and faster. It was already the time where he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Chu Zhongtian gave a simple explanation to Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman. He chose a crack that was about 1 meter wide. He used his essence gathering stage cultivation base and flew towards the crack in the sky. Senior Su, Senior Lin, the spatial zone that has lost the natural law of the Blood Divine Tree is about to collapse. We have to rush out immediately, otherwise we will disappear with this spatial zone. After a martial artist broke through to the essence gathering stage, the most obvious change was that they could use the abundant vital spirit in the Dantian to fly in the sky. However, this was the first time in his life that he could fly in the sky. Whether it was controlling the vital spirit in the Dantian or controlling the direction of his body in the air, he was very unfamiliar with it. Therefore, this was the first time in his life that he could fly in the sky. Not only was his speed very slow, but he could not even grasp the movements of his flight, giving him a very awkward feeling. Little friend Chu, if you want to rely on your essence gathering stage cultivation to fly in the air, besides better control of the vital spirit, you also need to constantly practice flying in order to truly grasp the flying technique. When he saw Chu Zhongtian flying in the sky with his body swaying unsteadily, Elder Farmer, who understood the process of flying from a stranger to a familiar person, flew directly to Chu Zhongtian's side. Without asking for his permission, he grabbed Undersur's arm and flew towards the spatial crack. While flying, he explained how to fly better. Facing elder farmers' enthusiastic help, this was the first time in Chu Zhongtian's life that he was embarrassed to accept other people's help, because at first, he thought that as long as he broke through to the essence gathering stage, mastering the flying technique would be a matter of course. But now, it seemed like his idea was too arrogant. Therefore, he didn't continue to show off. He allowed Elder Farmer to bring him through the spatial crack. Then, using the vital spirit's power, he crushed the stones in front of him and stood on the ground. After a day and night of continuous work, he had already cleaned up almost 9 layers of stones. Standing in the middle of the crowd, the middle-aged fatty who temporarily acted as the supervisor couldn't help but wipe away the sweat on his forehead. However, looking at the vein that was about to resume production, although the middle-aged fat man felt very tired, he still had a happy expression on his face. Seeing that the veins would be able to resume production once the last 13 collapsed tunnels were cleared, the middle-aged fatty turned around and ran towards the temporary pavilion. Firstly, he wanted to congratulate Commander Liang, who was in a bad mood, so that after he returned to the palace, he could say a few words of praise on his behalf and continue to be in charge of the mining work with sufficient profits. Secondly, he was tired and hot, so he wanted to enter the pavilion to rest for a while. However, just as he turned around and his left leg had yet to take a step out, a deep rumbling sound kept rising from the ground behind him. The middle-aged fatty who had just experienced the collapse of the mineral vein clearly understood the meaning of the rumbling sound coming from underground. Therefore, he cast the movement technique and followed the path that he had cleared. He quickly left the vein. At the same time, he reminded loudly, "Hurry up and leave this place. The earthquake is coming." Although the middle-aged fatty's loud reminder was timely, compared to the continuous rumbles from the underground, the reminder still came a little slower. Just as his reminder sounded, a loud sound came from behind him. However, the rumbles from underground this time were different from the ones from a day ago. This time, the sound was not accompanied by a strong vibration, nor was there any large-scale destruction that barely restored the mine. However, due to the loud rumbles which happened to be at the place where the miners and soldiers were cleaning up the crushed stones, countless crushed stones suddenly flew out, injuring and killing quite a number of people. Cries of agony could be heard from the scene. It was precisely because the vibration caused by the explosions was very light and the miserable screams coming from behind that the fat middle-aged man couldn't help but turn his head to look. Then, he was surprised to see the 3 experts standing in the air above the mineral vein. Among the 3 experts, the one who attracted his attention the most was the young man who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old standing in the middle. The reason why that young man attracted the middle-aged fat man's attention, apart from being able to stand in the air at such a young age, was also because of his gloomy expression. Because his cultivation base had not broken through to the divine soul stage, he was unable to use the divine sense to check the situation on the ground. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not know that there were so many low-level warriors and ordinary people above the ground where he and the others were rushing to. Because they had used their powerful cultivation to force their way out of the ground, they had unintentionally stirred up stones to injure and kill people like them. This made Chu Zhongtian very uncomfortable, especially when he saw the worn-out clothes of the miners, who were either dead or screaming in pain. His face immediately darkened. Before he transmigrated, his father wanted to let him go to university. In order to buy a house in the capital, he had been working in the coal mine. During his time in university, he had also followed his father to mine. So he was very clear about the hardships and dangers of these miners. So, of course, when he saw the miners who were injured or directly smashed to death, it touched the deepest soft weakness in his heart. However, when he saw the joy on elder farmer and old fishermen's faces after they had escaped death, he did not want to affect the joy of the 2 seniors who had taken good care of him because of his emotional state. Therefore, he temporarily suppressed the sadness in his heart and told elder farmer and old fisherman, "Senior Su, Senior Lin, what are your next plans?" "Little friend Chu, I'm gonna go home now. I'm here to see my great-grandson, teach him how to cultivate. Second, I also want to take this opportunity to break through to the longevity period with the help of the Millennium Fruit. Perhaps it was because of the joy of breaking through to the ____ that old fisherman took the initiative to answer for the first time. Senior Lin didn't mention it. This junior almost forgot about it. Hearing old fisherman mention his great-grandson, Chu Zhongtian suddenly thought of the promise he made when he faced old fisherman, who had overdrawn his vitality. Although he later used the Yin Yang long-live pill to prevent old fisherman from losing his life due to overdrawing his life force, Chu Zhongtian still intended to keep the promise he had made. Senior Lin, this junior once promised you that he would make your great-grandson an official disciple of Floating Cloud sect. Therefore, 3 months later, you will personally bring your great-grandson to the Floating Cloud sect. I will greet my master. At that time, I will let your great-grandson join the Hidden Dragon Peak and become a disciple of the peak of the Hidden Dragon Peak, above the mine. When he first acknowledged Chu Zhongtian as his master, Zhao Enjuan had once said that he would only take Chu Zhongtian as his disciple in his life. Only Chu Zhongtian could obtain his inheritance. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was temporarily unable to let old fisherman's great-grandson become an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. However, as long as he could become a disciple of Hidden Dragon Peak, he only needed to take care of him a little. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become an official disciple of Floating Cloud sect. Little friend Chu, my great-grandson can really become an official disciple of Floating Cloud sect, old fisherman asked excitedly. In fact, when Chu Zhongtian used the Yin Yang long-live pill to help him recover his overdrawn vitality, old fisherman had already extinguished his great-grandson's wish to become a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, because he knew very well how difficult and harsh it was to become a disciple of the 3 major sects. However, not only did Chu Zhongtian take the initiative to mention it, he even made reasonable arrangements for the time and steps. How could old fisherman not be moved by this? If he did not make Rogue Cultivator, he would not know the hardships of life in Rogue Cultivator. Having experienced several hundred years of Rogue Cultivator life, old fisherman was well aware of the hardships and dangers of Rogue Cultivator cultivation. He also knew that when faced with opponents whose cultivation bases were inferior to his, he had no choice but to compromise when he had someone backing him. Therefore, even in his dreams, he wanted his great-grandson to join a sect. Even if this sect wasn't one of the 3 major sects in Southern Domain, he was still willing to do so. Senior Lin, I want to rely on my talent and my current cultivation to arrange an official disciple position. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Chu Zhongtian said in a slightly arrogant manner. Regarding this, elder farmer and old fisherman didn't have the slightest bit of aversion. Instead, they were very convinced in their hearts. Senior Su, what about you? Compared to the old fisherman who had a family, Chu Zhongtian actually took a liking to the lonely elder farmer. He wanted to pull him into the Chu family and increase the top combat strength of the Chu family. He also wanted to intimidate the surrounding kingdoms. I will first return to my cavern, then use the Millennium Fruit to break through to the longevity period. As for my future plan, I won't think about it for the time being. Shaking his head, Elder Farmer replied with a somewhat desolate expression. More than 900 years of his life as a rogue cultivator, especially after breaking through to the Divine Soul stage for 800 years, had always motivated him to advance and take risks. It was because his lifespan was constantly reducing the pressure on him. Now, he had a Millennium Fruit that could help him break through to the longevity period. With the Blood Divine Tree's spatial chi and blood that could increase his potential, the longevity period would not be the threshold that would stop him from advancing. He would also obtain more than 1,000 years of life. Elder Farmer didn't know what to do after obtaining such a long lifespan all of a sudden. For a moment, he was a little confused. Senior Su, after you break through to the longevity period, if you don't mind, then Junior invites you to live in the Chu family for a period of time, so that you can enjoy the feeling of being supported by millions of people. How is it? The confusion in Elder Farmer's eyes allowed Chu Zhongtian to see a chance to win him over. All right, when I have free time, I will definitely go to the Chu family to live for a period of time. Although Chu Zhongtian did not say it explicitly, Elder Farmer could vaguely guess what he meant. Regarding this, Elder Farmer did not dislike it. Instead, there was a trace of excitement in his heart. However, his several hundred years of life as a rogue cultivator had made him accustomed to being alone. For the time being, he was not used to living like a family. Senior Sue, Senior Lin, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Although Elder Farmer did not directly agree, he also did not explicitly refuse. This had already reached Chu Zhongtian's goal. At the same time, he also knew that if he was anxious, he wouldn't be able to get hot tofu. There were some things that needed to be done slowly. After that, Chu Zhongtian bid farewell to Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman. Little friend Chu, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Elder Farmer cupped his fists and said goodbye. Little friend Chu, 3 months later. I will personally bring my great-grandson to the Floating Cloud sect. Old Fisherman cupped his fist and said goodbye. The three of them looked at each other. Elder Farmer and Old Fisherman flew away from the Ermine, but Chu Zhongtian did not leave for the time being. He moved the vital spirit in his dantian and slowly let himself land on the ground. Then, he used his mind to connect with the storage bag. Chu Zhongtian took out millions of gold coins from his storage bag and placed them on the ground. Come here. Chu Zhongtian waved at the fat, middle-aged man not far away. Among the tens of thousands of people who were cleaning up the rubble, the fat, middle-aged man's appearance and clothing were too outstanding. Chu Zhongtian could tell at a glance that he was the person in charge. Senior, young master, young hero. Seeing the young man descending from the sky and paying attention to him, the fat, middle-aged man was so scared that his legs went numb. So when he faced Chu Zhongtian, he really did not know why he should call him that. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't have any intention. He pointed at the millions of gold coins on the ground and said sadly, "These gold coins are to compensate the miners who were killed and injured by the crushed stones. You can count them and then give them to them in a reasonable manner." As a transmigrator, he had seen too many officials who stole the relief money. He knew very well how greedy these people were when they were faced with the huge amount of funds. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian used the vital spirit from the dantian. He used the basic fist technique and pointed it at a small hill that was more than 10 meters away. He threw a fierce punch. Boom! With his essence-gathering stage cultivation base and perfect dantian, Chu Zhongtian was able to unleash the power of the basic fist technique. It was no weaker than a high-ranked yellow-grade fist technique, which was why it suddenly appeared on a small hill that was more than 10 meters tall. After that, he threatened fiercely, "I hate greed the most in my life, and I hate corruption and lawlessness the most. If I find out that you are secretly taking these gold coins, you will end up like a hill that I destroyed. Young hero, don't worry. I won't take any gold coins. I will definitely give these gold coins to everyone who needs them." The fat, middle-aged man patted his chest and promised. In fact, even if Chu Zhongtian didn't use the fist technique to threaten him, the fat, middle-aged man wouldn't dare to take any gold coins. The fact that he could fly in the sky meant that this young man in front of him was a peak essence-gathering stage warrior. And in the royal family of the Liang Kingdom, a man with such a cultivation base could already influence the situation of the kingdom. How could he dare offend such a powerful warrior for just a few gold coins? After using the fist technique to threaten the fat middle-aged man, Chu Zhongtian used his mind to connect with the vital spirit. After that, he flew up into the sky and left in the direction of the north. Although it was only his first time flying, when he rushed out of the Ermine, Elder Farmer had introduced the flying technique in detail to Chu Zhongtian, allowing him to barely grasp the balance of flying. Breaking through to the essence-gathering stage was only the prerequisite for flying in the sky. If he wanted to fly faster, he needed to practice continuously in order to fly more smoothly. Therefore, for the next period of time, Chu Zhongtian did not absorb any level 5 intermediate spirit stones to improve his cultivation. He also did not chat with Elder Huang in his mind. Instead, he focused on practicing flying techniques. Heavenly Dragon Empire. As a dynasty that did not have an advantage in terms of geography, Heavenly Dragon Empire ranked last among the dozens of dynasties in southern domain. However, ever since Dongfang Xiongba, who had great talent and great strategies, took over the dynasty's handprint, Heavenly Dragon Empire seemed to have rekindled its vitality. The overall strength of the dynasty, it was like sesame seeds blooming. The number of top experts was like bamboo shoots after a rain. After the overall strength of Heavenly Dragon Empire increased, the most significant change was the imperial capital, Tianlong City, which was the political and economic center of dynasty. In the past, Tianlong City occupied a limited area, and the internal layout of the dynasty was extremely unreasonable. The entire dynasty gave people a lifeless feeling. The current Heavenly Dragon Empire not only occupied more than a few 100,000 square meters of land, but the entire empire was full of vitality. The leader of the guards guarding the south gate of the dynasty was a body refining stage peak stage expert. Every time he was on duty, he would stand alone in the inner corner of the city, in a very secluded location, constantly paying attention to everyone who entered the imperial city. On the contrary, he would immediately arrange for his subordinates to monitor those who made him feel that something was wrong. It was also because of his cautiousness that he basically did not make any mistakes during the few years he guarded the city gate. Today was his turn to be on duty, and it was not much different from usual. The leader of the guards was still standing in a hidden corner of the city gate, watching everyone who entered the imperial city with a serious expression. Suddenly, a young man in light blue clothes with a faint smile on his face, who was around 16 or 17 years old, attracted his attention. Because youth in blue, who was approaching the city gate, revealed a noble temperament from his body. He was obviously not an ordinary person, but there was not a trace of spiritual chi fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person. It was because of this strange feeling that the guard leader's attention was subconsciously placed on youth in blue. When youth in blue walked to the city gate and faced the guard who wanted to enter the city, youth in blue did not show any anger. He still smiled and took out a gold coin and handed it to the guard. However, youth in blue waited for the guard to exchange the change and take it before slowly walking into the city gate. As a full-time guard of the imperial city gate, a body refining stage peak guard leader, he had long mastered the fiery golden eyes. Youth in blue, who had just entered the imperial city, was wearing a long blue robe that was worth more than hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The jewelry hanging on his waist was worth nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. Just from the way he wore it, youth in blue was definitely a disciple of a big family. But facing the entrance fee of 10 copper coins, he actually had the patience to wait for 0. This caused the guard leader to be puzzled, but at the same time he also had doubts about youth in blue. He waved at a trusted aide not far away, and the guard leader gestured for him to monitor youth in blue, who had just entered the city. The stingy youth in blue just now was none other than Chu Zhongtian, who had left the mine and ended his flying practice. Perhaps it was because he was too smart, or perhaps he was born to be good at flying. In less than 3 hours, he had successfully mastered the flying technique. Not only was his flying speed not inferior to a peak essence gathering stage expert, but he also had the combat technique of flying in the air. He quickly adapted to the flying technique and mastered it. After mastering the flying technique, Elder Huang wanted him to return to the floating cloud sect. After all, he had formed the perfect dantian and absorbed the purest vital spirit in the first 2 levels of the essence gathering stage. If he wanted to improve his cultivation quickly, he needed to use spirit stones and medicinal pills of higher quality. Elder Huang didn't know where to find these high-quality cultivation resources in a short period of time, so he suggested Chu Zhongtian return to the sect and ask his master to find a way to get some from the sect. Chu Zhongtian did not object to this. According to Elder Huang's plan, he would fly directly to the floating cloud sect. However, when he passed by the Heavenly Dragon Empire, he did not know that there was something wrong with his nerves. For some reason, he wanted to travel to the capital of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Tianlong City. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through to the Divine Soul stage, and he couldn't use the power of the Divine Sense to check, his rich experience and cautious personality allowed him to quickly discover the little tail that was watching him from behind. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't pay much attention to it. The reason why he traveled to the capital of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Tianlong City, was because of a momentary interest. He did not have any ulterior motives and would not have any conflicts with the people of Dynasty. so he allowed the little tail to follow him. He had witnessed the beautiful scenery of the floating cloud sect, which was like a paradise in the mortal world, and the ancient and vigorous imperial capital of the great Ming royal dynasty. The Tianlong city, the capital of Heavenly Dragon Empire, didn't have many outstanding places. Therefore, after admiring the ordinary scenery for a while, Chu Zhongtian felt a sense of alienation in his heart. Therefore, he turned around and went back the way he came. He planned to leave Dynasty through the city gate and return to the sect. Just as he turned around and returned, a familiar figure immediately caught his attention. Chu Zhongtian temporarily ignored that familiar figure. But when he saw the middle-aged man who met that familiar figure, a trace of doubt flashed across his face. The familiar figure was none other than Yan Jinghong, who had humiliated him back then. Originally, according to Chu Zhongtian's character and the vow he made back then, his cultivation base had increased greatly, and he would definitely take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered back then. However, he was now in the Tianlong city, the capital city of Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was Dongfang Xiongba's territory. Dongfang Xiongba had a good relationship with his benefactor Zhao Enjuan and Dongfang Yongping, who had a good relationship with him. Also, he had a good relationship with Dongfang Yuner, who had asked him to try out the first part. Chu Zhongtian did not want to cause any trouble under his nose. That was why he decided to let Yan Jinghong go for the time being. However, the person who had met Yan Jinghong just now was also someone he had met once before. This person was the personal guard of the prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, who had a direct conflict with Yan Jinghong when he participated in the disciple test of the floating cloud sect in Luyun Castle and was injured by her palm. As the enemy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire who would not rest until the end of 1,000 years, a top expert of the Great Yuan dynasty sneaking into the capital of Heavenly Dragon Empire was a matter worthy of suspicion. The two of them, who should have had a deep grudge, had actually secretly contacted each other. This caused Chu Zhongtian, who was planning to leave, to suddenly have the intention of spying on them. However, before following Yan Jinghong, he had to deal with the tail that was following him first. Palm. He sucked at the ground and saw a small stone the size of a cherry. When it was sucked into his palm, 1,000th of the vital spirit wrapped around the stone. With this, using the hidden weapon technique, he stopped the guard who was hiding in the corner. After that, Chu Zhongtian quickly left the scene and went straight to the corner not far away. Chu, don't act rashly for now. There was a man and a woman who just entered the alley. That man is hiding in a corner, paying attention to whether anyone is following him. Just as Chu Zhongtian was heading towards the corner of the alley, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him in his mind. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Tianlong City. Chu Zhongtian, who had decided to return the way he came and planned to leave Tianlong City, suddenly, he looked at the man and woman who had entered the alley with a concerned expression. This made Elder Huang feel that something was not right. Therefore, he directly used the divine sense to carefully observe the situation. It was precisely because he used the divine sense to observe that he noticed the sinister middle-aged man. That was why he was able to remind Chu Zhongtian in time to prevent him from revealing his intentions. Elder Huang's timely reminder caused Chu Zhongtian's footsteps to suddenly stop. He quickly observed his surroundings. There was a 2-story house with a door open, and he thought of a solution. Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique, which was close to breaking through to the profound grade low rank, and entered the house at lightning speed. When the owner of the house did not notice anything, he flashed and went to the 2nd floor. After roughly observing the layout of the room, Chu Zhongtian quickly picked a window near the entrance of the alley. He tiptoed to the windowsill and peeked through the gap of the windowsill. He clearly saw Yan Jinghong at the corner of the alley, as well as the close guards of the Prince of Great Yuan Dynasty. Chu, it's not easy to eavesdrop on their conversation. As long as I use the divine sense's power, do I need to use so much effort? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was actually using the method of climbing the windowsill to eavesdrop on their conversation, Elder Huang asked in a very puzzled manner. Elder Huang, the two of them who were originally enemies suddenly mysteriously gathered together. I am too curious about this. I want to see with my own eyes what they are doing. I want to hear it with my own ears and hear what kind of scheme they are plotting. Apart from the reasons above, Chu Zhongtian also wanted to hear it with his own ears. Yan Jinghong, who had once specially humiliated him for Dongfang Yun'er's sake, had betrayed Heavenly Dragon Empire and Dongfang Yun'er. Elder Huang secretly shook his head at Chu Zhongtian's explanation. He knew that Chu Zhongtian must have something to hide from him, but he wasn't interested in finding out about the two early essence-gathering stage people. Therefore, he didn't continue to ask about it with his foundation. The middle-aged man hiding in the dark corner of the alley kept an eye on them for 10 minutes. After confirming that he was not being followed, he walked out from the dark corner. He looked at Yan Jinghong with a mocking expression and said, "Guard Yan, how is the consideration of the matter? Are you going to answer the prince's request or not? Lang Rue, I have seen Yun grow up. I treat her like my own daughter. You want me to sell her out? I don't know what that little wolf is thinking." Yan Jinghong sneered and mocked the prince and guards of Great Yuan Dynasty. Hee. Yan Jinghong acted as if she was going to be a whore, but she also wanted to maintain her chastity. Lang Rue could not help but want to laugh and mock her, but considering the environment at the scene was not suitable, he could only suppress his voice and laugh coldly. "Guard Yan, stop pretending. If you are not moved by the conditions proposed by our highness, and if you really regard Princess as your own daughter, at this moment you should have brought the experts of Heavenly Dragon Empire to hunt me down. Instead of risking the danger of being discovered by the experts of Heavenly Dragon Empire, you should secretly meet me." As if she had guessed correctly, Yan Jinghong's originally calm expression seemed to have been instantly covered with frost. Her entire person revealed a trace of extremely dangerous aura. Lang Rue did not have the slightest bit of worry or nervousness towards the ice-cold aura on Yan Jinghong's body. He still looked at Yan Jinghong with a relaxed expression, as if he had a trump card in his hand that was enough to make Yan Jinghong not dare to act rashly. After a full minute of easing up, the ice-cold aura on Yan Jinghong's body gradually retreated and returned to its original calm expression. After that, she said indifferently, "If you want me to betray Princess, I need to know if the thing you provide is real or not." Hee. Since the prince dares to make such a request, the things prepared are naturally real. As he responded to Yan Jinghong's question, Lang Rue took out a piece of unknown grade exotic beast fur from the storage bag. He directly threw it to Yan Jinghong. "Lang Rue, even if the records on this map are true, perhaps your target isn't just Dongfang Yun'er. Could also be me, Yan Jinghong." Looking at the clear route map on the beast's fur in her hand, Yan Jinghong used the powerful memory of the essence-gathering stage. She sped up the recording of the beast's fur as she questioned with a tone full of doubt. "Yan Jinghong, the matter of our discussion just now is an absolute secret in our Great Yuan Dynasty. Because our prince is also worried that after those dozen of his brothers find out about this secret, not only will they send experts to snatch it away, they will also send experts to snatch it away. It might even kill him. Therefore, this mission, only His Highness, me, and one of my colleagues know and follow him. Lang Rue, if you want me to agree to your conditions, you must agree to one of my conditions." Combining the information he had obtained from the map and the information he had obtained from reading a large number of ancient books, Yan Jinghong was basically certain that the other party did not lie to her. At the same time, the location of the treasure hunt this time was not within the Great Yuan Dynasty's sphere of influence. Instead, it was within the vassal kingdom of Heavenly Dragon Empire. Therefore, Yan Jinghong had already made a decision in her heart. However, the betrayal of Dongfang Yun'er, who she had seen since young, had caused Yan Jinghong to feel a deep sense of guilt in her heart. In order to reduce the guilt in her heart, she hoped that the other party would agree to what she had expected. "Yan Jinghong, you also know that I am just a guard. Can I agree to your request? Only His Highness the Prince can decide. As a guard, I cannot decide." Regarding Yan Jinghong's sudden increase in request, it was already the first time they met. Lang Rue had already thought of it and had discussed it with his mistress. Furthermore, he had decided that as long as it was not a matter of fundamental principles, he would fulfill Yan Jinghong's request. "I know." Nodding her head, Yan Jinghong expressed that she understood the other party's difficulties. After that, her expression changed. Her originally calm expression revealed a loving expression, and her tone was filled with doting as she spoke. Yun is the eldest one that I have seen since young. The relationship between us is like mother and daughter. As her elder, my request is very simple. I hope that she will be able to obtain happiness, so I request that your prince, no matter how many women he has in the future, the position of the first wife must be Dongfang Yuners. At this point, Yan Jinghong's aura returned to its original state. Her tone was cold as she said, "If His Highness does not agree to my request, then I would rather not have that treasure. I will not betray Princess." Heavenly Dragon Empire, Tianlong City. Seeing Yan Jinghong continue to reveal that ugly face of wanting to be a whore and a chastity memorial arch, Lang Rui felt deeply disgusted, but at the same time, he immediately nodded his head and agreed. Regarding this request, when I came to meet him, His Highness the Third Prince had specifically told me about it. If His Highness becomes the king in the future, Princess will definitely be the princess. If His Highness becomes the emperor in the future, Princess will definitely be the empress. Very good. Regarding the promise Lang Rui made for the prince, Yan Jinghong nodded her head in satisfaction. After that, she looked through the thick wall and looked at the palace in the distance. Yan Jinghong said with a heart of bodhisattva, "If the third prince can become the overlord of Great Yuan Dynasty, Yun can become the empress of Great Yuan Dynasty. Perhaps the two dynasties can end thousands of years of enmity and make peace with each other. Today I have done a meritorious deed. Guard Yen, tomorrow at noon, in a dense forest 300 miles away from the northeast of Tianlong City, the third prince is awaiting your and princess's arrival." Lang Rui could not stand Yan Jinghong's ugly face, so he decided to set a time for them to meet. Then he turned around and left. Seeing Lang Rui turn around and leave, Yan Jinghong's originally bodhisattva-like benevolent face instantly darkened. Staring at Lang Rui's background, a trace of coldness flashed across her face. After that, she left from another exit of the alley. After Yan Jinghong and Lang Rui left, Chu Zhongtian's face flashed with a struggle. Although Yan Jinghong and Lang Rui did not talk about the specific treasure exchange, Dongfang Yuner as the bargaining chip for the treasure exchange made him fall into a dilemma. If the transaction between the two of them did not involve Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian would not have given it too much thought. He would have chosen to secretly follow them and seize the treasures when the opportunity presented itself. At the same time, according to Elder Huang's speculation, using the 9 vital spirit pill to break through to the essence gathering stage not only allowed him to maintain his combat strength that was higher than 4 minor stage, but also made him very suitable for prolonged battles and group battles. On the other hand, Yan Jinghong and Lang Rui were only at the early essence gathering stage. Even if Yan Jinghong's cultivation was slightly higher, she was only at the essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak stage. Chu Zhongtian was confident that he could take her life within 3 moves. Therefore, if the time and situation allowed it, he would personally cut off Yan Jinghong's head to avenge the humiliation he had suffered that day. However, the transaction between the two involved Dongfang Yuner. It made Chu Zhongtian want to avoid it in his heart. Because when faced with the self-destruction of the blood divine beast, when faced with a situation of certain death, except for his parents who were far away in the earth, the last person he wanted to see, it was actually Dongfang Yuner. This made his feelings towards her. He was really at a loss as to what to do. The feeling of not knowing what to do made him temporarily not want to face Dongfang Yuner directly. Chu, what are you still worried about? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must grasp it well. Seeing Chu Zhongtian suddenly fall into silence, Elder Huang was a little angry and criticized him, because he was curious why Chu Zhongtian wanted to monitor the 2 essence gathering stage small figures. Elder Huang had been using the power of the divine sense to keep an eye on their every move. Especially the route map that Lang Rui took out the fur of an unknown beast. It aroused his interest. Elder Huang, who did not know the exact location of Southern Domain, although he did not know the location of the map, but at the bottom right foot of the map, he saw the name of a pill written by a person. Three-Yang Soul Returning Pill. Before his physical body was damaged, As a supreme-level formation master, Elder Huang had a wide range of friends. Among them, there were many Emperor and Supreme-level Grandmaster of the Piltao, so he had also slightly touched upon the alchemy system. He also knew a lot about medicinal pills. The 3-Yang Soul Returning Pill was a top-tier high-grade level 4 medicinal pill. Its main function was to recover the severely injured soul. No matter what kind of injury the 3-Soul-7 soul had suffered, as long as there was still a sliver of aura left, the 3-Yang Soul Returning Pill would be able to heal it. At the same time, the 3-Yang Soul Returning Pill also had an unimaginable effect on healing the body of the Divine Soul. After experiencing the consumption of the spatial body of the Divine Soul, Elder Huang was still worried. He was worried that the body of the Divine Soul would consume too much energy and would not be able to use the breath-returning technique. He hid from those supreme-level warriors and the inspection of the Heaven Baron Secret Realms rules. The 3-Yang Soul Returning Pill had given him hope. If he could obtain the 3-Yang Soul Returning Pill and repair the damaged body of the Divine Soul, not only would the breath-returning technique be able to hide from supreme-level experts, even titled supreme-level experts wouldn't be able to discover his aura. At the same time, using the 3-Yang Soul Returning Pill to repair the body of the Divine Soul would allow him to unleash the strength of a Great Tao period. Without affecting the foundation of the body of the Divine Soul, he would be able to overdraft 30% of the power of the Divine Soul. It could help him fight against a combat king warrior. Therefore, Elder Huang's current state of mind was even more enthusiastic than Chu Zhongtian to participate in the transaction between Yan Jinghong and Lang Rui. Opportunity. The opportunity revealed in Elder Huang's tone made Chu Zhongtian temporarily forget the trouble Dongfang Yuner gave him and ask with interest. Chu, from the conversation between the two of them just now, as well as the fact that I used the divine senses power to observe the situation, I suspect that their target this time is the cavern left behind by a third-grade Grandmaster of the Piltao. Elder Huang wasn't even sure if the cavern was left behind by a third-grade Grandmaster, but in order to get Chu Zhongtian to participate in this event, he had to make up the first lie that he had ever made up since he met Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, in order to motivate Chu Zhongtian to participate, he continued to exaggerate the temptation of lying. Chu, think about it carefully. In the cavern left by a rank 3 Grandmaster of the Piltao, there must be a lot of pills that he has concocted in his life. With the perfect Dantian, you want to maintain the speed at which you have improved by leaps and bounds in the past. High-quality medicinal pills are absolutely essential to you. Elder Huang, there's no need to say anymore. Let's go to the dense forest 300 miles away from Tianlong City and wait. Perhaps it was due to his trust in Elder Huang, or perhaps it was due to a fortuitous encounter recently, but not only did Chu Zhongtian not doubt Elder Huang's words, he felt that it was 100% true. Therefore, he could not suppress the anticipation in his heart for high-quality medicinal pills. He had an impulse to participate in this treasure hunt. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had finally stirred up his enthusiasm, Elder Huang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he could not help but pray in his heart, praying that the truth was really as he had said. Otherwise, he didn't know if Chu Zhongtian would blame him for this and not trust him 100% in the future. The meeting place Lang Rui and Yan Jinghong had agreed to meet was to the north of Tianlong City. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian chose to leave the city north of the city and did not meet with the leader of the guards who was suspicious of him. This also prevented the possibility of a conflict. 300 miles to the north of Tianlong City, there was a dense forest that didn't take up too much space. The quality of the exotic beasts that lived in the dense forest wasn't very high. After all, this place wasn't too far from the capital of Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Tianlong City. Usually, it was the place where the noble children of the imperial capital came to train and play. Therefore, the strange beasts in the dense forest, the highest grade among them was only at the upper rank 9th grade, which was equivalent to a human warrior. The stage of a chi refining stage peak. In the depths of the jungle, on top of a big tree with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a height of more than 20 meters, Chu Zhongtian was sitting cross-legged on a thick branch of a tree. After leaving Tianlong City yesterday, he used the yellow grade peak movement technique that was close to breaking through. It only took him half an hour to arrive at the place Lang Rui and Yan Jinghong had agreed to meet. When Elder Huang took the initiative to use the divine sense to check, he quickly found the third prince of Great Yuan Dynasty, Hachir. There was also another guard who was at the late essence gathering stage third layer. As for the Lang Rui who met Yan Jinghong, he had yet to return. Although Elder Huang had used the divine sense to record the route map that Lang Rui had given Yan Jinghong, he was not familiar with the southern domain's terrain. He was unable to find the exact location of the cavern that Grandmaster of the Piltao had left behind according to the markings on the route map. Therefore, after discussing with Chu Zhongtian, Elder Huang decided to follow the third prince and Yan Jinghong. He wanted them to help him find the cavern that Grandmaster of the Piltao had left behind, as there was still a certain amount of time before the agreed time for action between the two parties. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian chose a relatively hidden place, while Elder Huang used the divine sense to monitor the third prince and the others. He was using the enlightenment of breaking through to the stage to improve his force. Perhaps it was because he had broken through to the essence gathering stage, or perhaps it was because he was focusing on comprehending. In less than a day and a night, his force was only at the 5th layer peak. He successfully entered the 6th level, allowing him to control a range of 60 meters. He didn't need the help of the stage to break through to the next level. This made Chu Zhongtian excited, but at the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Initially, he was still worried that his cultivation base would reach the peak essence gathering stage. Due to the fact that he couldn't advance to the 10th layer grand perfection, when he broke through to the divine soul stage without the help of the stage, his force would undergo a qualitative change. Advancing to the next level was the same as advancing to the next level. Now that he could continue to improve his force without the help of the stage, he had the confidence that when he reached the peak essence gathering stage, he would be able to push his force to the 10th layer grand perfection. At that time, when he broke through to the divine soul stage with Zhao Enjun's help, he would be able to push his force to a higher level. Without the help of the stage, he would also be able to break through to the next level. This made Chu Zhongtian, who had been greatly encouraged, plan to increase his force in one go. Elder Huang, who had been monitoring the third prince in his mind, suddenly reminded him. Chu, the woman from Heavenly Dragon Empire is here. Eh? After reminding Chu Zhongtian, Elder Huang suddenly said in surprise, I didn't expect there to be such a peerless woman in this world. In order to avoid alerting the guards of the third prince, who were at the essence gathering stage third layer, Chu Zhongtian chose to stay far away from them. He couldn't use his naked eye to observe. Therefore, after hearing Elder Huang's surprised tone, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. Originally, he had promised Elder Huang that he would participate in the competition for the inheritance of the alchemist grandmaster in Cavern. Apart from the high-quality pills in Cavern, it was also because he had suddenly thought of it. If the disciples of Floating Cloud sect wanted to return to their families, they had to break through to the Qi transforming period. Otherwise, the service disciples and disciples of Outer Sect could at most be refined in a few areas set by the sect. For example, Purgatory City. For example, there were a few special forests and ruins around the sect. When Dongfang Yuner left the sect, she was only at the 4th layer peak of the body refining period. With her unenthusiastic nature, it would be unrealistic for her to break through to the Qi transforming period in less than 3 months. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian originally thought that Yan Jinghong's deal with the third prince, Hachir, would only happen when Dongfang Yuner broke through to the Qi transforming period and returned to the royal family. However, Elder Huang's surprised praise made Chu Zhongtian subconsciously think that it must be Dongfang Yuner who could surprise and praise Elder Huang. Chu, do you have some special relationship with that girl? The change in Chu Zhongtian's emotions did not escape Elder Huang's eyes. He soon found that Chu Zhongtian had a big reaction in his heart because of his surprised praise. Regarding this, Elder Huang had a lot of gossip in his heart. Adjusting his mentality, he tried his best not to let Dongfang Yuner affect his mood. Chu Zhongtian coldly responded to Elder Huang's gossip. Elder Huang, everyone has their own privacy. Don't ask about what you shouldn't ask, or else it will cause others to be unhappy. Hee. Elder Huang didn't get angry at Chu Zhongtian's cold response. Instead, he became more and more curious and wanted to know the relationship between Chu Zhongtian and the little girl. Outside the dense forest. The conflict of ideals between Dongfang Yuner and Chu Zhongtian had caused the two of them to have no choice but to break up temporarily, causing Dongfang Yuner to not have a good time recently. At the same time, because Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the Qi transforming period and revealed his talent as a monster level, she had made her brother, Dongfang Yongping, force her to take the initiative to reconcile with Chu Zhongtian. She wanted her to find a way to restore her relationship with Chu Zhongtian, and this caused her to still have a knot in her heart. She had always been very resistant to it, and had always wanted to leave the floating cloud sect. Originally, according to her cultivation base, she would have to leave the floating cloud sect. There was still a long time before she could return to her family and relatives. But her father, Dongfang Xiongba, it was going to be her 160th birthday. At the same time, it was also about to welcome the 60th anniversary of the coronation. Due to the special relationship between Dongfang Xiongba and the floating cloud sect, Dongfang Xiongba personally wrote a letter to sect leader of the floating cloud sect. This made Dongfang Yuner an exception and allowed her to return to her family and relatives before she reached the fourth layer peak of the body refining period. During the few days she had returned to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the carefree life and the days when there was no pressure made her gradually forget her worries. Aunt Hong, you said that there is really a pill in the cavern left behind by a grandmaster of the Tao of Alchemy that can raise the prophecy technique? Sitting on a horse specially reared by the dynasty, Dongfang Yuner asked with anticipation. If one were to say what her only worry right now was, it was that she did not know what kind of gift she should prepare to give to her biological father, the overlord of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Xiong. Dongfang Yuner, who was sitting on her horse, looked at Yan Jinghong with anticipation. Dongfang Yuner was able to return to the dynasty with the help of Dongfang Xiongba's birthday and the celebration at the 60th birthday. Dongfang Yuner, who had always respected her father, had always wanted to give Dongfang Xiongba a special gift. However, as the overlord of Heavenly Dragon Empire and one of the top experts in Southern Domain, Dongfang Xiongba had nothing to worry about. Therefore, Dongfang Yuner had always been worried about what kind of gift she should give him. Just yesterday, her personal bodyguard in name, in fact, Yan Jinghong, who was as close as her aunt, suddenly told her that she had read a lot of ancient books and found out about it. In a mountain range more than 3,000 miles away from the Tianlong city, there was a hidden cavern that was left behind by at least a level 5 alchemist. In the cavern left behind by a great alchemist, besides having a large number of pills that could increase one's cultivation base and potential, there was also a prophecy pill that could aid the advancement of a great alchemist. It was precisely because of the existence of the prophecy pill that Dongfang Yuner decided to follow Yan Jinghong and leave Tianlong City alone. She planned to secretly obtain the prophecy pill and give her father an unexpected surprise during the birthday ceremony. Your Highness, could it be that you still don't believe my words? The distance from the dense forest was getting closer and closer. The feeling of betrayal made Yan Jinghong feel more and more depressed. So when she replied to Dongfang Yuner's question, she did not seem to have much patience. She did not know why Aunt Hong, who was in a good mood, suddenly became agitated, but when she wanted the prophecy pill to bring her father a surprise, Dongfang Yuner was excited and did not care about Yan Jinghong's unusual actions. Ha Cheer greets Princess and Scribe Yen. Just as Yan Jinghong brought Dongfang Yuner to the dense forest, Ha Cheer, who had been impatient since a long time ago, quickly came up to them. Looking at Dongfang Yuner, who was sitting on a horse with a silk veil on her face, Ha Cheer's eyes revealed undisguised adoration and desire. 11 months ago, when the Floating Cloud sect was taking the disciple recruitment test in Southern Domain, Ha Cheer, as the third prince of Great Yuan Dynasty, had the qualification and hope to pass the disciple test and become one of the candidates for the second round. However, because he took the initiative to provoke Dongfang Yuner, he was severely injured by Yan Jinghong's palm and lost the qualification to participate in the test. Although he lost the qualification to become a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, as one of the top empires in the Southern Domain, Ha Cheer entered the Hua Mountain Sword sect through the special connections of the dynasty and became a disciple of the Outer sect. As the sect of the Hua Mountain Sword sect was close to the Great Yuan Dynasty, The expert he took as his master was a relative of his. This made him not have to follow the rules of the sect and could enter and exit the sect at any time. Of course, the care of the relatives was only one aspect. The reason why the Hua Mountain Sword sect allowed the disciples of the Great Yuan dynasty to enter and exit the sect freely was because of the unique inheritance of the throne of the Great Yuan dynasty. Different from the inheritance of the imperial dynasty and the royal family in the Central Plains, the inheritance of the Great Yuan dynasty's throne depended on one's own strength and the forces behind it. Whoever had the stronger forces behind them would have a chance to obtain the throne when the throne was replaced. Therefore, apart from daily cultivation, every adult prince would do what they usually did. They would go around making friends with people with powers and backgrounds, hoping to increase the forces behind them. Ever since Hachir had truly seen Dongfang Yuner, he had been completely attracted by her beauty and temperament. The degree of infatuation had almost made him unable to eat or sleep. At the same time, it had also delayed his own cultivation. When he participated in the Floating Cloud Sect's disciple test, he was already a first layer of the body refining period peak. Now, he had just broken through to the second layer of the body refining period. This was completely different from his cultivation talent and background. The essence gathering stage relative who found out about Hachir's unusual behavior found out about his thoughts after interrogating him. He directly used the Great Yuan dynasty's influence in the sect to search for a large number of ancient books. In the end, he discovered a mountain range 3,000 meters away from the Tianlong city. There was a hidden cavern left behind by a level 5 Grandmaster of Alchemy. At the same time, he used a large amount of manpower and resources to find out that Dongfang Yuner's personal bodyguard, Yan Jinghong, had encountered an accident more than 20 years ago and needed the 3 Solar Soul returning pill. Therefore, they used the fabricated 3 Yang Soul returning pill to lure Yan Jinghong to betray the Heavenly Dragon Empire and betray Dongfang Yuner. And the development of the matter was just as they had expected. Guard Yan, why are they here? Seeing the sudden appearance of Hachir, the face of Dongfang Yuner, who originally had a smile of anticipation on her face, instantly darkened. She also began to distance herself from the way Yan Jinghong was addressed. Princess, before the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy, there is a very powerful defensive formation. In order to break through the defensive formation, one must use a spirit weapon unique to the third prince to break it. So I have no choice but to invite them to participate in the expedition in the cavern. Facing Dongfang Yuner's question, Yan Jinghong had already thought of a plan. There was no nervousness at all, and it was a very relaxed response. Princess, don't worry. Hachir's 2 guards. One of them is an essence gathering stage 2nd layer peak, and the other is an essence gathering stage 3rd layer and 3rd layer advanced. The 2 of them combined aren't my match, so you don't have to worry about them harming you. They were too close to the Tianlong city, and Dongfang Xiongba was good at divination. So Yan Jinghong can only first stabilize Dongfang Yuner, and after she obtains the 3 Yang Soul returning pill that can restore her soul, she immediately got far away from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Whether Dongfang Yuner was alive or dead did not have much to do with her. The only thing she could do was to ask Hachir to treat Dongfang Yuner as well as possible in the future. Is that so? With the cultivation of body refining stage, although she could not see through the cultivation of the 2 guards guarding Hachir, however, the qi emitted from their bodies was not as strong as Yan Jinghong's qi. Therefore, Dongfang Yuner chose to believe in Yan Jinghong for the time being. So she didn't doubt the appearance of Hachir and the others. This girl seems to be quite smart. Why can't she see through that woman's vicious heart? Elder Huang, who had been using the divine sense to monitor, discovered that Dongfang Yuner believed Yan Jinghong's words so easily, he could not help but complain to Chu Zhongtian. She has a simple mind and shallow experiences. If she is not deceived, who will be deceived? Elder Huang had described Dongfang Yuner's performance in detail just now. Chu Zhongtian commented somewhat angrily. Back then, when he was in the administrative hall of Trial Peak, Chu Zhongtian had specifically instructed Dongfang Yuner. People's hearts were treacherous, and their closest family members were faced with an irresistible temptation. They would always choose to betray her, so when she went out to train, she had to be on guard against everyone. Now, it seemed like she didn't take his advice to heart at all. How could Chu Zhongtian not be angry? Oh! Chu Zhongtian's furious evaluation of Dongfang Yuner made Elder Huang couldn't help but tease her. Since she had already chosen to believe in Yan Jinghong, Dongfang Yuner also did not oppose Hachir and the others moving together. So everyone sped towards their destination. Chu! They have already set off. Seeing that Yan Jinghong and the others had already set off, Elder Huang quickly reminded them. Elder Huang, how long can your divine sense keep an eye on the distance? Not in a hurry to leave, Chu Zhongtian asked Elder Huang to use the power of the divine sense. Without the restriction of the special formation, with my current power of the divine soul's ability, I can monitor a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. After his divine soul was severely injured, the power of the divine sense that Elder Huang could use was greatly limited. Even so, the divine sense power that he could use could extend for tens of thousands of kilometers. When he was at the peak stage, how far could his divine sense power extend? Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to comprehend the strength of a powerful expert. Of course, now was not the time to sigh at Elder Huang's divine sense's strength. Based on the distance Elder Huang could monitor and the speed of his profound grade low-rank movement technique, Chu Zhongtian finally got the most reasonable distance to follow him. Elder Huang, after the opponent has left for 20 miles, we will follow him. All right, Elder Huang agreed without any objections. The dragon stallion was a level 8 beast earth-shifting dragon, a new type of beast produced from the impurities of the level 8 beast. Liahua's horse. It combined the strengths of two types of beasts, and not only was its endurance extremely strong, its running speed reached 8,000 miles per day. Therefore, Dongfang Yuner and the others moved very quickly, forcing Chu Zhongtian to use the advanced movement technique to follow them closely. Looking at Dongfang Yuner, who was riding the dragon stallion, and seeing her prominent figure, Hachir's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. Although the result of the discussion at the beginning was to use force to snatch Dongfang Yuner back to the Great Yuan dynasty. After waiting for the rice to be cooked, Dongfang Yuner had no choice but to bend down beside him. But Hachir hoped to use his charm to conquer her and make her willing to be his woman. So, along the way, Hachir continuously surrounded Dongfang Yuner to show off his charm. The result was that Dongfang Yuner's face became more and more gloomy. Dongfang Yuner's gloomy face let Hachir know that with his charm, he could not conquer Dongfang Yuner. He acted decisively and immediately gave up on such useless work. He turned to look at the two guards beside him. He planned to use his last resort. The distance of less than 3,000 miles under the dragon stallion's continuous acceleration arrived at the mountain range where the alchemist grandmaster left behind the cavern in less than 4 hours. Looking at the dozen or so protruding mountain peaks in front of her, Yan Jinghong looked at Hachir and the others with anticipation. To be precise, she looked at the essence-gathering stage warrior from the Hua Mountain sword sect standing to Hachir's right. The 6th mountain peak. Sensing Yan Jinghong's gaze, the guard on Hachir's right said the exact location of the cavern. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Yan Jinghong stretched out her hand and grabbed Dongfang Yuner. Using the essence-gathering stage flying ability, she flew straight to the 6th mountain peak. Seeing that Yan Jinghong had already taken the lead, Hachir quickly called for the two guards beside him. Then, with them, they quickly flew towards the 6th mountain peak in the mountain range. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian used the advanced movement technique to track her. He also appeared in front of the mountain range, but unlike Yan Jinghong and the others, he didn't immediately enter the mountain range. Instead, he waited quietly for Elder Huang to use the divine sense to check if there were any hidden dangers in the mountain range. Chu, this mountain range is not simple. Through the divine sense's observation, Elder Huang sincerely praised. There is a mountain in front of us. There is a bright hall in the middle, and the water flow is twisting and turning. It is located in such a remote location. To have such a precious place, I believe that there must be a great treasure in the mountain. Elder Huang, this place is not far from Tianlong City. For an essence-gathering stage warrior, this place is not far away. It's only a 2-3 hour journey. Could it be that those people can't see through the secrets of this mountain range? Elder Huang's sincere praise for this mountain range immediately made Chu Zhongtian doubt him. When a martial artist embarked on the road of cultivation, it was actually a process of competing with the heavens, competing with others, and competing with all living beings for resources. Resources included a lot. For example, spirit stones that could assist in cultivation. For example, pills that could increase cultivation. For example, advanced mental cultivation methods that could speed up one's breakthrough, and so on. Among the resources that they were competing for, there was also a very important resource, which was a cultivation ground with sufficient spiritual qi and beautiful scenery. If the mountain range in front of him was really as Elder Huang sincerely praised, then this mountain range would have long been occupied by powerful experts, and would not have remained idle all this time. Chu, you are also a true formation master of the beginner. Don't you know that when things reach the extreme, they will turn against each other, and that great fortune will bring you great disaster? Elder Huang couldn't help but criticize Chu Zhongtian's question. Chu Zhongtian humbly accepted Elder Huang's criticism, and flew into the sky. He used the formation knowledge he had mastered to carefully observe the situation of the entire mountain range. Through careful observation, Chu Zhongtian felt that there was something wrong with the sixth mountain peak in the mountain range. Here, man, a strange thing. Chu Zhongtian, who had doubts in his heart, quickly told Elder Huang everything he saw just now. Chu, your observation is very detailed. This feng shui treasure ground is known as the yin-yang life and death ground. It is a place that is suitable for cultivating one's body and mind, and it is also a precious tomb for the flourishing younger generation. Elder Huang nodded and praised Chu Zhongtian's detailed observation. Then, he continued to explain the differences of this mountain range. Life and death cannot exist together. If this mountain range in front of us is used as a tomb by someone using the formation, then this mountain range is not suitable for any living creature to live in. If the tomb is destroyed, then this place will immediately become an immortal paradise with plenty of spiritual qi. This place is suitable for peak essence gathering stage warriors to cultivate in. So that's how it is. Through Elder Huang's introduction and his own observation and understanding, not only did Chu Zhongtian have a better understanding of the mountain range in front of him, he also had a deeper understanding of his formation. Chu, that young man, used a special spirit weapon. He broke the defensive formation in front of cavern, and another essence gathering stage warrior was monitoring the situation around him. That's why you are not suitable to fly in the sky, and you are still using the movement technique. You should slowly approach the sixth mountain peak. Elder Huang had been using the divine sense to monitor Yan Jinghong and the others. When he found out that a few of them were using the spirit weapon to break the defensive formation, he arranged for someone to observe their surroundings. He immediately instructed Chu Zhongtian to be careful of hiding. Before the cavern was opened, Chu Zhongtian did not want to meet Yan Jinghong and the others in advance, so he listened to Elder Huang's arrangements. He used the movement technique to climb mountain after mountain. When he reached the fourth mountain, a deep roar came from the sixth mountain, like the roar of a powerful beast.